Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4.0, Chapter 107, Default, Dyslexic, Roboto, Laura, Chevron _ left, Chevron _ right, Knights _ stay. Hello auntie, when we meet for the first time, my name is Xia Ye, and my father is Xia Tai, and he asked me to thank you on his behalf. My father said, if there is anything that can be used by the Thousand Emperor's family, please just ask. Thousand Emperor Kegai also stood generously and bowed to the little bird Yu Miu with a smile. Thousand Emperor Tai is the head of the Thousand Emperor family. The little bird Yu Miu muttered a few words in her mouth, as if she remembered something, and her eyes looked deeply at the Thousand Emperor Wei in front of her. This female doll should know that the hero of the year is a summer night, otherwise how could she deliberately mention her father's thanks inexplicably? And these 8 million girls also seem to be pleasing me, it seems that my stinky boy is still quite popular. The little bird Yu Miu looked at the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and the 8 million hundred in front of him for a while, and then turned his head to look at the summer knight who was chatting with Chong Dark, and couldn't help but shake his head. My stupid son is usually such a shrewd boy, why hasn't he reacted now, do you want to remind him? Forget it, I still won't meddle in the affairs of young people, let them solve it themselves. Sneeze. Who's scolding me? Xia Ye sneezed several times in succession, rubbed his itchy nose involuntarily, turned to the little bird Yu Miu and asked, Mom, are you ready for the training ground? I told you, it's not too early, we should go to training. Okay, then I won't bother everyone, the training ground is ready for you. I wish you all the best in your training and perform well at the Hongying Sports Festival. Little bird Yu Miu finally left in a hurry, after all, the office still has a lot of things to do, and it's rare to find some time to come over and say hello. It's really nostalgic, how long has it been since I came here to train? Standing on the training ground the size of 2 football fields on a summer night, I couldn't help but reminisce about the hard work and sweat I had shed on this land. Okay, you can ask me any questions, and if you don't have any questions, you can train by yourself. As soon as Xia Ye's words fell, Bao Hao Shengji didn't say hello, and walked directly into the distance. Of course, Xia Ye was not angry, Bao Hao Shengji was originally this character. Originally, he was forced to come to Summer Night because he couldn't find a place to train on the weekend, so he didn't want to listen to any guidance from Summer Night. Quote. You're not going to have a problem, right? How did you train before? Xia Ye and everyone stared at each other for a while, and then suddenly reacted, looking at the people who were still staring at him quietly in the same place, and said they were speechless. I just want to hear what good advice Summer Night has for us. Shanming Electric scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently, and everyone nodded in agreement, obviously all holding the same idea. Hey, I'm really a hard worker, I don't intervene much in personality development, it's up to me. After all, you have to suit your own fighting style, and if you put forward your own shortcomings, I'll see if you can give some advice. Okay, you guys come one by one. Xia Ye looked down at the ground and found that it was not very dirty, so he sat on the ground with his butt in motion for his classmates to sit down as well, and at the same time, the sound of explosion began to be heard in the distance as he trained his personality. I'll come first, I'll come first. Quote. Yi Yintu was the first to jump out, holding up her little hand to start her head, although everyone couldn't see her hand, but it could still be inferred from her swinging sleeves. I feel that my stealth personality is so inconvenient, every time I have to strip naked in front of others, people or girls, and they will be shy. Yi Yintu faced everyone's gaze, and his voice began to gradually lower, and in the end, it was like a mosquito and a fly, almost inaudible. I gave you a piece of clothing that can be invisible, you can wear it in the future, and it will be invisible with you. Although it was not a shortcoming that had to be made up, Xia Ye still took out a combat uniform from his inventory and handed it to Yi Yintu, which was the team uniform of the Invisible Woman in the Fantastic Four. But it's useless, after all, Yi Yintu's stealth is passive, which means that the clothes will always be invisible together, just giving Yi Yintu a psychological comfort, and it can't enhance her strength. Alright, next, I wonder if there's a way to make me shine more brightly on a summer night. Aoyama gracefully scalded his hair, walked in front of Xia Ye and kept posing in what he thought was very charming, completely oblivious to the blue tendons that erupted on Xia Ye's forehead. No, get out. When the summer night mentioned the green mountain, he threw it into the distance, drawing a perfect arc in the air. If you're all like this, it has nothing to do with training, hee. Summer Night's threatening words and the appearance of wanting to eat people, everyone couldn't help but shiver, and began to seriously think about what shortcomings they had to make up. Kegaia, let's continue training. Give it to you. Frog-blowing Mayu thought about it seriously, and felt that he might as well learn ninja skills with Thousand Emperor Kegaia first, so he invited Thousand Emperor Kegaia to leave together. I have no problems, I already know how to overcome my shortcomings. Because he often mixes with Xia Ye, his shortcomings and training methods Xia Ye has already talked to him, so naturally there is no problem. Chong Dark, what I taught you before was to exercise yourself more training for dark shadows and fear of light, and you have trained almost completely, now you can start the second stage of training. Xia Ye stopped Chong Dark and pointed to a cave on the rockery in the distance. You go there, practice how to control your dark shadow, as long as you can ensure that you will not run wild when you use your personality in the night, your strength will definitely have a greater leap. Chong Dark looked at the cave in the distance, hesitated to believe the words of the summer night, turned around and walked alone to the dark cave. After a while, from the cave, there was a suppressed roar of Chong secretly stepping on the yin, as if he was suffering some great pain, which made everyone secretly swallow their saliva and feel a little chilled. Ha ha ha, summer night, we don't seem to have anything to ask, so I won't bother you, let's go to training first. Everyone thought about it and found that it didn't seem to be too important, so they wanted to take the opportunity to get away. After all, it is their own personality that gets along day and night, where there are flaws and deficiencies, they still understand themselves, and the training in the past few days has been making up for these problems. Forget it, you guys go to training first. Summer Night originally wanted to stop them, but then I thought about it that there was no need, so I might as well give them advice and guide them during their training. Chapter 108. Do you have any questions about Midoriya? Just ask if you want to, there's nothing to be afraid of. Summer Night watched the students spread out to exercise their personalities, but found that Midoriya Izuku was still in the same place, and it seemed that there was something to ask during the period, but he didn't dare to ask. Perhaps it was the encouragement of the Summer Night, but Midoriya Izuku finally mustered up the courage to ask. Summer Night, why did you come to comfort me last time when Sendi-san-chan said that he had no personality? Do you know where my personality comes from? Do you know that it comes from? Midoriya Izuku remembers that Summer Night has inadvertently mentioned his power or something in front of him many times, and seems to know his personality very well, which makes Midoriya have a little guess. Xia Ye smiled when he heard this, looked up and looked around, and found that everyone was far away from here and was indulging in training, so he approached Midoriya Izuku and patted him on the shoulder. Oh, you said this, I know, isn't it just? Xia Ye stopped talking halfway through the sentence, raised his eyebrows at Midoriya Izuhisa, gave Midoriya a look that I knew, and walked over Midoriya towards the others. How do you know? Izuku Midoriya looked at the Summer Night with his back to him, couldn't help but be curious, and couldn't help but want to ask about the Summer Night, but was interrupted by the Summer Night. Don't be surprised, I have my own way. Summer Night turned around and smiled mysteriously at Midoriya Izuku, then turned around and left despite Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku wanted to catch up and ask for an explanation, but when he thought of Xia Ye's strange transformation personality, he was relieved, maybe that's why Xia Ye knew. Izuku Midoriya, who thought he had found the reason, was relieved that he didn't find that the Summer Night with his back to him. I almost couldn't explain it clearly, but fortunately, Lao Su was witty, and he flickered in the past in response to all changes. It seems that I am quite suitable for the profession of God Stick. Summer Night walked around the training ground, and found that everyone was working very hard to train themselves. Even the unreliable guy Tami seemed to be infected by the enthusiasm of other people, and he was also working hard. It seems that the expectations and enthusiasm for the sports festival are much greater than I expected. Xia Ye rubbed his chin to observe the classmates, and at the same time gave them some good advice, and after everyone followed Xia Ye's suggestions to improve, they found that it was really much better than their original training. Hey, Summer Night, why are you here? At the edge of the training ground, Xia Ye was watching the students train in full swing, when suddenly a surprised familiar voice came from behind him. On weekends, I brought my classmates here to train and prepare for the Shangying Sports Festival. Quote, when I looked at it on a summer night, it was Akaji and Yoshito, the newcomers to the office a few days ago. Wow. Are these Shangying students, compared to us when we first entered the school, they are really too strong, and they deserve to be Shangying. Quote, when Akaji heard Xia Ye's words, he stretched his neck and looked behind Xia Ye, and saw the people in the venue who were training selflessly, and his face was amazed. Especially when he saw the field after the bombing of the battlefield on the side of the explosion, his eyes were about to pop out, and Akaji felt that the strength of the explosive durian head had already made him, a formal professional hero, feel a sense of threat. Akaji shook his head to calm himself down. Is there still a Shangying Sports Festival to start again? It's a grand event, I really want to go to the scene to see it. Akaji, don't think about it, the Shangying Sports Festival will only invite famous professional heroes from all over the country, and we are still far away. Yoshito lifted his glasses, shattered Akaji's illusion with a blank face, and poured cold water on him. It's not okay to think about it, people still have to have dreams. Akaji stopped his fantasies and retorted to Yoshito. Why do you two have time to come over, isn't the office very busy lately? Xia Ye looked at the pair of enemies in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little funny, but he still asked Akaji curiously. The recent increase in crime has caused the hero office to be running at full capacity, and there shouldn't be much time for the heroes to sit idle, even if it's the two newcomers, Akaji and Yoshito. Hey, don't mention it, my predecessor encountered a crime on patrol yesterday, and was injured and hospitalized after fighting with the enemy, but fortunately it was a small injury, but it was just a matter of inconvenience. Now the office hasn't had time to arrange someone to come and take us, so we can't go out of the task, so we can only come here for training first. Akaji sighed as he spoke, and was a little worried about their leader's position. Since you guys have nothing to do now, then do me a favor. Xia Ye heard Akaji's complaints, and suddenly had an idea. How about helping me train my classmates? You also know that there's basically no actual combat experience in school, you can fight against them. Being a teacher, that's a good idea, I didn't expect that I would be able to teach Shangying students one day. Akaji's eyes began to light up when he heard Natsuya's request, and he kept moving his hands, looking very excited. Akaji, don't underestimate my classmates, be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Summer Night kindly reminded Akaji, who was eager to try, but saw that Akaji waved his hand indifferently. Okay, Summer Night. Except for the durian-headed guy over there, although the others have a lot of potential, I'm a real professional hero now. It's good if you're happy. Xia Ye rolled his eyes, and complained in his heart, I just think it's hanging to remind you, since you will be so confident, I'll wait for you to be slapped in the face. Okay, let's stop training, I have something to say. Summer Night took Akaji and Yoshido to the training ground, stopping everyone who was addicted to training and couldn't extricate themselves. HMPH, what do you have to say about Summer Night? I still have to continue training. Bao Hao Shengji, who was interrupted from training, looked unhappy, so he almost engraved a few words on his face that Uncle Ben was very busy and had no time to chat with you. Xia Ye ignored this durian head. Anyway, this thing couldn't say anything good in his mouth, he had long been used to it. Summer Night looked around at the people who had quieted down, and began to introduce Akaji and Yoshido to them. These two are the new professional heroes of my family's office, they have just graduated and their strength is not much stronger than you. Summer Night, what do you mean that our strength is not much stronger than them? We are official heroes. Hearing that Xia Ye seemed to have the intention of despising their strength, Akaji hurriedly retorted. The most lacking thing for you is actual combat experience, so the two of them will become your sparring opponents, and your task today is to fight them one-on-one. Due to the intervention of the Summer Night, most of the students did not get the opportunity to fight the enemy, and the actual battle was definitely worse than the original, so the actual combat against the enemy was indeed their weakness, and they had to make up for it. Hey, Summer Night, the more you talk about it, the more you go too far. With the strength of these students, can they fight me or Yoshido one-on-one? It's not fair to them, let's let them team up. Before Xia Ye finished speaking, Akaji came to Xia Ye to protest strongly, and flames began to emerge from his hands, jumping out a few feet high at once, showing his strength. In his opinion, these Shangyiang freshmen may be much stronger than the freshmen of other schools, and they are definitely not comparable to them, the real professional heroes. Hearing this, Xia Ye carefully looked at the flame in Akaji's hand, and finally changed his words, well, it's indeed a bit unfair. In this case, you all join forces and fight Akaji first. Quote, Summer Night suddenly felt that it was more important to educate this arrogant Akaji than to train his classmates. Okay. All the students replied in unison, even Bang Hao Shengji, who began to surround Akaji. Obviously, Akaji's arrogant words have offended the classmates present, and they are all gearing up, planning to teach him a lesson. Akaji couldn't help but change a little. A good man is hard to beat four hands, although he is a little confident in his own strength, but it is still a little difficult to face such a student, especially there are a few strength that can be done. By the way, you don't have to worry about anything, as long as you don't die, I have medicine. Summer Night, who was about to leave the battlefield, suddenly remembered something and turned around to remind him. Akaji will be fine. Yoshido, who was pulled out of the field by the Summer Night, lifted his glasses and was a little worried. Akaji, this guy lacks education, and it's better to be injured now than to die later. My classmates are measured. Summer Night waved her hand indifferently, indicating that it didn't matter. Quote. Quote. Yoshido thought about it, and it was the same reason. As Akaji's sworn friend, Yoshido naturally knew the shortcomings of his friend's arrogance. Looking at the battle in the field on a summer night, I have to say that Akaji is worthy of being a professional hero who graduated from a masterpiece high school, and he has a bit of strength, and he can actually support it for a while under the siege of so many people before he is beaten down. These students are really a bit strong, are shonging out of monsters. On the contrary to the summer night, Yoshido felt that the time for the students to defeat Akaji was too fast, although he had expected that Akaji might be planted, but he didn't expect it to be planted so quickly, and not all the students took action. Summer Night came to the battlefield that had ended, squatted beside Akaji, who had a blue nose and swollen face, and smiled. How is it, Akaji, have you learned a lesson? Woji is messing with, I know it's wrong. Akaji lay on the ground and kept inhaling cold air, and the pain made him grin in pain. Is that still underestimating my classmates? Buggin, don't dare. When Xia Ye got the answer, he took out a few potions and poured them on Akaji, and after a while, Akaji was alive again. Okay, then let's divide into groups and start actual combat training. In the evening, a group of teenagers and girls were saying goodbye to each other in front of the Angry Flame Hero's office, and went home in 2s and 3s. I learned a lot from today's training, and I feel like I suddenly have confidence in the sports festival. Yes, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger and learned a lot of fighting skills. Is that how professional heroes fight? I didn't come in vain today. The setting sun shone obliquely on this group of young people and girls, and several slender shadows stretched on the ground. I said, are you so tired? Aren't you professional heroes? I can't stand it. In the office, Summer Night looked at Akaji and Yoshido, who were lying on the sofa as soon as they entered the room. What do you mean by that? You Shongyiang students are all demons, why can every freshman be so strong? Training with them today is more tiring than my all-night patrol. Akaji waved his hand weakly, even the red hair on his head felt a lot darker, and Yoshido didn't want to talk at all, obviously today's sparring partner tossed them up. Sneer. Then you will continue to do it next week. Summer Night covers her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud and asks them about their plans for next week. No, we should have a new senior next week. Let's go first. Akaji and the two of them jumped up from the sofa as if they had been stepped on by the tail, and then slipped away, and the laughter of the Summer Night came from behind them. Chapter 109. Although there was an enemy invasion, a class is a class, so let's start rescue training in earnest. At the USJ disaster training ground of Shangying High School, Space Hero 13, who was still wearing a space suit, raised his hand and announced today's course training to everyone wearing combat uniforms. Has this place been restored so quickly? It's amazing. The students looked at the disaster training ground that had been restored to its original state, and they couldn't believe it. There was no trace of the enemy invasion that had been reborn a few days ago. Summer Night can't help but sigh that Shangying's building ability can, not only Shangying, in fact, it can be repaired quite quickly after the enemy destruction incident occurs in other places. After all, everyone has a personality to assist, and it's no wonder that the construction company of the Leary Mikako family is going out of business. Anyway, let's start quickly, enough time has been wasted. Aizawa Shota is still dressed in black clothes that have not been washed for hundreds of years, and his cloak is sloppy, like a beggar. Aizawa Shota won't just have this set of clothes, it seems that he has never seen him change his clothes. Xia Ye complained in his heart, if he didn't know someone, he probably wouldn't believe that this person would be Shangying's teacher. Aizawa-sensei. Just as Aizawa Shota and Space Hero number 13 turned around and planned to enter the arena with their classmates, Izuku Midoriya suddenly chased after him 2 steps, looking nervous and curious. I also saw teacher number 13 and teacher Aizawa and Olmut coming before. What's wrong with Olmut? Midoriya Izuku is worthy of being a die-hard fan of Olmut's disciple, and Olmut's absence from class instantly attracted Midoriya's attention, and he began to ask without hesitation, and no one else noticed this matter, or noticed it and didn't ask. After all, Olmut's whereabouts were not something they could find casually. I don't know, that kind of person doesn't have to worry about him, Aizawa said casually, and continued to lead the team to lead the students into the arena without looking back. Why, is there a contradiction between Aizawa-sensei and Olmut? Izuku Midoriya froze in place in confusion, guessing wildly in his head, and finally shook his messy head, stopped thinking, and quickened his pace to catch up with everyone. After a while, everyone came to a mountain area of artificial buildings. Then first of all, mountain rescue training. Space Hero 13 stood on the edge of a cliff and began to announce the content of the training. 3 climbers accidentally fell into the valley, one of them suffered a violent blow to the brain and fell unconscious, and the other 2 suffered leg fractures and could not move and were calling for help. It's amazing, in such a deep valley, those 2 people actually only broke their legs. Shanming Electric and Kurijima Rui Erlang moved their feet to the edge of the cliff, lying on the ground and staring down cautiously, feeling dizzy, and their fear of heights was about to be committed. Maybe it's the same personality as you in Kurijima, so I'm only a little hurt so deeply. Summer Night also came over and looked down, and the bottomless abyss was dark, as if swallowing the light. When you are staring at the abyss is also staring at you. Quote, Summer Night, Shanming, what are you doing on Kirishima? This is an urgent situation. On a summer night, when the 3 of them were still discussing the height of the cliff and the personality of the victims, Iida Tenya was already in the play, and suddenly rushed over, stopped on the edge of the cliff with a sudden break, and leaned down deeply and lay on the ground and shouted to the abyss, "Are you okay? Don't worry, I will definitely save you." Iida Tenya put his hand to his ear as he spoke, as if waiting for a response from the victims under the cliff. I said you're too excited, there's no one down there yet. The 3 of them looked at the drama spirit in front of them with a black line on their faces. However, everyone seems to have been infected by Iida Tenya, and they are all starting to boil with enthusiasm, and they are ready to make a big appearance. Midoritani, in particular, suddenly felt the burden of responsibility on his shoulders become heavier, clenched his fists and made up his mind to live up to the power that Armut had passed on to him. Then the injured ones are the 3 I randomly selected. We turned out to be the rescued party. Space Hero number 13 waved his hand and designated Iida Maya, Midoriya Izuhisa and Raihai Mikako, which made the 3 people who were still in the blood stunned all of a sudden. Then the rescuer is Summer Night, Banghao, Boom, Chong Dark, you 4, you can use the rescue tools over there. Aizawa didn't know what Anne's thoughts were, so he actually assigned the strongest combat power in the class to a group. Why, I want to save the waste for a long time, and I have to swim with the bird on a summer night. Bursting Katsumi kept twitching his brow, trying to suppress his anger, and finally exploded. As if I wanted to be in a group with you, you're not a beauty. Mr. Aizawa, I strongly request that this dragging durian head be replaced with 8,000,000 or 1,000 Emperor Kazuya girls. Men and women are not tired of working together. Xia Ye shrugged his shoulders at Hiroshi Katsumi, and disgustedly suggested that Aizawa Shota change his candidate. Bastard, who do you say is dragging his feet? Bursting Hao Shengji exploded all of a sudden, opening his palm and flashing sparks. He was about to rush up and theorize with Summer Night. You 2 are enough. If you continue to quarrel like this, I will judge your group to failure. Aizawa rubbed his head helplessly. Really can't he put these 2 together? Okay, then which of us will go down? Hearing Aizawa's words, Xia Ye still didn't care about it in general with Bang Hao, and it was okay to make a joke appropriately, and Xia Ye turned his head to ask about Chong secretly stepping on the shade and banging on the scorch. HMPH, you don't need to go down at all, just blow up the valley. Bao Hao Sheng stretched out his palm that was constantly bursting with flames, and smiled fiercely. It's really a way to think of Bang Hao, it's not a normal person's way at all. The students who didn't participate for the time being complained about the crazy idea of Bang Hao winning himself. Hey, I have a lot of ways to get them up without going down. However, Contact with the injured first is the first priority, and many people will fall into a state of extreme panic in desperate circumstances, so comfort the injured before rescuing them. Xia Ye began to narrate the method of rescuing the injured to everyone with a serious face, without the slightest appearance of hanging a child just now. Forget it, it's enough time to waste, you can't make the people below wait too long, so I'll go down. Summer Night slowly walked to the side of the cliff, jumped in the surprised eyes of everyone, spread his limbs and fell vertically towards the bottom of the cliff. Listening to the strong wind in his ears, Xia Ye saw that he was about to reach the bottom, and the chicken-shaped runes flashed in Xia Ye's eyes, and he floated steadily in the air. Summer Night, Izuku Midoriya and Iida Amaya were obviously stunned by the way Summer Night appeared, and when they saw Summer Night fall from the top of the cliff just now, everyone was almost scared to death. Hey, when did you come down on a summer night? Raihi Ochako, who pretended to be a comatose injured person with her eyes closed, heard the words of Midoriya and Iida, and opened her eyes to look at the Summer Night that suddenly appeared, and was very puzzled. Okay, don't struggle, let's get ready to go up. As soon as Xia Ye finished speaking, the three of Midoriya and Izuku felt that they were supported by an invisible force, and began to rise slowly, and return to the top of the cliff after a while. Is this cheating? Did Summer Night save people so quickly? The students who watched said that Summer Night was completely cheating, and even the other teammates didn't do anything. Why complicate things that can be solved immediately? Do I need to have a fireworks signal before I save people? Xia Ye gently put the three of Midoriya and Izuku on the ground, and turned his head to ridicule Haokatsuji, causing Haokatsuji to grit his teeth for a while. His eyes were on fire. If it wasn't for Aizawa Shota's presence, he was afraid that he would have rushed up directly to fight with Xia Ye. Okay, change to the next group, Aizawa quickly interjected, signaling that he was still training. Soon, everyone made full use of their personalities and teamwork to complete the disaster rescue training. From the first rescue, everyone did a great job. Space Hero number 13 looked at the students in front of him and applauded, and paused. The rescue studio and the work of time fighting, everyone still has a lot to improve, that is, everyone still has a lot of room for improvement. I feel like I can't make any progress. The students breathed a sigh of relief, and it was finally over. Don't let up, everyone, the course continues, Aizawa said silently, making everyone nervous again. Next is the collapse area, because this is your first rescue work, so let you experience all kinds of situations. Space Hero 13 took everyone to a building block in the training ground, which is no different from the real urban area except for the dilapidated and uninhabited. The rescue work in the collapsed area is not knowing the location and number of the injured, and the training of rescuing the injured as much as possible in the city after the earthquake. By the time limit of 8 minutes, a group of 4 people will carry out a rescue operation, and the remaining 16 students will choose their favorite places to hide and wait for rescue, but 8 of them cannot make a cry for help, and these 8 students will be designated by me. As this training or hide and seek, Summer Night rolled her eyes, extremely speechless for this training. Ah, isn't this just hide and seek? The pink girl Ashido-sana raised her hand excitedly, saying the complaint in Xia Ye's heart, and it seemed that she was looking forward to this training. Not only Ashido-sana, but the other students also seemed to be enthusiastic about this training, and they probably all regarded this training as a game. In short, it's a lot like hide and seek. Then the first foursome is the 4 of you. Space Hero number 13 directly designated 4 people, Katsumi Blasto, Izuhisa Midoriya, Minoru Mizuta and Riri Mikako, as search and rescue teams. Why do I want to act with Cuckoo? In the midst of the anger of the explosion, Xia Ye and the others began to disperse one after another, and began to find a suitable hiding place. Chapter 110. I didn't expect such a big person to play peek-a-boo. Separated from everyone else, the Summer Night leisurely walked into a building that looked fairly intact, and walked slowly to the rooftop. Who was there? Xia Ye had just walked into the rooftop, and suddenly felt that he was following someone, and turned back vigilantly to ask. Stepping on the footsteps, listening to this footstep seems to be owned by a tall person, it should not be a classmate. Gradually, as the footsteps approached, a tall and burly black shadow began to emerge from the shadow of the building, and his face was still wearing a hideous hood that was not worn by a serious person at first glance. The enemy is very strong, a little frighteningly strong. This person who suddenly appeared, the dangerous aura emanating from his body, made Xia Ye feel a little frightened. When was Shongying invaded again? Stop. Just when Summer Night was about to equip the character card to make the first move, the muscular man in front of him suddenly made a pause gesture. It's me, Summer Night boy. Armit, what are you? You're also an assessment. Faced with this familiar voice and title, Summer Night was a little unexpected, but she immediately understood. The students all thought that the invasion of the enemy alliance was just an accident, an accidental event that would only happen in a probability of a few thousand or even tens of thousands. This is not the case. There are countless dangers waiting for you as heroes, and I hope they are aware of this. Armit said as he took off his hood and began to take care of the Summer Night. So can you do me a favor? How about you pretend to be captured by me? If I refuse, I will not be captured by the enemy. Forehead. Originally, Armit thought that Summer Night would be persuaded by himself, but in the class, he was most optimistic about Summer Night, not only because Summer Night was strong, but also because he had real experience against the enemy and knew the dangers that real professional heroes would face. However, Armit didn't expect that Summer Night would refuse seriously, and he didn't know what to say for a while. So please take me with you, I want to be with me, too. The corners of Summer Night's mouth suddenly hooked up with a playful evil smile, asking to join Armit as an enemy. Okay. Armit wanted to refuse, but when he looked at Summer Knight's eyes that were about to make trouble, he knew that he couldn't stop Summer Knight's commotion. For our troubles, the test can go a little smoother. Armit, you go and get rid of the scorching jelly. I'll take care of the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and Chong Dark. I believe they are still willing to cooperate with us. Now that he has joined the side of the enemy and Armit, it is natural to ensure the smooth progress of the plan. Boom Scorching Jelly and Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and Chong Dark Treading Yin are not as easy to deceive as others, and they may be seen to have some flaws. And they have long been aware of facing the enemy, and they don't need any tests. Of course, there is another sentence that has not been said on a summer night, that is, after this test is over, it will definitely cause everyone's dissatisfaction, and now it is better to pull a few more into the water, and then it can attract and share the firepower of everyone's anger. Spotting Hibiki incense, Raihi Ochako uses her weightless personality to float the car on the road and finds an injured person. I thought I wouldn't be found. Lang Shong was full of helplessness, and got up from the ground where he was lying on his stomach. At this time, an anxious and frightened voice came from the distance, and the two looked for their reputation, and found Iida Tenya running towards them with a panicked face. Why, isn't he the one who should be rescued? Hibiki and Raihi Okako glanced at each other, wondering about Iida Tenya who ran out. Be careful. Before Hibiki and Raihi Mikako could figure it out, Iida Tenya threw the two of them to the ground with a pounce, and at the same time, a huge explosion shook behind him, stirring up dust in the sky. What's wrong? Hibiki and Raihi Oka got up from the ground, some of them unable to react to what was happening. Iida Tenya's face was solemn. It's an enemy. A tall black figure slowly walked out of the dust, still carrying a figure in his hand, as if he had passed out. What's going to happen here? Did you hide it before? Hibiki and Riri Ochako guessed that the enemy had come out of the dust, and their true bodies appeared in front of them. How do you say? Even such a strong bomb. Enemies. Really fake. Other students also arrived, looking at the enemy and the unconscious and captured Bang Jiao in disbelief. Hey, such a big movement. Why didn't the Summer Night, Kagaya and Chong Dark come over? Is it? 8,000,000 noticed that the number of students present was wrong, and after a closer look, there were a few people with the strongest combat power in the class. No, Summer Night is so strong, it's impossible to lose. Was reminded by 8,000,000, and other classmates also found that there was no Summer Night in others. You mean the black-haired imp? He has been solved by my sneak attack, but I have seen the strength of that imp, so naturally I have to solve it first, and by the way, I also solved the other two. The burly enemy gave them an explanation, which instantly made the students lose confidence in the battle and stay on the spot at a loss. Although this enemy said that his sneak attack was successful, it was enough to solve the powerful Summer Night to show that his strength should not be underestimated. Inform the teacher. The students were stunned for a while and then reacted, and immediately wanted to send someone to inform the teacher to deal with it. Such a situation was not something that their students could handle. What's going on? How is there still an enemy? When the student who asked for help, Obai Apefu, arrived at Aizawa Shota, he found that Space Hero 13 was lying on the ground and didn't know what the situation was, and seemed to be unconscious. And Aizawa Shota is fighting with a black-haired boy in white, and the battle is very fierce, making it difficult for people to intervene. Teacher, wake up, are you alright? The tail white ape husband bypassed Aizawa's battlefield and came to Space Hero 13 to pick him up, trying to wake him up. Quote. By the enemy. Sneak attack, hurry up and let. Evacuation of students. Space Hero 13 woke up, commanded the tailed white ape man in a very weak tone, and then passed out again. The tailed white ape man looked at number 13 on the ground at a loss, and turned his head to look at the fierce battle of Aizawa Shota, and with a bite of his teeth, he took number 13 on his back and evacuated, preparing to go to meet his classmates first. However, what the tail white ape man who left did not expect was that as soon as he left with his front foot, the battle on Aizawa's side stopped. Summer Night, now that our side has been arranged, without the support of our teachers, the test of the students has begun. Aizawa stopped and looked at the battlefield of the students in the distance, and Armit had already begun to test the students. That's right, it was the transformed Summer Night that fought with Aizawa Shota, and in fact, Space Hero 13 was just pretending to be injured, all of which was just to let the students cut off the idea of teacher support and conduct an independent combat test. Chapter 111. Since Teacher Armit has begun to test the students, then we can't be idle. After all, you are also a teacher, and I am also a student. The corners of Xia Ye's mouth were hooked, and the words he said made Aizawa Shota have a bad feeling. What do you mean? Summer Night, I've long heard that the physical skills of eliminating the hero Aizawa teacher are also a must. I'm not bored with acting just now. It's better to instruct the student now. I'm also a master of individual art now. Summer Night is dressed in white, with long hair in a bun behind him, a swastika on his forehead, and a pair of white eyes without black pupils that make people feel worried. Character card, Hinata Ninji Shinobi. A member of the Hyuga clan of the famous family of Konoha village in the Hokage world, the son of Hinata and the cousin of Hinata. The genius known as the Hyuga clan, although he was limited by the Zong family to the ability of his blood inheritance limit white eyes, but he inherited the Bagua palm and other physical techniques that the Zong family could only use with his talent. After losing to Naruto in the middle ninja exam, his perception of fate has changed, and he no longer thinks that fate cannot be changed. Skill. Soft Fist Method 64 palms of Bagua Palm, 128 palms of Bagua Palm, Huishin. Closing parenthesis. Ding, release the task teacher, the blue is better than the blue, and the ice water is cold than the water. Defeat Aizawa and reward 300 otaku points. Let's talk about it first. Don't use it to eliminate personality. After saying that, Xia Ye lowered his body and rushed towards Aizawa Shota, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Aizawa Shota. Bang, the two fists collided, and the huge force rebounded and the two jumped back to unload. Mr. Aizawa looks thin, and his strength is really not small. Summer Knight also slid on the ground for a distance. Because of his physical skills this time, he only used Hinata Ningji's character card, and did not use other items, so he was actually inferior to Aizawa Shota in terms of strength. However, my attack is not so simple. White eyes open. The blood vessels around the eyes suddenly burst out on a Summer Knight, making people feel a little hideous. I obviously blocked Xia Ye's fist, but there was actually a trace of dark power in his hand that penetrated and directly attacked my body. Aizawa slowed down the chi that didn't come up at once, and looked at Xia Ye, who rushed up again and frowned. Since this is the case, then. The bandage prop that Aizawa had wrapped around his neck began to levitate out of thin air, waving and wandering around him, nimbly shooting towards Natsuya like a tentacle, trying to stop Natsuya for a moment. Boom, obviously felt like a flexible and soft bandage like a strip of cloth, but it was as hard and sharp as steel, and it easily plunged under the concrete road without any obstacles, but it did not attack the real target. Xia Ye jumped to dodge the moment of the bandage attack, and even rushed up on it with the help of the bandage, and threw out several kunai shuriken one after another to pull the interference, and after a while, he approached Aizawa again. Shoutai. Aizawa Shoutai's mind moved, and the remaining bandages around him danced wildly, flying the kunai shuriken that broke through the air, and weaved a net-like offensive towards the Summer Knight, and even the bandages that pierced into the ground began to turn back and stab towards the Summer Knight silently. Under the all-round perception of the white eye, Aizawa Shoutai's hidden attack did not escape the eyes of the Summer Knight. In the face of this overwhelming bandage, a trace of inexplicable light flashed in the white eyes of the Summer Knight, and he shouted coldly, "Back to the sky." Summer Knight's whole person began to spin at high speed like a spinning top, and the light blue chakra gushed out from various acupuncture points all over his body, covering the surface of his body, and the figure of Summer Knight disappeared in a rotating blue sphere, and actually knocked out the bandage that stabbed him. Not good. Aizawa Shoutai's pupils shrank suddenly, and the powerful force of the Summer Knight flying bandage even pulled himself, and his body was torn off balance by the bandage, and he hurriedly planned to control the bandage that was flying out of the collapse to roll back, intending to wrap around the Summer Knight, and by the way, he could stabilize his body. Xia Ye didn't let go of such a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the bandage hadn't had time to return, he untied the state of returning to the sky, approached Aizawa Shoutai, and put out the signature action of the Hyuga clan with both hands, Bagua 64 palms. A gossip was faintly flashing on the ground, and Aizawa Shoutai, who had fallen into the range of the soft fist's attack, could no longer escape. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms. Bagua 64 palms. With the cold drink of the Summer Knight, the waving hands palm after palm, quickly hit the Aizawa Shoutai in front of him, who was powerless to return to the sky, and one after another chakra followed the Summer Knight's fingertips to slam through the large and small acupoints of the opponent's body. Bang! With the blast of the last palm of the Summer Knight, all the attacks poured on the other party suddenly began to erupt, and Aizawa Shoutai's whole person was knocked out by the volley, falling on the ground not far away, stirring up dust. Ahem, cough, cough. I admit defeat and you win. Aizawa, who fell to the ground, got up with too much difficulty. His face was pale, the corners of his mouth were bloodshot, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times, and opened his mouth to admit defeat. Ding, complete the quest teacher, reward the otaku value of 300 inches. Okay, don't hold it up, I'll hit it with this gossip palm, even if I keep some strength, you'll already be injured internally. Summer Knight came to Aizawa Shoutai's side, took out a few bottles of small red medicine and poured it into him. Aizawa Shoutai's originally pale and colorless face quickly began to flush. I'm so sorry, I didn't keep my hand when I was fighting, I believe Mr. Aizawa shouldn't blame me. Xia Ye swallowed a word. Aizawa Shoutai closed his mouth. What can he say? It is not a glorious thing to be defeated by his own students, I hope no one will see it. Summer Knight-kun, the test on Armit's side seems to be almost over, shall we pass? Afraid of something, a female voice came from the building next to it, and it was 1,000 emperors and knights. When did you come? In Aizawa's surprised eyes, 1,000 Emperor Kapea and Chongdian jumped directly from the upstairs, and landed firmly on the ground with a few strokes of strength outside the building. We came here with Xia Yejin at the beginning, but we didn't show up, so we hid upstairs and didn't come down. The corners of Qiandi Wie's mouth explained with an inexplicable smile, making Aizawa Shao too silent. Black history. Okay, let's go over and say hello to the other students. Well, congratulations on beating Ulmit. Although Armit's side is not completely over yet, Summer Knight knows that Armit will definitely lose on purpose, so as to encourage the students. After all, it is just a test of the students' heroic consciousness. Otherwise, don't say that it will blow up Hao Sheng's own students, even if it is scorched. Qiandi Wie and Chong Dark Treading Yin join, together with other classmates, can't win. Maybe Xia Ye joins but has the possibility of winning. Chapter 112, When Xia Ye and the others rushed to the edge of the battlefield, the battle was just over. Tut tut, Uncle U's destructive power, I'm afraid that teacher number 13 is going to cry. On a summer night, a few people were surprised to see the earth-shaking changes in the field. All the buildings in the original urban street-like venue had collapsed, especially the center of the battlefield had been razed to the ground. Olmec, the enemy, who had been fighting hard for a long time suddenly became armed, and everyone was undoubtedly confused. Aha, actually, I wanted to take this rescue training in the event of an enemy alliance as a surprise. The nervous Armid didn't notice the gloomy expressions of his classmates at all, and continued to explain as if he was about to be in trouble. Look, didn't that just happen before? Ah, but everyone is much better than I thought, and it's really British. Huh, Armid finally noticed that something was wrong around him, and looked at the students who were surrounded by him with terrible eyes, and Armid couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. I always feel. I'm sorry everyone, it's too much, Olmec, no matter what, you have to have a degree. Everyone exploded at once as if they were being ignited with a barrel of dynamite in the line of fire, especially the boys who burst Hao Shengji, who excitedly stepped forward one by one to punch and kick the trapped Olmec, venting their dissatisfaction. Boom, teacher no. 13 inches Izuku Madoratani noticed that Boom Scorch, who was pretending to be unconscious, and Space Hero number 13 had woken up. It was a summer night. Kagaya, Tsunami and Aizawa Sensei, they were okay too, great. At this time, 8 Million Bai also noticed Xia Ye and the others standing in the ruins on the edge of the battlefield, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then as if he remembered something, he twisted his head and sulked. So you guys are all complicit in this like surprise. The classmates began to condemn the immoral behavior of Xia Ye and the others, and actually helped Olmec deceive them. Right, ha ha ha. How is it possible? We are also forced. They are teachers, we are just students, and of course we can't disobey what they order. Summer Night hurriedly covered his scorched mouth, and then threw the pot on Olmec and their teacher, causing everyone present to roll their eyes. They will believe this to anyone, but you can't believe it when you say it to the lawless troublemaker of the Summer Night. It's too much, Olmec. Everyone no longer said anything to the thick-skinned Summer Night. He wouldn't listen to anything anyway, he would still do something next time. Everyone already knew a lot about Summer Night's temperament, and turned their heads to continue to condemn Olmec. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The fierce man of Armit shed tears and kept aggrieved and apologized to everyone. But it's also true that Izuku Madoratani's finger was injured, so is it inappropriate to be a school administrator about this? Iida shook his glasses frantically and asked Olmec seriously. Oh, I'm fine, I drank the potion that Summer Night just gave me, and I'm fine. Midoriya Izuhisa had just taken the potion of the Summer Night, and as soon as he heard what Iida Tenya said, he quickly drank the potion, endured the pain that the medicine had not yet worked, and saved Olmec, who really deserved to be a die-hard fan of Olmec. Bye. Why are you unhappy? Won't you still be angry that we and Armit lied to you? Summer Night found that 8,000,000 people could hang soy sauce bottles, and from time to time a resentful look floated over, and hurried over to comfort him. Then why did you tell Kagaya and not tell me? Quote, 8,000,000 puffed out his mouth and looked like I was angry, and turned his head again to show that he didn't want to pay attention to Summer Night. Didn't I just bump into it, or I would have come to find you. Don't be angry, it's going to be unsightly. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that he can't tell the truth at this time, and if he deliberately went to find Kagaya, I'm afraid I won't be able to live in peace today. HMPH, then I'll believe you once and forgive you. 8,000,000 didn't know if they really believed it, and finally looked back at the Summer Night. Summer Night, don't forget what you promised me, you will be a guest at my house tonight. Just when Xia Ye was relieved that he had successfully extinguished the fire, the voice of Thousand Emperor Wei suddenly came from behind him, and he immediately let Xia Ye know that something was going to happen. HMPH, 100, sure enough, 8,000,001 listened to Thousand Emperor Wei's words, puffed up his mouth again, and didn't even have a chance to explain to Xia Ye, so he turned around and left directly. I said Kagaya, it's really time for you to come. Xia Ye smiled bitterly at the Thousand Emperor Wei who was blocking him, very helpless. Did I do something wrong? Originally, as a condition for doing things together, Xia Yejin agreed. Thousand Emperor Kazuya looked at Xia Ye innocently, as if he didn't know what was going on. It's okay, I feel like I've got internal injuries and I want to go to the infirmary to be quiet. Kagaya, why did you suddenly remember to invite me to your house today? Xia Ye sat in the car of Qiandi Wei's house, and felt uncomfortable in the face of the strange eyes cast by the driver in the front row from time to time. It's nothing, it's my birthday, so I want to invite Xia Ye-kun to my birthday party. Qiandi Wei drank the black tea in his hand lightly in the night breeze, but the words he said made Xia Ye not calm. What, today is your birthday? Xia Ye originally thought that it was just 1,000 emperors who invited her to her house as a guest, who knew that it was a birthday party. Wouldn't that mean that her parents and elders would be present? It's okay, the Summer Night gentleman is the best birthday present when he arrives. The corners of Qiandi Wei's mouth raised a trace of arc, with a smile in his eyes, and he looked at the distressed and dazed Xia Ye with great interest. At that time, there will be a lot of military people at the banquet. I can introduce it to Xia Yejin, it should be of great help to you. Don't worry, the gift is indispensable, guaranteed to surprise you. Summer Night, who was looking for something in his inventory, confidently assured Thousand Emperors Kagaya, and then continued to look for a suitable gift that he could get his hands on. Miss, we're home. The driver stopped the car, quickly got out of the car before the 1,000 emperors and summer knights, and respectfully opened the door for them. Wow, Kagaya, your house is so big and beautiful. Xia Ye looked at the villa area in front of him with red eyes, feeling envious. A private garden larger than the entire neighborhood of Summer Knight's house, with occasional tarmacs for landing planes. The world of rich people is unimaginable. There's still some time before the banquet starts, why don't I accompany Xia Yejin to visit my private research room? Qiandi Wie's words made the eyes of the driver on the side almost pop out. The eldest lady's scientific and technological equipment research room except for the researchers. No one else can enter, even the lord and the lady have not been in a few times, and now they actually take the initiative to invite this kid to visit. Woo woo, sir, madam, the eldest lady is going to be abducted. Chapter 113. Arrived. Entering the labyrinthine garden, 1,000 Emperors Wei Yi turned left and right and led Xia Ye to a fountain of a mermaid statue. Summer Knight looked left and right in confusion, looking for any nearby buildings, but found nothing, with a confused expression. Where, isn't this a fountain? Qiandi Wei smiled and didn't speak, just silently stepped on the stones in the fountain pool to come to the statue, turned the bottle in the mermaid's hand, and heard a click, and a mobile phone-sized instrument slowly rose in the pool. Please verify your password. The instrument emitted a mechanical female voice, and the camera in front of it also emitted a burst of red light, which seemed to be scanning the 1,000 Emperors Kagaya. 1,000 Emperors are glory, 1,000 Emperor Kagaya said the order while putting his palm on the instrument. The password, image, fingerprint, and blood type are verified. Welcome back, Supreme Authority Your Excellency 1,000 Emperors Knight. The instrument emitted a burst of green light, and I saw that the mermaid statue began to rise, revealing a metal cylinder, and after a snort sound, a door was actually opened, and a small room the size of 2 or 3 people appeared. Here's my private lab. 1,000 Emperor Wei Yi walked into the small room, turned around and beckoned to Xia Ye, signaling him to come over. With a barely perceptible light shake, the 1,000 Emperor Wei Yi and Xia Ye who were standing in the small room actually began to sink slowly, and it was an elevator. You're hiding this place so hidden, do you have to be so cautious in your own home? Although the elevator descended very smoothly, Xia Ye still keenly sensed that the elevator was descending very quickly, and it fell nearly 100 meters in just a few moments. After all, my lab is full of top scientists, so this is to protect them. Qiandi Wei didn't know what he was operating in the elevator, and then asked Xia Ye to stand over. I've raised Xia Yejin's authority to the highest, you can come and scan it and enter the password. Huh, what are you giving me permission for? I don't come to your house often. Xia Ye originally wanted to refuse, but was directly dragged by Qiandi Wei, and could only helplessly scan and set the password. At the same time that Xia Ye completed the permission setting, the elevator also reached the bottom, and with the opening of the elevator door, a large research room full of science and technology style appeared in front of Xia Ye's eyes. In a research room the size of a football field, researchers in white coats who are constantly busy coming and going, and an unknown lighting device hanging in the sky several stories high, does not feel like being hundreds of meters underground at all. Hello miss. Boss is good. When 1,000 Emperors Kamiya led the Summer Night to visit and wander around, the researchers along the way would try their best to stop their research, salute Kagaya, and cast a puzzled and curious look at the Summer Night, who was wearing a Shangdiang school uniform behind him. Who's that? Is that a new researcher? Are you confused about your design data? Didn't you see him wearing the same school uniform as the eldest lady? He must be the eldest lady's classmate. You're confused. A student can be brought into such an important place by the boss as us. I know, the one who can be brought here by the eldest lady must be our uncle. Although Xia Ye, who followed the 1,000 Emperor Wei Knight, walked past, his keen ears could still faintly hear the discussion of the researchers behind, especially the last voice, which made Xia Ye not catch his breath and coughed. Ahem, where did your researcher move? It's very that. What? 1,000 Emperor Wei turned his head and looked at the Summer Night suspiciously. It's okay, you're a researcher. Wow, wasn't that the green goblin skateboard I gave you? You made it. Xia Ye hurriedly waved his hand, changed the topic, rushed to the front booth and leaned on the glass to exclaim, but he didn't notice that the tips of Qiandi Wei's ears were also red, and he glared fiercely at the researchers who were still talking about gossip, obviously hearing their discussions. Did you give this drawing to the boss? That's a great design. Can I know who his inventor is? I really admire him. Xia Ye's words seemed to attract the attention of a researcher next to him, and he rushed to Xia Ye with a quick walk, but Xia Ye didn't react, so he grabbed his hands and asked. It was given to me by a gentleman named Norman Osborne. Xia Ye was extremely speechless and withdrew his hand. Whether this person was a researcher or a combatant, it hurt Xia Ye. Then can I meet him? Please introduce him to me. The researcher didn't notice the ugly face of the Summer Night, and still spoke to himself. What? I'm afraid I can't do this, he's not in this world. Summer Night doesn't know what to say. Do you want to go to the Marvel world to find him, right? That's a pity, it's really jealous. Did such a great inventor leave this world like this? The researcher thought that Xia Ye was not in this world when he said that he was dead, and he beat his chest and feet in place, and suddenly became sad and angry. Shish. While the researcher was indulging in pain, Xia Ye hurriedly slipped away and dared to stop when he was far away. Pretty much, but do you want the green goblin skateboarder Summer Night? If you want me, I'll ask someone to make one more, well, two. Bring a piece for Xiao Liuhua, she should like this toy. Qiandi Wei's understatement and casual words made Xia Ye not know what to say, Xiandi really deserves to be one of the best groups, with deep pockets. Such a high-tech thing as a green goblin skateboard actually used it as a toy for his sister. The green goblin skateboard can carry people through the air at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, can carry a weight of less than a ton, and has a blade extending from the front end. In addition, it carries 12 rounds of miniature air-to-surface missiles, 5,000 rounds of miniature machine guns and ammunition, as well as lighting equipment and flamethrower equipment, as well as the function of detonating the target when necessary. The bottom surface can also release invisible tracking bullets. If the user leaves or jumps out of the skateboard, the green light on the skateboard will immediately turn into a red light, and then it will follow the user all the way. If it is used by others, the skateboard will activate the anti-theft mode, become uncontrollable, and drop others off the skateboard. If it weren't for the fact that the cost was too high to be popularized, once the army was equipped with a large number of green goblin skateboards, I am afraid it would be able to sweep. Hey, I was supposed to be here to celebrate your birthday, but you gave me something. It looks like I'm going to bleed once today. Summer Knight naturally won't refuse such a cool technology product as the Green Goblin skateboard, and Summer Knight has already found a super powerful gift to be given to Xiandi Ye as a birthday gift. Oh, by the way, Xia Ye-kun, I'm afraid it will be difficult to study the blueprint of the mecha energy pack you gave us in a short period of time. The technology content in it is too high. My researchers need to study it carefully. Thousand Emperor Wei suddenly remembered something, and looked at Xia Ye with an apologetic expression, for fear that he would blame. It's okay, I still have some spare, don't worry, you can just take your time. Summer Knight while visiting, while casually waving his hand. I've recently drawn a lot of good things, and I've added a lot of whole cards, so the demand for mecha is not so eager. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 114. Summer Knight-kun, the banquet is about to start. Do you need me to help you prepare a banquet dress? When Summer Knight and Thousand Emperors come out of the research room, the birthday party is about to begin. No, have you forgotten what kind of personality I have? It's easy for me to change into the right clothes. Summer Knight changed. A black suit dress replaced the school uniform and wore it on him. Even the hairstyle has changed a lot, and then equipped with a role card of an aristocratic character, a noble temperament exudes from the inside out, which is perfect. Then let's go to the banquet to rest first. I may need a lot of time to change my clothes, and I'll come to you when I'm done. Thousand Emperor Kagaya carefully looked at the Summer Knight's outfit, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to leave to prepare to change clothes. After all, he is the protagonist of this banquet, and it is naturally impossible for Xiandi Ye to dress up too casually, and it is normal to spend more time. Tut tut, it's worthy of the Thousand Emperors family. There are a lot of people coming to this banquet. Well, the food is also delicious, not much worse than my chef character card. It seems that I have invited a chef with a food personality. By the time the Summer Night came, many people had already entered, and the servants kept bringing out all kinds of mouth-watering delicacies from the kitchen, placing them on the tables for their own use, and waiters standing by the walls of the banquet hall with wine glasses waiting for the guests to call. The guests gathered in twos and threes to talk and laugh and discuss their own topics. Of course, there are no acquaintances here in the Summer Night, so I can only stand alone at the table and taste the food elegantly. However, I don't know if it was because of the outstanding handsomeness of Xia Ye itself, or because of the aristocratic character card equipped on his body, which quickly attracted the attention and discussion of a group of ladies and girls in the corner who were discussing gossip. Xiandi Qianmei is very unhappy now, as if there is a fire in her heart. Her gloomy face is clouded, but she has to force a smile when others are chatting and talking. Why is it her birthday today, but she wants to come to someone else's birthday party? Isn't that the slut the daughter of the head of the Thousand Emperors family, and her father is just a weak side branch of the Thousand Emperors family? As obviously a Shongying who has no personality but can be admitted to the dream of her, but she can only rely on her father's relationship to reluctantly enter the Holy Love Academy, not because she has a head of the family father who can let her mobilize the resources of the family at will. If she also has such conditions, she will definitely be able to do better than her. Look, that little handsome guy over there has a really noble and charming temperament. He must be a child from a big family. Yes, I don't know if he has a female companion. Why don't we go up and try it? A few discussions from the female companions beside him woke up Xiandi Qianmei, and following their fingers, a handsome young man came into view. The pure black blazer is also decorated with a ring of gold tassels, and the handmade style cut is worth a lot of money at a glance. The white shirt adds an elegant, uplifted collar that stands proudly with unbeatable pride. The slender 10 fingers wave the utensils in their hands like a musical conductor, and taste the food elegantly. What a noble and beautiful boy. Xiandi Qianmei couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Don't think about it, you will only be rejected and lose face if you go up. I heard that he was personally invited by Kagaya-sama. Do you think he will have no female companion? A richly dressed lady covered her mouth with a feather fan, kindly reminding the other female companions, but her own watery eyes couldn't stop looking in the direction of the Summer Night. Ah, was it invited by Miss Kagaya? That's really unbelievable. That cold lady also has a day of spring. Yes, but it's no wonder. After all, such a handsome and cool beautiful boy, who wouldn't be tempted by it? As soon as they heard that they were guests invited by Xiandi Ye, this group of female companions no longer fantasized about anything. After all, their identities were still much worse than those of Xiandi Ye, and if they went up to test and were rejected, they would only lose face. But everyone began to laugh softly at Xiandi Ye. It's Kagaya's slut again. Why? Why can she have the best in everything, except for my background, I'm not as good as her. Xiandi Qianmei couldn't help but feel stuffy in her chest again, gritted her teeth, and her originally beautiful and moving face was distorted and began to be hideous. Hey, Shimmy, why are you going? Hee, it seems that this little girl doesn't give up, she wants to try her charm, sit back and wait for her to be slapped in the face. In the gloating eyes of the female companions, Xiandi Qianmei calmed down her mood, regained her charming beauty, and began to walk slowly towards the summer night. It's so boring, when will Kagaya come down? Summer Night put down the tableware in his hand, picked up the wet towel on the table and wiped his mouth, picked up a glass of red wine and planned to go shopping elsewhere. Hello, this gentleman, I don't know where your excellency is from. It seems that I have never seen you, a young man with a personable and aristocratic temperament like you, as long as you see it, you will definitely not forget it. A seemingly flattering accosting stopped the footsteps of the Summer Night, and the 1,000 emperors and thousands of beautiful models walked over slowly, blocking in front of the Summer Night. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first when you ask someone, Miss? Xia Ye frowned, although this girl was very beautiful and moving, and she was also praising herself very politely, but for some reason, it always made him feel that he hated falsehood. Oh, my name is Xiandi Qianmei, and I can be regarded as half of the host of this banquet, seeing that your excellency is alone, a little left out, naturally I am going to come to greet you, otherwise it will be a faux pas of our Xiandi family. Xiandi Qianmei looked at Xia Ye greedily, completely ignoring Xia Ye's increasingly wrinkled eyebrows, but when she mentioned the identity of her Xiandi family, she was very proud to straighten her chest. Oh, my name is Little Bird Summer Night, thank you for your concern, I like to be alone and quiet, so Miss Chimmy bothered. Although she doesn't have a good impression of Sendi Chimei, she is Kagaya's clan after all, and she still has to give some face, so Xia Ye thanked her for her concern and tactfully hinted that she could leave. Little Bird Tour, I don't seem to have heard of a big family with this surname, is it a small family that I haven't heard of? Kagaya's slut would invite such a person to a banquet, is it just for fun? Although Xiandi Qianmei was a little disappointed in the identity of the beautiful boy in front of her, as long as she was Xiandi Wei, she was going to rob it, and she still didn't plan to give up talking to Xia Ye. It's okay, I'm alone anyway, I'm quite lonely and lonely. I don't know if you have a female partner, but you have to dance at the banquet, and you can't do without a female dance partner. 1,000 emperors and a pair of beautiful spring eyes tease the summer night. Chapter 115. Tut tut, what did this girl eat to grow up? She obviously looks about the same age as herself, but she can develop like this, which is slightly better than 8,000,000. Summer Night secretly swept his eyes and thousands of beauties, feasted his eyes, raised his wine glass and took a sip of wine, and then replied seriously, I'm sorry, I'm not good at dancing, Summer Night, you are really here, you changed your clothes and I almost didn't find you. Before the Summer Night finished speaking, a familiar voice came into the ears, and the Summer Night crossed the 1,000 emperors and thousands of beautiful people and looked up, and it was 8,000,000 in a dress. At the beginning, I wanted to come to the banquet, but I refused to do it, and if you asked me to come to the banquet, I would come, especially if I was not in a good mood today. However, when 8,000,000 Bai heard that it was the birthday banquet of the eldest lady of the 1,000 Emperor family, she immediately thought of the fact that 1,000 Emperor Wei Yi invited Xia Ye to her house as a guest during the day, and immediately understood, and immediately dressed up carefully and came to the banquet with her parents. Bai, I didn't expect you to come too. In the face of the 8,000,000 hundreds who came over, Xia Ye had a feeling of weakness, as if he had been caught cheating on his own affairs. As for who the object is, it definitely won't be the sassy Xiandi Qianmei in front of you. After all, our 8,000,000 is also a big family that can be compared to the 1,000 emperors, and my father, as the head of the 8,000,000 family, will naturally be invited. 8,000,000 hundred came to Xia Ye and looked at Xia Ye with a smile. Xia Ye, you are very handsome today, did you dress up carefully to participate in Kagaya's birthday party? How could it be? I was pulled here by Kagaya as soon as I got out of school, how can I have time to change clothes? You also know my personality, it's a small thing to change clothes. Quote, 8,000,000 hundred was obviously smiling, but it made Xia Ye feel like a cold sweat, and quickly began to explain, and the strong desire to survive prompted him to start praising 8,000,000 hundred, but Bai is really beautiful today, and it matches your current outfit very well. Really, this dress is my favorite. Sure enough, whether it is a woman or a girl, she likes to be praised for being beautiful, and the 8,000,000 hundred eyes smiled like a crescent moon, and the murderous aura in her eyes disappeared, which made Xia Ye breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. By the way, who is the girl who left just now, do you know it? Before the summer night relaxed, the happy 8,000,000 hundred suddenly remembered something, and a cold light began to brew in the depths of his eyes. When Xiandi Qianmei heard about the identity of 8,000,000 hundred, she turned around and left in a gloomy manner, and she didn't even have the face to go back to her group of female companions, so she went directly to a corner and went to be ashamed. Oh, that's Kagaya's clansmen, and seeing that I'm alone and uncared for, they greet me as a landlord's friendship. By the way, is that your parents? They seem to be curious about me. Xia Ye hurriedly cleared up the relationship with Xiandi Qianmei, changed the topic by the way, and nodded and smiled at the 8,000,000 parents not far away. 8,000,000 sect gods are in a bad mood now, originally saw that their daughter locked herself in her room as soon as she came home from school today, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood, and she happened to have a banquet to attend, so she proposed to let her daughter come together, but as expected, she was rejected. Just as the 8,000,000 sect gods were considering whether to push off the banquet to relieve their daughter, and by the way, they asked which blindless bastard dared to provoke their precious daughter. The daughter who originally refused to participate in the banquet suddenly appeared in front of him dressed up and wanted to go to the banquet. Looking at his daughter who suddenly changed her mind, the 8,000,000 sect gods were confused, and couldn't help but sigh that her daughter was older, and her mind was getting harder and harder to guess. As a result, as soon as the banquet arrived, the daughter dragged herself around as if she was looking for someone, but the 8,000,000 sect gods didn't think much about it. After all, the host of this banquet was her daughter's classmate, and her daughter should be looking for her. Fart. The 8,000,000 sect gods looked at the stinky boy who dared to hook up with his daughter and had the courage to provoke him. This kid is so arrogant. I must teach this kid a good lesson, and let my daughter know that this good-looking little ghost is an embroidered pillow. The 8,000,000 sect gods looked at the stinky boy who was being brought over by his daughter with a gloomy face, and began to count in his heart. That's right, the head of the dignified 8,000,000 family is actually a daughter, and she is naturally extremely unpleasant to Xia Ye, a little ghost who is suspected of arching his own cabbage. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Little Bird Summer Night, and I am a classmate of Bai. While greeting the 8,000,000 parents, Xia Ye looked curiously at the 8,000,000 sect gods who were glaring at him with a gloomy face, wondering where he had provoked the head of the 8,000,000 family. Oh, it's a summer night, I've often heard my family talk about you. By the way, we've seen each other for a long time. How is your mother doing? You have time to call her to our house as a guest. 8,000,000 Mother 8,000,000 Shangyu has a very good impression of the summer night. Obviously the summer night is now dressed in the opposite sex can add a lot of points. Mother, what do you say? I haven't always mentioned it at home. 8,000,000 took his mother's hand and began to be coquettish, and paid attention to the strange eyes of the summer night, and wanted to cover up the quibble. What do you see? I say no, there is none. Well, I didn't say anything. Summer night was speechless. I've heard of you, the leader of the future who is known as the next generation of peace symbols. The face of the 8,000,000 sect gods changed, and they recognized the identity of Xia Ye, a hero rising star who was hot in the eyes of the high level, and a genius who was all vying to win over by the military, police, professional heroes and other forces. Uncle praised me. My strength is still far from ultimate, it's just a nonsense from everyone. Summer Night behaved very modestly, after all, in front of the elders. Summer Night can't say I'm just a little worse than ultimate, it's a proper thing to surpass him. The title of symbol of peace is too rubbish, please call me the nemesis of sin. That's true, but that's rude. One person can destroy a ninja family plus 4 in aid of the school students, and now all the information you can investigate is placed in front of the tables of those well-informed forces, all trying their best to win over you. No matter how bad it is, they are warning the people below not to provoke you. Even if the 8,000,000 sect gods recognized Xia Ye's identity, they only dispelled the idea of embarrassing Xia Ye, and still didn't give Xia Ye a good look. As soon as the 8,000,000 sect gods remembered that every time they took some time out of their busy schedules to accompany their daughters always mentioned this stinky boy in their ears with great interest, and they were angry. HMPH, excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Summer Night was completely speechless. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? We just met for the first time. Why did you target me? If it weren't for the fact that you were a father of 8,000,000, Lao Su will blow your dog's head. You're the little bird who made Miss Chimmy angry on a summer night. That's right, it's your dad and me, what's the matter? Just when Xia Ye was suffocated and had no place to vent, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him, which made Xia Ye find a punching bag all of a sudden. Chapter 116. You're the little bird who made Miss Chimmy angry on a summer night. That's right, it's your dad and me, what's the matter? Just when Xia Ye was suffocated and had no place to vent, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him, which made Xia Ye find a punching bag all of a sudden. Quote. I, Miyazaki, want to challenge you and be angry for Miss Chimmy. The person who came didn't expect Xia Ye to be more arrogant than him, and he didn't seem to react at once, and it took a while to remember the purpose of his coming to Xia Ye. Little brother, how old are you? Are you sure you can beat me? You can challenge. Summer Night looked at the little bean in front of him speechlessly, named Miyazaki Yu. He didn't bully children in Summer Night. Bastard, what kind of eyes are you? I'm an adult, I'm much better than you little ghost. When Miyazaki Yu saw Xia Ye's eyes looking at his height, he suddenly exploded, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush up to beat Xia Ye, but fortunately he was stopped. Are you kidding me? Summer Night looked at the little kid in front of him who was not yet shoulder high, and his face was full of disbelief. Miyazaki Ha, the ace of the elite Air Force Crow Squad, has a personality of flying feather, which can both fly and launch to attack. For unknown reasons, his body stopped developing at the age of 10, and he has been participating in battles with the body of a child, and he is one of the geniuses of the military, known as the Feather Boy, and is extremely strong in air combat. I don't know why, the 8,000,000 sect gods who obviously didn't like the Summer Night actually explained it for the Summer Night. Are you really an adult? Xia Ye confirmed again to the child in front of her in disbelief. Of course, I'm almost 25, much more than you nasty little ghost. As obviously a little bean ding, but he calls others a little ghost in an old-fashioned manner, which is really unbearable, but people who know this Miyazaki Yu on the scene know that he has this qualification. Among the military units, there are almost no who can defeat this feather boy in the air, and they once had a record of independently destroying 3 flying formations of the enemy, so it can be said that they are the military's ace air force. Then are you lolicon, right, or do you like the kind of childish and big breasts? An uncle who is almost 25 comes to duel with someone else for a 15 or 16-year-old girl, isn't this lolicon? I'm not a little bird swims on a summer night, you just say you don't accept my challenge. Summer Night's scum-like eyes suddenly made Miyazaki Yu blush, and he couldn't help but want to quibble loudly, and remembered that something seemed wrong, but in the end he didn't spit out that shameful word, and began to challenge Summer Night again. Of course I didn't ask. Miyazaki Yu, what are you doing? I didn't invite you to the banquet to embarrass the guests. Just as Xia Ye was about to agree to the challenge, Xia Ye's reply was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout, and an old man with mottled white hair walked down from the second floor. Everyone looked around, and the banquet hall, which had been noisy, suddenly fell silent. Xia Ye looked at the old man who was walking towards this side. Although he was not wearing a military uniform, he could be a soldier at a glance, and his temperament all showed that he was still a general with a high status. General Qiandi, I'm just. What are you only? What did I invite you to do here? What did you think when you came? I promised. The voice of the old man of the 1,000 Emperors was like thunder, and it shook the ears of the Summer Night behind him, not to mention the Miyazaki Yu who was bearing it head-on. When the 1,000 Emperors transferred me over, in order to maintain law and order at the scene, they warned the enemy. But this time it's this stinky boy who puts Miss Chimmy. The old man of the 1,000 Emperors was stunned, and he was so frightened that Miyazaki Yu swallowed back the second half of his words. You still know that you are here to warn, you just give me a warning to come here to embarrass the guests. What? The cold eldest lady of the 1,000 Emperors family would actually invite a teenager to her birthday party. This news shocked most of the people at the scene at once. Of course, the ladies and girls who had been gossiping had already known about it. Okay, Bai Lao, Xiao Yu is my soldier after all, it's good to lend it to you, don't scold him like this. Give me face, forget it this time. An old man in military uniform, who was about the same age as Grandpa Kagaya, also slowly stepped down from the second floor, blocking in front of Miyazaki Yu and looking at Grandpa Kagaya, and the atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Father, what's wrong? I heard that you're angry. At this time, a middle-aged couple dressed in luxury rushed in from outside the banquet hall, breaking the silence. It's nothing, it's just that the guests invited by my precious granddaughter are going to be bullied. I'm here to help this young man. Kagaya's grandfather waved his hand casually, turned around to look at Xia Ye, who was stunned and didn't know what was going on, and his tense face suddenly became kind. Summer Night, right, I'm Kagaya's grandfather, don't mind if I call you Xia Ye. I think you're very pleasing to the eye. If someone bullies you in the future, you can report my name as Qiandabai, or come directly to me, and Grandpa will make the decision for you. Are you so polite? You call yourself Grandpa? What the hell do you look at your own family? The Summer Night was full of black lines, but he still politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Bye. Summer Night, are you Summer Night? I've wanted to see you for a long time. Who bullied you just now? You tell your uncle, and your uncle helps you get angry. When the silver-haired middle-aged man heard Qiandabai's words, his eyes lit up directly, and he came to Xia Ye and patted his chest to assure him, and the scene of finally stopping the fire was a little nervous again. Oh, father, why are you beating me? The middle-aged man covered his head and complained. With me, Xia Ye can still be bullied. How many times have you said it? You've been the head of the house for so long, can you be more steady? The 1,000 Emperor White Tiger glared, and stopped the silver-haired middle-aged man's complaint. Xiaoya, right, I'm Kagaya's father, you can call me Uncle Taichi, this is your Aunt Chiba. Come to me if you have anything in the future, I will definitely help you. As soon as Qiandi Tai and Qiandi Bai turned around, they came to Xia Ye's side again and whispered to Xia Ye. That's right, if there's anything to do, just go to your Uncle Tai, if he doesn't help you, you can come to Andy. 1,000 Emperors and Chiba also spoke softly, making the Summer Night confused. What the hell, why are the Qiandi family so good to themselves, especially Qiandi Chiba, whose eyes are almost like looking at their son, and the Summer Night is a little unbearable. Then our challenge. Xia Ye looked confused, and finally had a punching bag. How did he run out of so many short guards at once? And he also protected himself. According to the plot, he should have beaten people by himself, and ran out of a bunch of people to protect each other. Chapter 117. Then our challenge. Xia Ye looked confused, and finally had a punching bag. How did he run out of so many short guards at once? And he also protected himself. According to the plot, he should have beaten people by himself, and ran out of a bunch of people to protect each other. Naturally, it's time to continue. Before the words of the Summer Night fell, Miyazaki Yu once again wandered out to find death. Okay, Bai Lao, I'll leave the young people's affairs to them to solve. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the grandson of the angry flame hero. Little bird swims Summer Night, with his strength, he is not afraid of our little feather bullying him. The old man who had just come out to defend Miyazaki Yu spoke again, interrupting Sendibai's rebuke to Miyazaki Yu. And the name of the little bird in the Summer Night once again caused some people present to exclaim, which also made some people who didn't know why scratch their heads and didn't understand what they were surprised about. Most of the people who exclaimed were some people with good family power. They all knew the potential and power behind the name Little Bird Tour Summer Night. They had read the information about Summer Night more than once, and every time they studied it, they couldn't help but sigh, how could there be such a bewitching teenager? HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to prove that Saya isn't as strong as in the report, so that your grandson can get that spot? And no matter what, my 1,000 Emperor family will not marry your Yamazaki family. Thousand Emperor Bai, we'll leave the words here today, don't be delusional. Xiandi Bai snorted angrily and directly ripped his words away in front of so many people. However, most people don't know much about the quota that Xiandi Bai said, and only a few families with deep military status faintly understand it. Bai Lao, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that, and the quota is not something that the two of us can decide. As for the marriage, our two families are right, and my grandson is of course the best choice for your granddaughter. The old man Yamazaki didn't expect Xiandi Bai to expose him in front of so many big families, and his eyes flashed with a dark light, as if he had murderous intent, but he still endured it, still smiling, like a smiling tiger. When will that grandson of yours be able to defeat my thousand Emperor Kagaya? Let him have this dream again. At this moment, a coquettish voice came from outside the banquet hall, and a young girl in a white dress and long skirt stepped into the hall. Xiandi Wei's long silver hair hung down on his waist, and there were also a few strands of playful and disobedient silver hair on his chest, and a pair of silver eyes looked like a seductive fox, which looked mysterious. Wearing a white long skirt dress, only pinned to a rose, the exquisite curves are revealed, very provoking, with red rose earrings, gorgeous and moving. She also held a silver thin sword in her hand, obviously wearing a long dress and a long skirt, but there was no sense of disobedience, as if it was not perfect without this sword. What a woman! Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Xia Ye-kun, I've kept you waiting for a long time, how about it, it's okay. Xiandi Wei came to Xia Ye, slowly turned around, and faced the stunned Xia Ye, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. HMPH, if you Yamazaki want to go to war, our thousand emperors are willing to accompany you, but I'm afraid you won't dare to fight. Thousand Emperor Kazuya put away his smile, and his cold gaze scraped towards the old man Yamazaki like a knife. That's right, Kagaya said it well, our thousand emperors' family can't be provoked by your Yamazaki family. As soon as Xiandi Wei's words fell, a majestic and angry voice came from outside the hall, which made everyone present speechless. You're not done yet, can you come one by one? Another middle-aged silver-haired man walked into the banquet hall, and when he looked closely, he looked a little similar to Emperor Xiandi Tai. Second uncle, why are you here? Haven't you been busy lately? Thousand Emperor Kazuya seemed to be very surprised by the arrival, but he was very happy. How could I not be present at my niece's birthday party? Father, eldest brother, sister-in-law. Second uncle Kagaya smiled at Thousand Emperor Kagaya, and said hello to the others casually, and then turned his gaze to Xia Ye. His pupils shrank slightly. This is the summer night you've been talking about recently, it's really a talent, a hero out of a boy. Thousand Emperor Kagaya's face began to flush slightly, and he looked down at his toes. My thousand emperor's family has not yet fallen to the point of being forced to marry, do you Yamazaki want to start a war? The cold light flashed in the eyes of second uncle Kagaya, and a majestic aura emanated out, which actually pressed the old man Yamazaki, the figure of the older generation, couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's a thousand Emperor Dragon Yiya, he will actually step into here, since Bai Lao passed the position of head of the family to the eldest son, I thought he would never enter this house again. What do you know? Although I don't know why Bai Lao didn't pass it on to the second son who had more leadership skills, but passed it on to the eldest son who had no personality, but Xiandi Longyi loved Xiandi Wei's niece the most, how could she not come to her birthday party? Xia Ye's ears moved, and the whispers of the lively people around him came into his ears, and he probably understood the identity of this person in the Xiandi family. I said, can I, the client, interject a sentence? Just when everyone was at a stalemate, Xia Ye stood up, glanced at the old man Yamazaki opposite, and squinted. Although I didn't understand everything you said, I still roughly understood 2 points. 1. You old man wants to step on me. 2. Your old man's grandson wants to be green. I want to hit Kagaya's idea. So I'm going to fight this challenge until your mom doesn't know you. It's so dangerous, I almost said what I was thinking, and Xia Ye glanced at Xiandi Wei weakly. Oh, so you've accepted Xiao Yu's challenge. When the old man Yamazaki heard that Xia Ye had agreed, he instantly smiled like an old chrysanthemum. So, is there any bet? Oh, there's a plan, so what do you want? Summer Night seemed to have known that the old man would make a condition, and it was not surprising at all. Since we want to bet, let's bet bigger. The old man Yamazaki, who laughed so much that he was disgusted by the Summer Night, flashed ruthlessly, I want you to have a pair of hands. Yamazaki Shogun, I challenged Summer Night just for Chimmy-chan. Miyazaki seemed to be frightened by old man Yamazaki's bet, he just wanted to teach Summer Night a lesson, and he didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the end. Shut up, stinky boy, if you lose this game, you will be expelled from our Miyazaki family. At this time, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly stood up and shouted at Miyazaki Yu, but it was the patriarch of the Miyazaki family. No problem, Summer Night agreed without thinking about it. What, Summer Night-kun, you, Summer Night, don't. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and 8,000,000 both screamed in shock, worried about this bet. It's okay, believe in my strength. Xia Ye turned around and smiled, calmed the worries of the 2 women, and then turned his head to stare at the old man Yamazaki. Since I lost and you asked me to have a pair of hands, then what if I won? Don't say give me a pair of hands for this goods, I don't want it, it's better for you to pay a price. Xia Ye understands that Miyazaki Yu has now been reduced to a pawn, and it is not interesting to be angry with him, so it is better to let this hateful old man bear the price. Chapter 118. It's okay, believe in my strength. Xia Ye turned around and smiled, calmed the worries of the two women, and then turned his head to stare at the old man Yamazaki. Since I lost and you asked me to have a pair of hands, then what if I won? Don't say give me a pair of hands for this goods, I don't want it, it's better for you to pay a price. Xia Ye understands that Miyazaki Yu has now been reduced to a pawn, and it is not interesting to be angry with him, so it is better to let this hateful old man bear the price. Oh, tell me, what do you want? As a general, I think I can still meet most of your requirements. Old man Yamazaki didn't care about Xia Ye's words, but he faintly accentuated his tone with, General, as if he was threatening to warn Xia Ye. But who is Xia Ye? Lawless, how can he care about his identity? Quan Dang didn't hear it, and set his own conditions. I don't want much, so let's do it. I like those badges on your military uniform, how about I even give me clothes and badges if I win? Summer Knight pointed to the military badges on the old man's military uniform, and opened his mouth to ask for them all. Yamazaki, the old man, even came out to participate in other people's banquets wearing military uniforms and military badges. It seems that he is a good-looking person, and taking away the glory of a soldier's life, there is nothing more powerful than this to hit the old man Yamazaki. As for the two-handed bet and the military medal bet, whether Xia Ye will lose or not, Xia Ye has never considered that he will lose, and even if he really loses, it is just a matter of a fairy bean, maybe the Lion King will be enough. Sure enough, when the old man Yamazaki heard about the conditions of the summer night, he was not calm for a moment, and he pointed at the summer night angrily and was speechless. Why, do you think that my hands are not worth your military medals? Xia Ye deliberately sighed and made an expression that he didn't want to gamble. Bet, I'll use these military badges to bet with you. Yamazaki was ruthless, but finally agreed to the conditions of the summer night. Yamazaki didn't believe that Summer Knight, who was still a student, could win the trump card of his own troops, even if he read the information about Summer Knight. Yamazaki didn't believe that there were such strong students in this world at all, and it must have been made up by those old guys in order to suppress their own family and prevent their grandson from obtaining that precious place. What a future star, what a symbol of peace for the next generation. This time I will take your hands and see how you fight with my grandson. The old man Yamazaki seemed to be a little stunned, staring at Xia Ye with red eyes like a hungry wolf, and Xia Ye just smiled disapprovingly. Then let's find a place to start. After saying that, Xia Ye turned around and left the banquet hall, and Xiandiwei and 8 Million Bai hurriedly lifted their skirts and chased after them with concern, followed by the old man Yamazaki and the group of people who didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. Father, what should I do? After all, it is the trump card of the battle against the Black Crow. In case Xia Ye loses, do you really want to? Oops, ma'am, what are you pinching me for? In the banquet hall, Xianditai looked at Xiandibai with worried eyes, but it attracted the anger of his wife Xiandicheni. Xianditai, do you have a conscience? If it wasn't for Xia Ye who saved our husband and wife, you can still say this here. Even if Xia Ye really loses, you have to protect me, otherwise I won't be done with you. Shiba is right, our Xiandi family still has this bit of strength, can't even keep a little doll. You're too useless as the head of the house, aren't you? When Lao Su was the head of the house, how many troubles did you cause, and I didn't wipe your ass. Xiandibai also looked at Xianditai with dissatisfaction, seeing that Xianditai was empty-hearted, and muttered in a low voice. I asked you to pass the position to the second brother back then, and you have to pass it on to me, so that I don't have time to accompany my wife and daughter. What did you say? No, let's go out and see the situation. Xianditai didn't expect his old man's ears to be so smart, so he was so frightened that he quickly changed the topic. Actually, my father and eldest brother and sister-in-law don't need to worry so much. Everyone has read the information of Xia Ye, his strength in that battle. I don't think, let alone Miyazaki Yu, there are few military troops who can defeat him. And this is not necessarily his real strength. Maybe there is something to hide. Such a strong boy is really amazing. Xiandi Long suddenly interjected, and his words all revealed his appreciation for the summer night, but there was a bit of jealousy hidden in the depths of his eyes. After seeing Xia Ye, I couldn't help but ignore his strength. Obviously a small boy has such a strong strength, I can't imagine it. At this time, Xiandibai and the others remembered the strength recorded on the information about the summer night, and they couldn't help but relax and walked out of the hall. So, here it is. Summer night came to the garden, stood in a sea of flowers, and turned to face the old man Yamazaki and the others. Yamazaki General, is something happening? At this moment, a dozen or so soldiers armed with high-tech weapons suddenly fell from the sky, put away their wings, looked at all the guests who poured out suspiciously, and came to salute in front of the old man Yamazaki. Is that the Black Crow? It looks so strong. That's right, it's really an elite squad. The guests looked at the well-armed soldiers and talked in amazement. That is the military elite air force, Black Crow, squad, which has extremely strong combat power in the air, which is a big trump card under Yamazaki and a big guarantee for Yamazaki's status in the military. Yamazaki has put a lot of effort into them, and in terms of the weapons and equipment on them, a dozen or so of them can easily destroy several flying formations. It seems that he sensed Xia Ye's doubts, and the 8 million sect gods once again popularized science for them, making Xia Ye even more puzzled. How can you, a business tycoon, know so much about the military? Ha, that kid actually thinks he can defeat our Crow trump card. Miyazaki, teach me a hard lesson to that imp who doesn't do enough to do anything. That's right, Yamazaki General, I have the audacity to ask you for this bet, and I will make a specimen of that little ghost's hands and display it in my trophies, so that people will know the fate of underestimating our black crows. Don't rob me, I want that little ghost's hands, I'm going to use it to make soup. At this time, the black crows on Yamazaki's side seemed to understand the situation this time, and suddenly burst into laughter, staring at Xia Ye with eyes like looking at their prey, especially Xia Ye's hands. That's enough, Yamazaki General, I can't compare this challenge, I won't agree with this bet. Listening to the unscrupulous and vicious words of his teammates and captain, Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but break out anymore and refused to participate in this competition. Chapter 119. That's enough, Yamazaki General, I can't compare this challenge, I won't agree with this bet. Listening to the unscrupulous and vicious words of his teammates and captain, Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but break out anymore and refused to participate in this competition. What, Miyazaki, you bastard, you have disgraced the face of our Black Crow. In the name of the captain of the Black Crow, I order you not to withdraw from this competition, otherwise I will expel you from the Black Crow, and you will no longer be a member of the Black Crow. When the captain of the Black Crow heard this, he returned the favor, cautiously looked at Yamazaki's gloomy face, and then scolded Miyazaki Yu and gave him a death order. That's right, if you dare to withdraw from the challenge, you will also be stripped of your Miyazaki surname and no longer be a member of our family. The patriarch of the Miyazaki family jumped out again and threatened Miyazaki Yu, completely ignoring the gaze of Bai and the others as if they were looking at dead people. The onlookers also began to shake their heads and sigh, how did such a fool become the patriarch? I don't know what will happen to Miyazaki Yu, but the Miyazaki family, who so blatantly supports Yamazaki, is afraid that it will be suppressed by the Chiandi family, and this kind of small family will not be able to withstand the suppression of a behemoth family like Chiandi. I am afraid that it will decline. I challenged him just to be angry for Miss Chimay, and I joined the Black Crow, only for the glory of the country, and I will definitely not agree with your bet. General Yamazaki, you not only want this young man's hands, but also take the glory of a soldier's life as a bet. You are not worthy of being a soldier, I will quit the Black Crow squad today. As he spoke, Miyazaki took out a Black Crow badge and threw it at the captain of the Black Crow, indicating that he had drawn a line with them. When Miyazaki Yu joined the Black Crow, he heard that the members of this team were a bit perverted, but he didn't think so, thinking that it might be the behavior of the elite that ordinary people couldn't understand, and he believed that soldiers have their own principles and beliefs. But after he joined, he found that he was wrong. This team is indeed very perverted, they like to torture and kill, although it is an enemy army, but he is still not very comfortable in his heart, he has been patient, and now he can quit. My soldier is not something you can do if you don't say it, catch him for me. Miyazaki Yu's words made Yamazaki's face gloomy and almost drip water, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Crow people stopped Miyazaki Yu, who was about to turn around and leave. Captain, I said a long time ago that this kid is not the same kind of person as us. You see, relying on himself as the trump card of our Crow, I don't take you seriously. A member of the Black Crow team came up to his captain. He had long been unhappy with Miyazaki Yu, and the little family members who looked like a little ghost actually surpassed the trump card they called Black Crow. I said, our bet is not comparable, I allow you to change people. Just when the Black Crow people were about to take down Miyazaki Feather, the lively summer night that dropped the line still pulled Yamazaki their attention back. That's it, don't say that it's unfair to you to change the trump card. You, Black Crow people will go together. Summer night, you, 1000 Emperor Wei Yi and 8 million Bai shouted worriedly. It's okay, trust me. Xia Ye didn't care, but in the eyes of everyone, he was a little ghost who didn't know the height of the sky. This little ghost is crazy, and he actually challenged all the members of the Black Crow. Of course, not everyone is not optimistic about summer night, and there are still many discerning people who gloat at the Black Crow team on Yamazaki's side. Ha ha ha, boy, there is a way in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door to hell for you to break into. You are looking for death. When the old man Yamazaki heard Xia Ye's words, he laughed angrily, but his face quickly sank. Originally, he thought that this gamble was going to end without a problem, but he didn't expect Xia Ye to put forward an even more outrageous challenge. Even Miyazaki Yu didn't dare to say that he could defeat all the members of the Black Crow alone. However, I have one condition, and that is that you allow Miyazaki to withdraw from your Black Crow team. Xia Ye's words were amazing, and he attached a condition, ignoring Miyazaki Yu, who looked up at him in surprise, and continued to look at Yamazaki. In this case, I can play a big game with you. This challenge is on the original bet. Let's sign the life and death certificate. Summer Night crossed Yamazaki and stared at the members of the Black Crow, especially the few who were about to fight for his hands just now, and his eyes became deep and dangerous, as if admiring his prey. The old man Yamazaki seemed to be shocked by the life and death of Xia Ye, looked at Xia Ye deeply, and found that he was not joking, so he turned his head to look at Miyazaki Yu again, thought for a while, and still spoke. Yes, I accept Miyazaki Yu's application to leave the team. After speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled, as if he was smiling, although he was unwilling to let go of Miyazaki Yu like this, but the conditions of the summer night were really attractive. Besides, although Miyazaki Yu is not his own soldier and cannot deal with him, a person who has lost the protection of the family army has a way to settle accounts in the autumn. Old man Yamazaki waved his hand and asked his men to release Miyazaki Yu back. Good luck for you. The people of the Black Crow no longer stopped Miyazaki Yu, and glared at Miyazaki Yu viciously, as if they were a little unwilling to let him go like this. Thank you. Miyazaki, who was freed, did not choose to leave immediately, but walked towards the crowd, and whispered a word of thanks as he passed through the summer night. Hey, a poor fellow too. Summer Night looked at the miserable Miyazaki Yu who was standing in the crowd and was isolated by everyone, and even the reason why he challenged Summer Night. Sendichime turned away from him with a disgusted face, and couldn't help but feel sad for him. So let's start the challenge, are you ready? Xia Ye asked with a smile on his face, not at all like a person who was engaged in a battle of life and death, as if asking if you had eaten today. Little ghost, you're dead. The horror of the Black Crow is not something you can imagine. Greeted by Yamazaki's nod, the Black Crows spread their wings and rose into the air, and 10 people hovered in the air and looked down on the Summer Night, as if they were ready to pounce down and tear the Summer Night apart at any moment. The other party is a full-fledged flying personality. If this little ghost called Summer Night can't fly, I'm afraid it will be difficult to attack them. Even if you can fly, you can't beat the well-equipped Black Crow. Hey, how did this little ghost become a girl? Is it a trashy transformation personality? Wouldn't it be even more unbeatable? The people who eat melons have discussed that they are extremely unoptimistic about Xia Ye, especially after Xia Ye transforms, not to mention, thinking that Xia Ye is dead. The low combat power of the transformation personality is well known, and it may be practical in other ways, but it doesn't add combat power, and it's simply a strange thing in the transformation system. This transformation should be able to fly. After all, there are a lot of feathers on it. Those present who knew the personality of Summer Night looked at the girl on the field and couldn't help but guess, but it was no wonder that they thought so. Summer Night was gone in the field, replaced by a green-haired girl, holding a steel fork and wearing a red feather suit. Hello everyone, I am a rooster warrior court. The title is Pecking and Killing. Please give me more advice. Chapter 120. Hello everyone, I am a rooster warrior court. The title is Pecking and Killing. Please give me more advice. The scantily clad Niwatori waved a steel fork and greeted everyone. Character card. Niwatori, rooster. The warrior of Yuji in the anime 12 Great Wars, whose real name is Niwa Ryoka, wears a revealing feather costume to make it easier to deal with the blood splashed on his body. The weapon in his hand was not a 3-strand fork but a hoe, and he gave it the name Coxcomb Thorn. Raised by unspeakable mistreatment since childhood, with no memory of before the age of 15. After being adopted by the Niwa family, he continued to fight according to orders without a clear purpose, ambition, or conviction, and kept killing. Abilities. Pelican Eye, Eagle Eye. It can communicate with all birds and share vision. As long as it is accessible to birds, it is within sight of the court. It is often used for surveillance and intelligence gathering. Stunt. Peck, bird burial. The number and type of birds summoned depend on the geographical location, and it can be used again after a period of time after the birds have digested it. Ha ha ha, are you going to use this little girl's image to fight us with a fork? Do you think we will show mercy to the girls? The 10 Black Crows circled in the sky and laughed, feeling that they were about to die of laughter, and they would only feel more pleasure by abusing such girls. None of the people who laughed noticed that a black and oppressive, dark cloud appeared in the sky in the distance, and it was moving quickly towards them, and from time to time there were some black dots flying up from the ground and merging into the cloud. I'm sorry, I don't want my coxcomb to stain your blood, and I can't fly, but you're going to die. Xia Ye smiled. He didn't take the other party's ridicule to heart. Why bother to be like these dead people? You can't fly, how can you defeat us? We don't have to fight you in close combat. The captain of the Black Crow raised the gun in his hand and fired a shot at Xia Ye, but he saw that Xia Ye's figure flashed, leaving only a deep bullet hole on the ground, but no blood was seen. Why are you so grumpy? You can't hit me. Summer Night took out a stone talisman printed with a rabbit pattern and threw it, and said, it's time to eat, babies. What's the meal? What are you talking about? Captain, look at the top, there are so many birds. Just when the captain of the Black Crow frowned and wanted to ask Xia Ye for an explanation, the frightened cries of his teammates came from his ears, and he couldn't help but shout. What's all the fuss about birds? You fly in the sky every day, you haven't seen birds or what? However, the captain of the Black Crow soon noticed that something was wrong, because everyone on the ground who was watching the battle looked at the sky above him and the others with a frightened expression, and they felt that the surroundings were much darker from just now. A feather fell, another feather fell, and the captain of the Black Crow couldn't help but raise his head curiously, but the scene in front of him made him shudder. What is this? I saw countless well-known and unknown big birds and small birds hovering over everyone, and the black and oppressive flock of birds not only blocked the sun, but also suppressed people's hearts, and a pair of bird eyes stared at them with red light, as if they were staring at the big meal on their plates. So, as if receiving some instructions, the birds fell like a rain shower, and flew towards the Black Crows. Shoot back, fight back. Before the Black Crow captain's voice fell, some teammates were already frightened, and they frantically pulled the trigger and strafed the dense flock of birds. The Black Crow is worthy of a well-trained elite team with tacit understanding, and the net woven by 10 people is scattered on the flock of birds, splashing pieces of blood. The bombs thrown by the Black Crows will also explode several flames in the flock of birds, and from time to time bird corpses fall from the sky and fall to the ground. It's a pity that the number of birds is too much, and the scrambled birds swooped suicidally, suppressing the net little by little, and the teammates of the Black Crow can already clearly see themselves reflected in the eyes of the birds at the front. Help! I don't want to die. One of the members of the Black Crow team suddenly collapsed, threw down the weapons and ammunition in his hands, and flapped his wings to fly away from this terrible place. As a result, the members of the Black Crow did not fly far, and a relatively small flock of birds separated from the huge flock of birds, caught up with the team member and rushed up like a black cloud to envelop him, making it impossible to see what was happening, but the terrible screams that sounded in it showed that it was not a good thing to be born inside. Hee, old man, you see I helped you dispose of a deserter, do you want to thank me? Summer Night waved the coxcomb thorn in his hand, laughing and teasing the old man Yamazaki with a gloomy face and a hint of horror. In the short time that the Summer Night was teasing people, the flock of birds in the air that had wrapped the deserters scattered again, and the crowd on the ground gasped and found that there was nothing there. Naturally, everyone would not be stupid enough to think that the Black Crow member had really escaped, which meant that the other party had been devoured by the birds, and even the bones had been taken away. The members of the Black Crow, who saw this terrifying picture in the corner of their eyes, were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating, and such a living person disappeared like this, not even a single bone remained, and the real bones were gone. General Yamazaki, save us, we don't want to die. Mr. Summer Night, we admit defeat, please don't kill us. The Black Crow, everyone looked at the seemingly endless flock of birds in front of them, and thought that they would also fall into such a fate, and suddenly began to plead. HMPH, these shameful guys. The old man Yamazaki heard the plea of his subordinates, and his face couldn't help but be a little more ugly, but after all, the Black Crow is his own hard work, and it is a big hole card under his own hands, and he can't let them all be buried here, and finally he said helplessly, if you win today, let's admit defeat and let your birds let go of my subordinates. Hey, I'm sorry, it's time for the babies to eat, I can't stop them, it's like your dog is eating, if you go and take its food, you might be bitten back. Summer Night directly rejected old man Yamazaki's truce. Of course, the reason is not that it can't be controlled, it's just that Summer Night simply kills. That's right, Xia Ye is so cautious, and it is not really perfunctory to ask his hand to be a bet. This, Black Crow, is also the meat of this old man's heart, so let's take away the funeral together. Chapter 121. The old man Yamazaki was angry all of a sudden, looking at Xia Ye, who had recruited a few birds from the flock of birds in the sky to play, and the fool also knew that Xia Ye was talking nonsense. You are messing with people you can't afford to provoke, I advise you to accept it when you see it. If they die, you won't live. Yamazaki, you have the ability to say it again, do you really think that our 1,000 emperors are joking when they say that they will keep Xia Ye? If you dare to touch a single hair of him, you will wait to start a war with our 1,000 emperors. Xiandibai stood up directly, his tiger eyes were stunned, and his majestic momentum pressed towards Yamazaki, making people feel that he was not joking. Our 8 million families are also on the side of Summer Night, although we don't have much power in the military, but we are not easy to mess with. The 8 million sect god also stood up extremely reluctantly under the eyes of 8 million hundred. He really didn't want to help this stinky boy who had taken away his daughter. That's right, the resentment of the daughter's control is so strong. But in addition, the 8 million sect gods are not very worried about standing in line with Xia Ye and Yamazaki's hostility. Xia Ye is originally strong and has great potential, and the family has discussed many times to try their best to win it over, and there is also the alliance of the 1,000 Emperor family, which is completely worthy of the Yamazaki family. What do you want? As long as you let them go, you can make conditions, and I can try to promise you. Yamazaki looked at the menacing 1,000 Emperor Bai and the 8 million sect gods, and he was still cowardly. The Yamazaki family is a little worse than the 1,000 Emperor family, let alone adding another 8 million family. Ding! Release the task, destroy the Black Crow. The host's murderous intent has risen, and naturally he will not succumb to coercion and temptation. Refuse the surrender of the other side and give the other side the heaviest blow. Reward Army Human Character Card draw once. Hey, system, I found out that many of your recent tasks don't reward otaku value, and you always give rewards directly. What's going on? After Xia Ye heard the reward of this task, he no longer paid attention to the old man Yamazaki, and directly began to ask about the system. Nothing is as important as his own system. The system is about to be upgraded, these are just trial tests before the upgrade. The system's answer surprised Xia Ye. What, you can still level up, what will happen after upgrading, won't you be directly rewarded in the future, then I won't be a loss. He is so non-chieftain, he can draw at least a few more times with the value of the house, and if it becomes a fixed lottery, then he must not become a dog. After the system is upgraded, it will only bring a greater strength increase to the host, such as some super character cards that were previously blocked, items will begin to be unlocked, and the host's strength will enter a leap forward. Clams, block prop character cards, and this operation. Summer Night felt like I had heard something terrible. Oops, that's a leak, hehehe. Don't think that you can get through the cuteness by selling cuteness, no wonder I can't always draw good things and good characters, it's actually that you blocked the character cards and items before. I said I can't be so wrong, I was the little prince of the European emperor in my last life. Xia Ye instantly felt that he had found the problem of being a non-chief, and it was actually the system that cheated him. No, host, you can't draw good stuff just because you're not, and it has nothing to do with the system. There are not many character cards and items blocked by the system, they are all far beyond the combat power of this world, please don't slander the system. I don't listen, it's definitely your problem, I don't admit that I'm a non-chief in my life. Summer Knight said that everything is a part of the system, and he is definitely a pure European emperor blood. Summer Knight, what conditions do you want? Let your birds pull down. Just when he was communicating with the system on a summer night, Yamazaki looked at the sky and couldn't support the Black Crow anymore. This is his ace squad in the army, and it must not be all wiped out here. Quarrel, what is the quarrel? I will just say a word, you, Black Crow, is dead, wait for the corpse to be collected. No, I don't think I will leave you with a single bone, so go back and wait for the mound to be dressed. Summer Knight had a good chat with the system, but was interrupted by the old man Yamazaki, and his temper came up all of a sudden, and he replied extremely impatiently. Anyway, I didn't plan to let go of the Black Crow in the summer night, not to mention that there are still system tasks now. What conditions can be more important than your own task rewards? You. Xia Ye's attitude of no one suddenly made the old man Yamazaki angry. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Ye was surrounded by a flock of birds, he would even have the heart to rush up and fight Xia Ye. After saying that, he turned around and planned to leave. Regardless of the subordinates in the sky, he was not saved anyway, out of sight and out of mind. Hey, you're just gone. Summer Knight clapped his hands, and the birds around him flew up and swarmed up, stopping in front of the old man Yamazaki, making Yamazaki pause. Little bird swims in Summer Night. What do you mean? I'm a general, you have to know what the consequences of attacking and killing a big man are. Tut, General Yamazaki, don't scare me, I'm so scared. I'm just a little common man on a summer night, so naturally I don't dare to kill a general here. That's what Xia Ye said, but he was a little scared when he smiled, and his eyes were staring at Yamazaki in the bottom of his heart, but he was secretly saying that if he wanted to kill, he had to change places. So what do you mean now? The old man Yamazaki stared at the summer night with a blue face, and kept cursing this guy in his heart. Hey, General Yamazaki is not Alzheimer's, we still have a bet, you shouldn't want to run away with your debts. Summer Night's pretended surprised tone couldn't help but make Yamazaki grit his teeth for a while. Are you sure you want to do such a desperate thing? Joke, I'm just asking me to win, like if you don't bet if you win. Anyway, if you offend, I don't care about offending again. Anyway, even if Xia Ye lets him go now, people like Yamazaki will still hate Xia Ye, so naturally they can't just forget it. Old man, it's boring for you to do this, are you going to let my group of babies help me? Don't worry, their hands and feet are very light and gentle, and they won't hurt your old man. At the same time, the members of the Black Crow in the sky could not support it, and were swarmed by the flock of birds, completely drowning, and after a few screams, there was no sound. From time to time, some minced meat and blood fell from the crowded birds, attracting a scramble among the birds that did not squeeze in, and they were eaten up in midair before they fell to the ground. Here you go, little bird Summer Night, I remember your hospitality today. The old man Yamazaki hurriedly took off his military uniform, hurriedly threw it on the ground with the military badge, and then left the scene in a gloomy manner. Chapter 122. As soon as Yamazaki left, the challenge came to an end, and everyone returned to the banquet hall, and the party was once again lively. However, from time to time, everyone looked at the summer night that was chatting with the 1,000 emperors and the 8,000,000 on the balcony, and they couldn't help but feel a little amazed. After today, a large number of forces will begin to investigate the summer night information. Summer Night, you're not hurt, are you? Even though 8,000,000 watched the whole battle, he still worriedly checked whether Xia Ye was injured, and at the same time complained to 1,000 Emperor Kaguya, why don't you worry about Xia Ye, you have been calm from the beginning. It's nothing, the summer night made me believe him, and I naturally believed him. There was a smile on the corner of Xia Ye's mouth, and he seemed to be full of confidence in Xia Ye, but there was still a trace of unknown worry in the depths of his eyes. It's okay, how can this group of little minions hurt me? Xia Ye raised his hand and turned around in front of the two women, showing that he was not injured. By the way, do you want the old man's military badge? If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Seeing that the two girls shook their heads in the summer night, they casually threw them out of the balcony and downstairs. By the way, Summer Night, your transformation today is so powerful, you can actually control so many birds. 8,000,000 Baiji and Xia Ye was really fine, and he was no longer worried, and began to be interested in Xia Ye's transformation, and although 1,000 Emperor Wei Yi didn't speak, his eyes seemed to be curious about Xia Ye's transformation ability. Oh, Yu Xiaye, her ability is bird control, intelligence collection and monitoring are super easy to use, and the lethality of pecking, bird burial is also good, but it's a pity that a lot of deaths today took to solve the Black Crow. There's nothing bad to say about the ability of this character card. Anyway, people who are smarter can see the approximate ability to appear in court. Today's transformation information will definitely be put on the table of various power bosses again. It's worthy of being a hero out of a teenager. I've wanted to see you for a long time on a summer night. Just when Xia Ye was showing off and telling the two girls about his ability to transform into characters today, Qiandi Weie's second uncle Qiandi Long walked over with a glass of wine. Kaguya, the banquet is about to officially start, you go and prepare first. Okay, second uncle. Qiandi Weie looked a little unsatisfied, but he still said goodbye to Xia Ye for the time being. Xia Yejin, I'll miss it first, I'll see you later. Kaguya, I'll go with you. 8,000,000 still has a bit of eyesight, and seeing that Thousand Emperor Long Yi seems to want to talk to Xia Ye alone, he naturally leaves with Thousand Emperor Wei Yi. It's the first time I've seen Kagaya talk to someone so happy. Qian Dailong held the wine glass in his right hand, held the railing in his left hand, and looked at the garden in the distance, beautiful but a little bloody, and his eyes were so deep that it was impossible to see what he was thinking. Little bird swims in the summer night, I specially sent someone to investigate you. It's like none of you bigwigs have investigated me. Summer Night shrugged his shoulders indifferently, leaned against the railing, and took a sip of wine. Minors can't drink alcohol. Qian Dailong glanced at Xia Ye, and saw that Xia Ye still didn't care, so he continued the topic just now. I have studied your information and found that you are completely different from your peers. Excellence and strength are just your outward performance, and in your bones you are a person who is not bound by rules. As soon as Qian Dailong said this, he paused and glanced at the wine glass in Xia Ye's hand. You have your own style of doing things, your own thoughts. Seriously, it's hard to imagine that you'll grow up in a family of professional heroes, and maybe you'll be a headache when you become an enemy. Heroes are my hobby, and it doesn't conflict with my style of doing things. On the contrary, it's often the most effective way to solve problems. Summer Night heard the warning of the Thousand Emperor Ryueki. His actions were too ruthless, and advised him not to degenerate into an enemy. I just said casually, whether I listened to you or not, I didn't say that you were doing something wrong. On the contrary, I think we are the same kind of people. Qian Dailong raised his glass to drink, and turned his head to look at the Summer Night, but there was a trace of apprehension in his eyes. If for some reason, you can only help your family by becoming an enemy, what will you do? A hobby can be recultivated. Although Xia Ye's answer did not answer the question positively, Qian Dailong still heard the choice. Ha ha ha, sure enough, I was not mistaken. We are really alike, you are very in line with my temperament. After speaking, Qian Dailong patted Xia Ye's shoulder, turned around and left the balcony to go to the banquet hall, leaving the confused Xia Ye. What the hell, come and ask a few inexplicable questions. Wei Yi's second uncle is incomprehensible. Xia Ye threw the wine glass directly behind him and left the balcony, but he didn't find that the cup that fell downstairs was firmly caught by a jade hand, and a slender figure walked out of the shadows, looking at the empty balcony. His eyes flashed with inexplicable emotions. Thousand Emperor Dragons. Younger sister, Medusa. Finally, looking at the back of the Summer Night, it seems that there is some concern. ... When Summer Night came to the banquet hall, Thousand Emperor's Kagaya was already standing in the center, receiving blessings and gifts from others. The XX family sends a heart of the blue ocean, wishing Miss Kagaya's beauty to last forever like a diamond. Wow, this is the largest blue diamond in the world, and it is rumored that it slept at the bottom of the sea with Ruth, the hero of the water. I heard that Miss Kagaya's swordsmanship is amazing, and the XX family sent a famous sword boy Che Angong, and I wish Miss Kagaya can kill the enemy with a sword like cutting off the head of a wine-swallowing boy. Popular science. 1. Japanese swords are not separated. 2. It is rumored that the boy cut is named because he cut off the head of the wine-swallowing boy. Famous sword. Isn't this knife always in the collection of Seiwa Genji? XX family sends. Quote. Whenever a family gives a gift, the guests can't help but be surprised and start a discussion, and it is clear that the items given by these families are very valuable. Of course, they can't take it if it's not precious. I don't know what kind of gift Xia Ye-kun will give, it's really exciting. While receiving the gifts from various families, Qian Dailong took the afterglow and looked at the Summer Night sitting in a boring and daze in the corner, secretly looking forward to it. Seemingly sensing the gaze of Thousand Emperor Kagaya, Summer Night looked back at Kagaya and gave her a reassuring look that would not let you down, so frightened that Thousand Emperor Kagaya retracted her gaze like a little rabbit being frightened. I'm naturally going to be the finale. What is this garbage? As soon as my gift comes out, you guys will wait to be jealous. Summer Night looked at the good things in his inventory that he had drawn not long ago, and to be honest, Summer Night was a little reluctant. However, it is also a bit chicken. It is just precious. It is not much help to the Summer Night, but it has a great effect on the Thousand Emperor Wei, which can make her much more convenient, and her combat effectiveness has increased a lot again. Chapter 123. As soon as the Thousand Emperor Dragon is delivered, mecha produced by the Artificial Technology Island seemed to be shocked by the gift, and the servant who recited the gift couldn't help but pause, and then reported the gift with a shocked and proud face. Mechas, really? It's not a loss of Artificial Technology Island, but you can actually research such a strong technology. Thousand Emperor Longyi is still as much as ever Miss Wei Knight. The guests in the banquet hall were also surprised by the gift of the Thousand Emperor Ryueki, and they all discussed, and they also looked at the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi with envy. There were also many people who faintly looked at the Summer Night, and as far as they knew, the mecha that appeared for the first time was piloted by this young man. Mecha, Artificial Technology Island was researched so quickly. The Summer Night squirted out the wine in his mouth, and his eyes were also round, looking at the Thousand Emperor Longyi incredulously. His mecha has only appeared in this world for less than 2 months, and the people on the Technology Island have imitated it. However, Xia Ye quickly calmed down. He didn't believe how powerful a mecha could be developed on the Artificial Technology Island in 2 months, and it must be too expensive to popularize, otherwise it would not be used as a gift in front of everyone, instead of secretly equipping the army. Kagaya, I heard you talk about mechas, and they seem to want it very much, so I asked my friends on the Artificial Technology Island to study it, and it was finally delivered on your birthday. Xiandalong smiled like a gentleman, his eyes were full of pampering. Kagaya, the mecha is outside, do you want to test drive it? At this time, there was the sound of helicopter flights outside the hall, not only one or two, but if you listen carefully, the number is no less than 10. Everyone followed behind Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and Thousand Emperor Dragon, curiously pouring out of the banquet hall to see the so-called mecha, and Summer Night was no exception. Although he didn't believe that those guys from the Artificial Technology Island could make any powerful mechas, he was still very curious in his heart. After all, the Artificial Technology Island represented the world's top scientific and technological strength, and it didn't hurt to understand it. Walking out of the hall, I came to the garden where the Summer Night duel had been fought again. It had obviously been cleaned, the original mess of bird corpses and everything was long gone. A white mecha was standing here, and in the distance was a group of helicopters preparing to fly away. Plagiarism. This is naked plagiarism. Summer Night looked at the white mecha in front of him, which was almost the same as his Lancelot, and was speechless for a while. Please, it's also a product of the Artificial Technology Island, and you are also the core boss of the world's cutting-edge science and technology. Why don't you change your look and completely copy your image of Lancelot? Have you paid me the copyright fee? However, Xiandalong really likes this mecha, and Xia Ye's pair is a pair. Taking the mecha key in Xiandalong's hand, a few jumps came to the cockpit, looked down at the people below, and got into the mecha. After a while, the mecha's red electronic eyes lit up, the mecha started, and a mechanical sound came, and the mecha's whole body began to tremble. It's moving, look, the mecha is moving. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed, and under their surprised and excited gazes, the mecha took the first step. Boom! The heavy steel feet fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake, and those who got close even couldn't stabilize their bodies. 1 step, 2 steps, the mecha first walked, slowly increased its speed, began to trot, and finally actually ran quickly. Looking at the fast-moving mecha in the distance, Xia Ye's eyes were about to fall out. Is Kagaya really the first time to play mecha, and he learned to be proficient so quickly? How's that, compared to your mech? Just as he was stunned on a summer night, Xiandalong came to his side and asked about the veteran. Well, although the performance is very poor, it is already very good for now. After all, it was researched in such a short time. To be honest, Xia Ye thinks that this mecha is a false appearance. It is just an embroidered pillow, and it is useless. Don't look at the size of this mecha. The appearance looks similar to his Lancelot, but it is just the appearance. It will definitely not be able to stop him Lancelot's sword, and he can't even touch the edge of his mecha. It's two-time, it's a parallel import. Let's not talk about the attack power and defense power, just energy. You must know that Lancelot uses a mecha energy pack, which is the most efficient energy, and it can also maximize Lancelot's enhanced power furnace. And look at this mecha after running for a while. I feel like I'm running out of energy. It's probably just nuclear power. If you want to not affect the structure of the mecha, it is estimated that the nuclear power plant is not large, so the staying power is not compared. It is estimated that even the police mecha of the Luxio world can defeat it, and it is better than the civilian mecha. Sure enough, after a while, Xiandalong drove the mecha back, and it is estimated that the energy is about to run out. Xiandalong got out of the cockpit, and returned to the ground with agility and came to everyone. Second uncle, this mecha is very good, I like it very much. Although he has detached from the mecha, Kagaya's face is still a little flushed, and the excitement has not dissipated, but this is too big to carry. After all, she doesn't have an inventory to store items on a summer night, and it must be inconvenient to carry out such a large mecha, so I'm afraid that she can only keep it at home for her own amusement. This second uncle forgot to think about it. Xiandalong also frowned. He asked someone to make this mecha in the hope that his niece could have more strength and capital. After all, Xiandalong has no personality, and she is still in danger in the face of the enemy. Hey, coincidentally, Kagaya, my gift to you is just the right thing to do. Just when Thousand Emperor Kagaya regretted it, Summer Night came out of the crowd and walked to Kagaya's side with a confident face. I almost forgot about Natsuya-kun's gift, I'm looking forward to it. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi selectively ignored the problem of the mecha and cared about the gift of the Summer Night, which made the Thousand Emperor Dragon smile bitterly for a while. Hey, girls are outgoing. However, Thousand Emperor Ryuiki also looked at Xia Ye with the same curiosity as everyone else, wanting to see what gift he could come up with to solve this problem. I managed to get my hands on it, and I promise it's definitely the most precious gift of the day. Summer Night pretended to be in her arms, but in fact, she took out a palm-sized box from her inventory and confidently handed it to Thousand Emperor Kagaya. Just this box? No, it should be the contents of the box that can solve the problem of the mecha being difficult to carry. Or is it the most precious gift today? Everyone looked at the box that Kagaya was about to open in his hand. Some couldn't believe it, and some people didn't think so, thinking that Xia Ye was just bragging. What is this? As the box opened, there was nothing very precious inside, just 10 elixir-like capsules lying quietly in the box. What was the use? It's called a universal capsule, and it uses space-folding technology, and when you press this button, you will conjure up something inside. Xia Ye saw everyone's doubts and popularized science for them. But these are 10 blank capsules. Kagaya can use them to collect some inanimate things, such as this mecha, and for example, those combat suits of yours. Chapter 124. It's called a universal capsule, and it uses space-folding technology, and when you press this button, you will conjure up something inside. Xia Ye saw everyone's doubts and popularized science for them. but these are 10 blank capsules. Kagaya can use them to collect some inanimate things, such as this mecha, and for example, those combat suits of yours. Xia Ye had long felt that it was too inconvenient for Kagaya to always be unable to carry his combat uniform, and it happened that the reward not long ago was in hand, and Xiao Krypton took out a box of 10 universal capsules. Universal capsule, from the world of Dragon Ball, a high-tech product developed by the Bulma family business. A small capsule can hold motorcycles, cars, airplanes and houses, etc. Of course, the Summer Night is a blank capsule. Although the Universal Capsule is a long-awaited space item for Summer Night, it is not useful for Summer Night. The items produced by his system are placed in the inventory, and other items are not necessary. Only 10 Universal Capsules are not very helpful to Summer Night. It is better to give them to Kagaya and let her carry the equipment. Space item. The explanation of the Summer Night instantly caused a huge wave in the crowd, and space was an extremely rare attribute, even rarer than the healing class. Whether it's a personality or an object, as long as it's related to the space, it's extraordinary. Everyone's eyes were red and they looked at the box in the hand of the Thousand Emperor Kagaya. If it wasn't for Kagaya's identity there, and it was someone else's birthday gift, they were afraid that they would have opened their mouths to bid a long time ago. Thank you Summer Night-kun, I like your gift very much, this is the most precious gift today. Xia Ye hugged the box tightly, and was very satisfied with the universal capsule. Of course, as long as it was a gift from Xia Ye, she should be satisfied. Then let's go back to the banquet hall and continue the banquet. As soon as Qiandi Long looked at the fiery gazes of the people around him, he couldn't help frowning and hurriedly diverted everyone's attention. At the same time, he secretly complained about how Xia Ye could take out such a precious thing in such a large public, and was he not afraid of attracting the prying eyes of others? If Xia Ye knew the thoughts of the Thousand Emperor Longyi, he would only tell him loudly, "Don't be cowardly, the strength is like this." And Summer Night just wants others to come to talk to him, although he doesn't have a universal capsule, but there are still a lot of good things in the inventory that are useless to him. For example, red and blue elixirs, this kind of easy-to-carry healing elixir, who will not lack it, especially the big people who cherish their lives. After all, it is impossible for those who heal personalities to be by their side at any time, so the asking price is not too high. There are so many big families here, and they can't find some buyers to earn some living expenses, and at the same time, they can also make friends with these families. I believe that is the olive branch that the Star of Tomorrow took the initiative to throw out on the Summer Night. No one should refuse. I don't worry about someone needing things, and these big families will definitely not do anything stupid to offend people if they can buy things with money. You must know that Xia Ye is not only strong, what happened today is enough for them to realize that there are thousands of emperors and 8 million families behind Xia Ye, and they must weigh whether their family can withstand the revenge of Xia Ye and the two major families before doing stupid things. On a Summer Night that was deliberately one step behind the Qiandi family, he looked at the people who were slowly coming up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he saw a group of God of Wealth coming to the door. Natsuya-kun seems to have been very happy since he entered the banquet hall. After dealing with the guests, Qiandi Wei found a smirking Summer Night in the corner of the banquet hall. Of course, Summer Night made a lot of money today, and even my dad was blackmailed. Without waiting for Xia Ye to speak, 8 million Bai was the first to complain, but there was no feeling of real anger in his tone. Bai, don't talk nonsense, didn't I give your dad a lot of medicines, but he didn't think it was enough, so he insisted on buying some more from me. Xia Ye put away Wai's smile and replied righteously, and seemed to notice the eyes of the Thousand Emperor Kagaya. Kagaya, don't look at me like this, I also gave your family's share. After all, the two major families are supporting Xia Ye today, so it is impossible for him not to be embarrassed. Xia Ye-kun, I didn't mean that, if you're short of money, you can ask me. Qiandi Wei sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ye, staring at Xia Ye with a meaning in his eyes. That's right, it's okay to ask me. Not to be outdone, 8 million hundred expressed their position. Oh, do you two little rich women want to support me? It seems that I have the capital to eat soft rice with a little white face. Xia Ye narcissistically touched her face and teased Qiandi Wei and 8 million hundred, making them blush a little. I don't have one. The two innocent girls retorted with a blushing face, stood up and took 2 glasses of juice from the plates of the passing attendants, and raised them to their lips to relieve the embarrassment. Hey, you make it clear, do you want to support me, or do I not have the talent to be a little white face? Xia Ye didn't give up the opportunity to tease the two, snatched the juice from the hands of the two, and stared at the two girls very seriously. None. Qiandi Wei seemed to be unbearable. Chi glared at Xia Ye, and turned his head angrily away from him, but the tips of his red ears still exposed them. Then I'm really sad, my heart hurts. Xia Ye looked at the two girls and smiled, and took a sip of the juice in his hand as he spoke. Poof. Xia Ye-kun, what's wrong, don't be so angry. The two girls looked at the Summer Night spraying juice, and they were very funny, thinking that he was a little emotional about ignoring them, but they didn't notice that the Summer Night's face was getting more and more gloomy. Smack. The cup was thrown to the ground, which frightened Thousand Emperor Kagaya and 8 million hundred in one jump, and also made everyone else in the banquet hall turn their heads and look at this side curiously, thinking that something had happened to the three of them. Summer Night-kun, you. Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and 8 million hundred did not react to the sudden situation of Summer Night, but were interrupted by Summer Night. This juice is poisonous. After saying that, he stood up, looked around, and rushed out. What, poisonous? Thousand Emperor Wei Yi and 8 million Bai turned their heads to look at the carpet that was beginning to turn black on the ground, and their faces turned white all of a sudden, but 8 million Bai was frightened white, and 1000 Emperor Wei Yi was white. Someone dared to poison here, and they didn't take the Qiandi family in their eyes at all, which was provoking them. Kagaya, what's wrong? I saw Xia Ye drop the cup and rush out. You guys have a conflict. The Qiandi family and the 8 million family, who were chatting not far away, hurried over to inquire about the situation. Xia Yejin found out that someone had poisoned him, and then he rushed out, probably knowing who poisoned him. Qiandi Wei's words caused everyone in the banquet hall to panic, and they all shouted at the doctor with painful faces, and they didn't know if it was really poisoned or a psychological effect. Don't panic, there is a doctor on the scene, please calm down. As the host, the Qiandi family naturally has to hurry up to take care of the guests, and so many people on the scene are really going to have an accident. Even the Qiandi family can't stop the anger of so many families. Chapter 125. At the same time, Xia Ye flew in the sky outside the villa, opened his eyes and looked around, but found no trace. Hey, one step too late, let that fake attendant run away. I had to fall back to the ground and return in vain. How's it going? Xia Ye-kun, Xiao Ye, did you catch someone? As soon as they entered the door on a summer night, the Thousand Emperors family took the lead in ushering them up, daring to poison their Thousand Emperors territory, and they would never let go of the poisoners. No, the poisoner left quickly, and he had already run away after a while, and it was estimated that someone answered. Xia Ye shook his head helplessly, and turned his head to look at the doctors who were busy back and forth in the banquet hall with concern. Has anyone been poisoned? I have an antidote here. No, no one else found any signs of poisoning, only the glass of juice was poisoned, and it seems to have come from one of the three of you. Is that just that cup? That cup seems to be from Kagaya's hand. Xia Ye recalled it and found that the cup he drank was that of Thousand Emperor Kagaya, which means that the other party's target was Kagaya. What? Kagaya is the goal, why? The Thousand Emperor's family was shocked. They couldn't think of any enemies Kagaya would have. After all, if it was a family feud, why did the poisoner only poison Thousand Emperor Kagaya, but not the other Thousand Emperor clansmen? Could it be sent by Yamazaki? Qiandi Chiba suddenly thought of something to guess. After all, he only clashed with Yamazaki today. Maybe it was the revenge of the Yamazaki family. It won't be him. Although the old man Yamazaki is despicable, but for some reason, the Yamazaki family will never use poison, and they hate poisoners very much. Just when everyone else thought that what Qiandi Chenny said was very likely, Qiandi Bai directly refuted this speculation, and everyone suddenly lost a clue. However, Xia Ye has a suspicious target in his heart, because the poison Xia Ye in the system prompt this time has already been hit once. Then have you offended a man named Poison Queen? When everyone was confused, Summer Night suddenly opened her mouth and said a name that made everyone even more confused. Poison Queen. This is the poisoner. I haven't heard of it at all. Summer Night looked around everyone, but found that no one had heard of the name. It's not for nothing that Xia Ye's suspected poisoner is a Poison Queen. This poison is exactly the same as the last Poison Queen, but the poison is more violent, which makes him wonder if the Poison Queen is the poisoner this time. And Xia Ye remembered that he forgot one thing. He had promised to let her out of prison as long as the Poison G helped him. But anyway, it was confirmed that she was indeed a first-time offender, and she couldn't be locked up for long, just a while in advance. But there have been a lot of things in the Summer Night lately, and I forgot about it when I was busy, and I never called Sunset. She shouldn't have been here to get revenge on him for this, and she ended up with the wrong person. What Xia Ye didn't see was that when he mentioned the name Poison G, someone behind the Thousand Emperor Dragon's body suddenly changed his face, and he lowered his head weakly, as if he knew her. ... Because of the poisoning incident, the people at the banquet did not have much emotion to continue, and finally broke up unhappily, and the dance did not even start. Kagaya, I'm sorry to make your birthday party not end successfully. Xia Ye sat in the car of the Thousand Emperors who sent him home, and looked apologetically at the Thousand Emperor Wei Yi who came together. Xia Ye still thinks that it was his own reason that attracted the Poison Queen, and he feels very guilty. How can Xia Ye-kun say that? I'm very happy to have you come today. Although Thousand Emperor Wei Yi was puzzled by Xia Ye's words, he still comforted Xia Ye, and my parents also said that you can often come to my house. By the way, I've wanted to ask for a long time, why do you feel that your family is so good to me? Don't say anything like you know at first sight. Xia Ye didn't understand the reluctant expression of the Thousand Emperor's family when he was about to leave and go home just now, especially Kagaya's parents, who didn't know that they thought Xia Ye was their son. And this is not because of Xia Ye's strength. After all, Xia Ye's true feelings or fake intentions can still be distinguished, and the Qiandi family is not like they are trying to win him over because of their own strength. Xia Yejin's memory is really bad, I actually forgot it. Qiandi Weiye seemed a little sullen, but he still took out a green object in his arms and handed it to Xia Ye. How is it? Do you have an impression? Where did you get this? I just gave my sister and Meiyu-chan 2 people. Summer Night stopped talking and seemed to remember something. No, it seems that there was a person sent away very early. Who is it? I remember. Xia Ye lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly raised his head. His face was full of shock. He remembered. He also gave a person a pendant. Are you that little girl? Then your parents are the couple I rescued back then. His thoughts suddenly brightened, and on that night more than 10 years ago, Xia Ye used fairy beams to save a couple. It's no wonder that Kagaya's parents see themselves as if they were relatives, and they are their saviors. It's no wonder that Kagaya's personality suddenly changed dramatically some time ago and became gentle. He remembered that his grandfather seemed to have mentioned it to him, but he didn't put it at ease because of his nerves, otherwise Xia Ye would have recognized it when Kagaya revealed his parents. That's right, Shiandi Kazuya was very happy to remember the summer night, and began to recall the events of the year with deep eyes. It was also today that year, which was my birthday, and I was found out on this day that I was actually a personless, and I was sad that I quietly ran away from home alone. But it didn't take long for my parents to find me, and my father, who was also impersonal, decided to take me to the movies in order to comfort me, and in order not to disturb our atmosphere, he also broke the bodyguards, but after watching the movie, he came out. Even if Kagaya doesn't say anything about the rest of the matter, Xia Ye will know about it. After all, he was also there at the time, and this is really a fate. I watched the enemy shoot at my parents, and I couldn't do anything but watch them fall in a pool of blood. I was really scared that I would lose them, that I would lose my loved ones. Xiandi Wei hugged his arm and trembled, as if he had returned to that night that was so cold that people almost despaired, that he knelt in front of his parents who were gradually weak, crying out to them but not getting a response, and his heart began to cool down a little bit, and he felt that the world was dark. Until the light came, dispelling the darkness of despair for her. I still remember what you said to me at the beginning, believe me. Well, Xia Ye didn't know how to answer at all now. He didn't expect that his unintentional act of being young and vigorous would save Kagaya's parents, but at that time, he was indeed touched by Kagaya's cry, so he would use the few precious fairy beans at that time to save people. Chapter 126. Later, my parents and my grandfather and second uncle mobilized the power of the family to look for you, wanting to thank you for saving your life, but found that all the hero offices across the country could not find you, so I had to give up. Definitely, Summer Knight transformed into Batman at that time, and although he used Batman's character card later, because Batman didn't have any superpowers, what he added was only fighting ability, and Summer Knight never transformed into Batman again to cover it up. If he can find someone, then he will wonder if Batman has come to this world. But I didn't give up. I carefully checked another video that you appeared in at the time, and after checking the information, I found that you used a lot of fighting techniques at that time, especially ninja skills, so I suspected that you might be a ninja or a samurai force, and I also started to visit this aspect. Natsuya remembers that she seemed to have fought with gangsters and vortex heroes at the time, so I guess Kagaya was the one he said. But it's no wonder that Batman was originally a disciple of the ninja master, and it's not unusual for his combat skills to be biased towards ninjas, but he didn't expect Kagaya to check the wrong direction. It's a pity that there has been no news of you, but I found that I have a talent for ninjas and other combat skills that ordinary people can't match, so I began to practice hard. I believe that as long as I can become a hero as trustworthy as you, I will definitely be able to see you again, and sure enough, my original efforts were not in vain. Xiandi Wei stopped reminiscing and looked at Xia Ye silently, so that he didn't know what to say for a while. The atmosphere in the car was silent all of a sudden, only the driver would check the rearview mirror from time to time, observing his eldest lady and Xia Ye. Kagaya, in fact, I'm not as great as you think, I'm just interested in being a hero, and I don't even have the determination of anyone in our class, maybe I won't be interested one day. Natsuya felt a little sorry for Kagaya, he might just be a freewheeling person, and the hero was not his goal, just interest, and somewhat lived up to her expectations. No, when you save my parents, you'll be my hero, always. Somewhere, it's still the villa, it's still the study room with no lights on. A silver-haired middle-aged man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the silver moon in the night sky with his back hand, as if thinking about something. It was still the dark shadow hidden in the shadows, kneeling at the desk and bowing its head in silence. In the study, it was as if time had stood still, and the two of them were motionless, and the atmosphere was solemn. How did the other party get in? The silver-haired middle-aged man was the first to break the silence and gently asked the black shadow kneeling on the ground. We found a dead attendant in the grove outside the villa, who was poisoned, but the time of death and the time of the attendant who appeared in the surveillance do not match. It may be that the other party has the ability to disguise and transform into a personality. Do you know where that poison queen came from? Although it is a question sentence, it is a question. Get to know a little bit, boss. The black shadow quietly looked up at his boss and replied in a low voice, but his voice couldn't stop trembling and changing. He knew that the current boss was the most terrifying, and he hadn't seen the boss so angry in a long time. Say, a simple word made the cold sweat on the black shadow's forehead keep dripping, but he didn't dare to wipe it. When I went to the prison to deal with the bird keeper, I bumped into her and fought with her. She seemed to want to join us, but I refused. And then you were tracked by her. The voice that couldn't hear the emotion made the black shadow's figure tremble. Boss, it's the fault of your subordinates, your identity is exposed. The silver-haired middle-aged man turned around suddenly, and a pair of cold eyes slashed at the black shadow. Idiot, do you think I punished you for revealing my identity? Since you've seen that poison queen, you actually let her sneak into Kagaya's banquet to poison her, are you blind? The silver-haired middle-aged man said angrily, grabbed the book on the desk and threw it at the black shadow. The moonlight shined through the window and spilled into the study, illuminating the two people in the room. If the summer night was here, he would definitely be able to recognize one person, that is, the silver-haired middle-aged man Thousand Emperor Longyi. And the man kneeling on the ground also showed his true face in the moonlight, but it was a blonde young man, very handsome, still a foreigner. The blonde young man knelt on the ground motionless, letting the book fall on him, he knew that the boss was really angry, and the boss's favorite Miss Kagaya almost had an accident, which was like touching the dragon's scales. Give you a week, give me someone to get me back, remember that I want to live. As soon as the Thousand Emperor Dragon came to the chair and sat down, he gave the order majestically. He had to ask why Poison Ji was dealing with his niece Kagaya, and if there was anyone else behind it. What's the problem? Qian Dailong raised his right hand, stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed his brows, but found that the blonde young man was still kneeling in place, looking up at him from time to time, and he looked like he wanted to speak. Boss, the bird keeper, under my hand is too tight to move now, and in a week, I can't find anyone alone. The blonde young man secretly glanced at Thousand Emperor Long Yi as he spoke, for fear that he would be angry and blame him for his incompetence. Then send you the night watchman and let's go and find out. Thousand Emperor Ryuiki also seemed to know that only one person was a little difficult for the blonde young man, so he sent him an assistant. Boss, the night watchman has just been trained, and he hasn't fought in actual combat, and the opponent's strength is not bad, I'm afraid there will be losses. When the blonde-haired young man heard about the person sent to him by the Thousand Emperor Dragon, he knew that the Thousand Emperor Dragon was determined to pull out the poisonous insect, but he still admonished him responsibly. That's the elite squad that the boss has worked so hard to train to protect people. HMPH, if they can't even get a poisonous insect, what will they use to protect Kagaya in the future, so it's better to let them die there, save time for poor protection, and let Kagaya be harmed. The teacup that Qian Long had just picked up slapped the desk, and the splashed tea soaked the books on the desk. If the night watchmen he had cultivated for several years were at this level, then how could he rest assured that Kagaya would be guarded by them? By the way, how is the research on the doctor's side, is there any progress? Qian Long suddenly remembered something, and opened his mouth to ask the blonde young man. The birds on the doctor's side have run out these days. No progress at all. The blonde-haired young man just wanted to get up and retire. Who would have thought that Thousand Emperor Ryuiki asked another difficult question to answer, and buried his head again, waiting for Thousand Emperor Ryuiki to scold. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? The blonde-haired young man didn't wait for a long time to scold, raised his head slightly, and saw Qianlong leaning his head back on the seat, closing his eyes, and looking very tired. The Black Knight's life was saved by the boss, and the boss's words are always right for me, and the boss is naturally always right. The Black Knight, a young man with blonde hair, lowered his head to show his loyalty. But Kagaya's most admired hero is the hero, and I'm. Qianlong's hoarse voice was very confused, with struggle, pain, and a trace of imperceptible firmness. If Kagaya-sama knew the boss's intentions, she wouldn't blame you. The Black Knight hurriedly comforted Thousand Emperor Ryuiki. He knew that his boss had been in pain, and he wanted to atone for his sins, but he was committing a crime again. Forget it, you go and deal with your business first, be careful when you go out, don't be discovered. With a wave of his hand, the Thousand Emperor Dragon sent the Black Knight away, and continued to think alone in the study. Big brother, Kagaya, I'm sorry, Medusa. Silence returned to the study, but from time to time there were a few whispers. Chapter 127. So, Xia Ye-kun, see you tomorrow, I wish you a good night. Kagaya also go back and go to bed early. Xia Ye got out of the car and said goodbye to Thousand Emperor Kagaya, and turned around after watching Kagaya's car go away. I'm a little sleepy, let's go to bed early today. Today's succession of events, even on a summer night, was a little unbearable, and Heish took out the key to open the door with a sleepy face. Hey, Mom and Dad haven't come back yet. When I passed by the garage on a summer night, I found that it was empty, and I couldn't help but look up at all the lights in the house, and I was a little puzzled. It seems that the office has been getting busier and busier lately, and it's been the middle of the night, and I haven't even gone home yet. Xia Ye was about to take the key to open the door of the house, but unexpectedly the door opened by itself, and a black shadow rushed out of the house. Woo, brother, you are finally back, Liu Hua is so scared alone. The sound of the little bird swimming 6 flowers stopped the foot that was almost kicked out in the summer night, so hanging, this foot went out, I was afraid that I didn't want to live. At the same time, Xia Ye looked down at the 6 flowers who flew to him and hugged him tightly, especially the crying little flower cat-like face made Xia Ye funny and distressed. After all, he is still a child, and it is inevitable to be afraid to stay at home alone, and it is no wonder that all the lights in the house are on. Why, Mom and Dad haven't come back yet. Xia Ye carried Liu Hua into the house, put her on the sofa and comforted her, and when she didn't cry and quieted down, she asked. I ate, ordered takeout, but I'm hungry again. Maybe it's because the fright hasn't passed. Liu Hua still hasn't recovered his middle two nature, and he is a little pitiful and touches his stomach and looks at the summer night, which is a different kind of cuteness. Hey, I'll make you some food for this little pig first. Xia Ye sighed, stood up and walked to the refrigerator to take out some ingredients and came to the kitchen to start the fire, but he didn't expect Liu Hua to also pull his clothes and follow timidly. Hey, don't you never go into the kitchen? Summer Night chatted with Liu Hua while handling the ingredients, so as not to board her. After all, Liu Hua's fear had not dissipated, and talking could ease her fear. I didn't come in because I was afraid that my brother would be bored to chat with you. Oh, the second secondary school hasn't recovered yet, and Tsunere came back first, but Xia Ye didn't argue with her, and found a topic to chat while cooking. How is the school lately, are there any bullies? Summer Night stir-frying the dishes in the pot, casually asking about the situation of the little bird to her Liuhua school. With the strength of little bird Yu Liuhua, she is not afraid of being bullied, plus the 1000 Emperor Wei has instructed the school, it is estimated that the teachers will please her. No, since the last terrorist attack in the mall, my classmates have worshipped me as the boss after seeing the news. And I've found a like-minded partner. Little bird Yu Liuhua excitedly talked about the situation at school, some eyebrows fluttered, the fear slowly disappeared, and the nature of the second secondary school was restored a little. Xia Ye listened to it full of black lines. Didn't Liuhua study in an aristocratic girls' school? How could there be a feeling of entering a bad girls' school, and there was actually a second middle school among the noble ladies, and the next generation of elites in society was not saved? The addition of the kitchen character card is powerful, and after a while, the summer night is ready for supper, and the appetizing aroma fills the entire kitchen. Sure enough, my brother's sacrifice is my favorite. Little bird Yu Liuhua cheered, picked up the whole pot and ran back to the living room in a hurry, eager to enjoy the food. Hey, little pig, leave me some. Summer Night took out her mobile phone and yelled at the little bird Yu Liuhua, but she only got a response from her sister, who was obviously busy. Hey, Dad, how long are you going to be back? What, you're not coming back today? Don't you fight so hard. It's so big. Okay, be careful. Xia Ye hung up the phone worriedly, looking at the carefree bird in the living room, Yu Liuhua, a little worried. I didn't expect the city to be so chaotic now. The crime has risen sharply, and almost all the hero offices in the city are running at full capacity, and my parents can't come back tonight. System, I want a lottery. There is also a lottery for military human characters in the summer night. Now it's just a good time to see what good things can be drawn. It's also a little bit of a glimpse of whether the system will become stronger or worse after the system upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a Tanya Tigiri Chav character card, and the corresponding equipment will be distributed together, please check it in time. Does this seem to be getting stronger? But what kind of role is Tanya Tigir? Xia Ye touched the back of his head, and couldn't remember the role for a while. After all, after so many years, it was inevitable that he would forget a little. Summer Night doesn't think much about it. Anyway, you should be able to remember it by looking at the introduction of the character card. Thinking about it, I sink my mind into the system to check the latest character card. Lori. Summer Night was stunned, and the first thing that caught her eye was a blonde Lori in military uniform. It's a strong look, and at the second glance, Summer Night feels that although the character is a Lori, the temperament of the soldier is unobstructed, which is a perfect interpretation of the image of a soldier. This is definitely a soldier who has seen blood in 100 battles. It turned out to be her, him, and finally after carefully reading the Summer Night of the character introduction, I finally remembered the origin of this character in my mind. Character Ka, Tanya Tigiri Chav. From the anime Tanya War World, also known as Young Girl War, the 203rd Aviation Wizard Major of the Imperial Army, a 9-year-old girl with fair skin and blonde hair and blue eyes, but her true identity is an elite office worker who was reincarnated in another world and became a young girl under the control of God. In order to escape the poor life in the orphanage, he received non-commissioned officer education as a volunteer soldier and became a general. As a magister, he is also an excellent soldier, commanding the army in a young girl's inarticulate tone, soaring through the sky, brutally and mercilessly defeating enemy troops. She values efficiency and standing out more than anything else, and gradually becomes the most dangerous existence among the Imperial Army Magi. Its biggest goal is to survive no matter what, to get ahead in a safe rear area, and to have a stable future. Equipment. God's Blessing Curse Aranium Type 95 Orb, Magic Rifle, Magic Submachine Gun, Magic Flying Device. This is a Demon Army Lori. But when it comes to the science world or the magic world, the magic orb that can draw out the magic power in the human body. There are all kinds of magic that increase the power of firearms, but there are planes and tanks in the war. It's a strange world. Clams, little bird swims Liuhua. Are you really a pig? Tell you to leave some for me, you have eaten all 3 servings. After the Summer Night lottery came to the table, he was dumbfounded when he looked at the pot that was cleaner than he had washed, and turned his head in disbelief. My brother's sacrifice is so delicious. Raka spits out her little tongue mischievously, trying to get by. Quote. For a while, the original Cold Bird Tour house was full of the slapstick of the brother and sister. Chapter 128. More than 10 days passed in a hurry, and the Shanggying Sports Festival came as scheduled. Shanggying students, regardless of whether they are heroes or generalists, regardless of their grade, all went out nervously and excitedly early in the morning with the blessings and encouragement of their parents and friends. As for Little Bird Tour, our protagonist Summer Night doesn't have this understanding at all, and still plans to get up when he wants, so as not to reduce his precious sleep time because of a sports festival. For him, such a grand event as the Shanggying Sports Festival is a campus event, and at most this campus event has attracted national attention. But what Summer Night, who was sleeping soundly in bed, didn't know was that his sister Tori Rokuka, assigned by their mother Miwa, was quietly approaching Summer Night's room, and danger was quietly approaching. Ah! A shocking scream caused the parents downstairs to look at each other and smile. It's still Xiao Liuhua, who can call Xiao Ye, who loves lazy beds every time. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? I don't know if your son has been sleeping very little lately, and he still wakes me up so early. After a while, he walked downstairs with a cute and well-behaved Raka on a Summer Night under hatch, and complained directly to his parents Sato and Miwa. Recently, the crime rate has risen, and Xia Ye feels sorry for his parents who are always busy until they come back, and almost every day as soon as they get out of school, they go to their office to help, but they are still busy until late at night before they come back. Xiao Ye, today is your Shangiying Sports Festival, this is a big event, why are you still so calm? Summer Night's father, Sato, still wears an apron and dresses up as a housekeeper, setting the tableware and breakfast for the two brothers and sisters on Summer Night. That's right, our whole family asked for leave today, just to go to the scene to see your performance. Your grandfather will also come. If you don't perform well, I'm sorry for us. Summer Night's mother, Miu, put down the newspaper in her hand and raised her eyebrows to remind Summer Night, but there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. They have also learned a little about their son's strength recently, and they know that Xia Ye's performance in the sports festival will not be bad, and he is likely to be the brightest student in this sports festival. Aren't you busy? Isn't your grandfather also taking care of the branch office? It's not surprising that his family can enter Shangiying to watch the scene on a summer night, and with the name and communication of the grandfather's angry hero Tian Zhongli, it must be no problem to get a few more tickets. Xia Ye was just a little puzzled that his parents and grandfather actually took leave to participate in the busy schedule. Now that the office is so busy, can you go away? As the president, you actually sneaked away. It's not all for the night. After all, our office also needs to add some fresh blood from time to time, and we came out in the name of going to the site to inspect the students. Miu touched the hair of the little bird who was struggling with breakfast, and there was a teasing smile on her face. Since she inherited her father's office, although she has been very busy, she has also lost a lot of happy time with her family and children, and now her sons and daughters are like this, and the burden on her shoulders is not so heavy. Sato had a heart, reached out and shook Miu's hand, affectionate for his wife. Well, I'm full, let's go to school first, take your time. Facing his loving parents in front of him, Xia Ye said that he was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, hurriedly pulled a few mouthfuls of breakfast, and picked up his school bag and planned to go out. Brother, take me, I'm done enjoying the sacrifice. Similarly, the little bird Yu Liuhua also seems to be fed with dog food, hurrying to catch up on the summer night when he is about to go out. Quote. Quote. In the house, the little bird tour couple is still looking at each other affectionately, reminiscing about their romantic past. But they were soon broken by a discordant voice. Hey, why didn't the door close? And how did I just see Xiao Ye and Xiao Liuhua go out first? I can't stop screaming, I thought there was some monster at home. Tian Zhongli pushed the door in, looked at the little bird tour couple who were nervous as if they had been knocked out of some adultery, and asked his grandson and granddaughter with concern. The gate of Shangiying School has long been overcrowded, and the campus is also full of merchant shops, and fireworks are flashing in the sky from time to time, which is full of festive atmosphere. It's too cumbersome to go through security checks. A female reporter who was still queuing at the school gate drooped listlessly, full of complaints. After all, I was attacked by the enemy not long ago, and there is no way to strictly inspect it. The male reporter next to him explained, and this year, there are even people who are critical of Shangiying's holding of a sports festival. Causing heated discussions is equal to an increase in ratings, and the focus of this year is really on the one-year A that has fought with the enemy forces many times. The female reporter instantly became excited, as if she had seen big news, and she couldn't wait to enter the Shangiying campus. But what they don't know is that because of the last journalist riot, the journalist group has been arranged for the final security check in retaliation, and they are afraid that they will have to wait. Sounds like this young lady seems to be interested in our class, is there anything you need to help you with? A smiling teenager's voice came, causing everyone to turn around, and a teenager and a little girl stood behind them. Listening to what he said just now, it seems that he is a student of Shangiying's first year A, and for some reason, these reporters always feel that this young man looks inexplicably familiar. Quote. It's you, the little ghost who threw smoke bombs last time. I have to say that the woman really holds a grudge, and the other reporters are still reminiscing, and the female reporter remembered it at once, and looked at the teenager with gritted teeth. It's really a narrow road. That's right, the teenager is naturally a summer night, and the female reporter is the reporter who was scared by the Shangiying steel giant gate last time. What a coincidence, but I'm almost late for school, can you let's talk about the old next time. Xia Ye smiled and recognized the female reporter, but it was almost the same time, so she didn't delay with them. Who wants to catch up with you, last time? What are you going to do? Shangiying invited us today, don't mess around. The female reporter was about to be annoyed and angry, and was about to step forward to settle the account with Xia Ye last time, but Xia Ye took out a few things from her arms, which frightened her to retreat again and again, and her face was discolored, staring at Xia Ye like a terrorist. It was the smoke bomb that she took out on the summer night, and she still remembers the taste of the last time. It is definitely not an ordinary smoke bomb, it is added, and the whole TM is pepper. Xia Ye didn't care about them, and waved the smoke bomb in his hand, as if he was about to throw it, so that the reporters blocking the school gate turned on their backs and made way for a wide road. Summer Night walked into the campus with smoke bombs in his hand and escorted by everyone's frightened eyes. Chapter 129. Brother, your smoke bomb looks so powerful, I want it too. As soon as she entered the door, the little bird Yu Liuhua couldn't wait to ask for the hot smoke bombs from the summer night. It must be a very powerful thing to be able to scare so many adults. No, children can't play with this thing. Xia Ye refused with a black line, this is a smoke bomb, giving Liuhua this troublemaker. Xia Ye feels that something big will happen. Maybe Liuhua, the restless girl, turned her head and used it on herself for experiments, even if it didn't need to be on him. Take it to school to play tricks on people, and it would not be a summer night to take the blame, and her mother's love education, she couldn't afford it. Thinking about it, Xia Ye shivered, ignored the angry Liuhua with her mouth raised, and walked towards the campus. Along the way, the campus was bustling and lively, completely different from the usual empty and deserted. It also made the little bird Yu Liuhua who was still sulking behind him suddenly become active, constantly going back and forth to various snack stalls. His mouth and hands were full of food and snacks. Summer night is not in a hurry, so she follows Liuhua to pay for it, and by the way, she will have a copy herself. Summer night is also a foodie. Anyway, there is no class today, and it will be a long time before the game starts, so let's pass the time here. Which grade are you going to watch? Naturally, it's the 3rd grade, and the blood of the last fight, coupled with the strategy that has been refined through rich actual combat, leads to the biggest attraction every year in the 3rd grade division. But this year is different, and the 1st year division is also attracting attention. Have you heard? I heard that there is a son of the number 2 hero Andwa in the 1st grade this year. No, it's really fake. It's amazing, it's really exciting. Listening to the discussions of the passers-by around me on a summer night, my heart was happy, and it seemed that there would be no shortage of spectators in my competition area. He still remembers that his class had a small bet with other classes, and that his mission performance also needed an audience. Hey, I bumped into an acquaintance. Summer Night was thinking about it, and his eyes inadvertently swept over a few professional heroes, and found that they were still old acquaintances, and they were the Divine Forest, the Mountain Woman, and the Death Red Fist. Summer Night walked forward to say hello, only to find them parked in front of a food stall, and Mountain Woman drooled at the snacks on the grill. Please give me a takoyaki. 500 yen for one serving. That, I've got it on my hands. Didn't bring cash. Lustful, I'll give you a free order. Thank you. Summer Night looked at the mountain woman who relied on sex to seduce and exempt the order, and almost fell to the ground, and this kind of operation. I suddenly wanted to pretend that I didn't know her. What a coincidence, did you also come to participate in the Shangjiang Sports Festival? That being said, it's all here, let's say hello. Are you? Bird Trip Summer Night. While the mountain woman was immersed in the burning of her own hands, Shenwei Jungle and Death Red Fist looked back at Summer Night, and after a little reflection, they recognized Summer Night. After all, such a powerful teenager, as long as you have seen it, it is difficult to forget. You're also here to pick up talent for your firm, and the competition is about to start, why don't you go in? Xia Ye also bought 2 servings of takoyaki, stuffed one to Liuhua behind him, and ate it with relish. Well, it tastes so good. Although we would also like to take advantage of this opportunity to look for talent, we have taken over the task of guarding and patrolling, so we can only let it go for a while. Shenwei Miran and Death Bear Fist looked helplessly at the 3 foodies in front of them, and they couldn't help but buy one themselves, and happily started to be foodies together. Alert! Xia Ye looked at the professional heroes who were patrolling around him suspiciously, and was very confused. Do you need so much? Doesn't it mean that famous professional heroes from all over the country will come to watch the game, and there will be any blind enemy who dares to come here to make trouble? With so many professional heroes gathered in Shangjiang, Summer Night felt like it would have to be weighed even if AFO came over. I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of what if, we don't understand the enemy's logic and thinking, in case there's really anyone who can't think of it. Shenwei Miran smiled bitterly, he also longed for being able to watch the game in the arena. As a professional hero on the hero list, he was qualified to enter the arena, but unfortunately he had a mission. That's right, then I won't bother you, the time is almost up, I'm going to enter. Xia Ye looked down at his watch and found that the time was not early, and if he didn't go over, he was afraid that someone would call to urge, boss, let's pack 20 more takoyaki servings. As a squad leader, you need some rewards to boost morale at the end of the day. Looking forward to your performance. Shenwei Miran waved goodbye, and at the same time felt sad for this class of Shangjiang's first year, and silently mourned for them to have an opponent like Summer Night who could not be crossed. 1A Lounge. Why hasn't the Summer Night come yet? He won't sleep, it's going to be our turn to play soon. Iida Tenya walked back and forth near the door of the house, poking out from time to check, looking very anxious. Iida, what's the hurry? Although he came late every time on a summer night, he was never late. Shanming Electric was still a little nervous, but when he saw Iida Tenya, who was constantly wandering there, he suddenly laughed. The problem of school time on summer nights is the most worrying thing for Iida Tenya every day, and every time he looks at the class time slowly approaching, Iida is entangled and nervous, for fear that he will be late for the summer night, as if he is going to be late. It's just that on summer nights, I stepped on the door again and again with a relaxed face, and I was never late. Why don't you give Summer Night a call? Leary Ochako is a little pitiful to Iida Tenya, who is not the squad leader but the squad leader's heart. Yes, I didn't think of that. Iida patted his head and took out his mobile phone to dial. No need, I'm already there. Summer Night pushed the door in and walked in alone. Iida, how many times have I said it? Can you trust me? Since Shangjiang started school, when have I been late? In fact, the summer night could have come over a long time ago, but he was just waiting for his parents and grandfather to pick up his sister. What do you hold in your hand on a summer night? A few lively girls didn't pay attention to the question of whether they were late for the summer night, they all shrugged their noses and suddenly smelled something delicious. Oh, this is your reward takoyaki, to give you strong morale. As soon as the girls heard that this was for themselves, they didn't wait for the summer night's voice to fall, they directly grabbed the things and divided them. Great, I just didn't eat breakfast this morning because I was too nervous, but now I'm very hungry. Everyone feels that the summer night is so intimate, and it is charcoal in the snow. Chapter 130, Little Bird Summer Night, this time I must beat you and become the first. Just when everyone was hurrying to eat takoyaki and prepared to play, a disappointing voice sounded. Not surprisingly, it was the irritable teenager who burst Hao Shengji. Whatever, as long as you really have this strength. Summer Night waved his hand indifferently, not paying attention to the words of the explosion Hao Sheng. He is so virtuous, Summer Night has long been she, if you don't hear his provocation one day, Summer Night is strange. Summer Night's next words made everyone almost spit out the takoyaki in their mouths. And don't forget that we still have a bet with the rest of the class, I believe you don't want to wear such clothes in front of so many professional heroes. That's when everyone remembered that there was a bet in their class. No, it wasn't forgotten, but they just chose to ignore this terrible thing. Now when they think of this, everyone's faces turned pale, even Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Zhaoliang were no exception, they all changed color a little. After all, gambling with ordinary people is not something they can control by their own strength. Why, you're not confident in your hard work for the past 2 weeks. Xia Ye looked at the crowd who suddenly fell silent, and once again picked up his soul-poisonous chicken soup. You don't even have the confidence to win. To be honest, I appreciate Bang Hao, even if he knows my strength, he still dares to stand up and challenge me. After working hard for so long and sweating so much, are you willing to be a green leaf at the sports festival? No, I think you should all be fighting for the first. Xia Ye's words made everyone raise their heads in astonishment, and they were very surprised. Even if you say this on Xia Ye, isn't it yours in the first place, how can we beat you? If you can't fight, don't you fight. Even if the strength is not an opponent, but at least you have worked hard, and the hero will not give up like this. Your heart is the stronger strength, and if your heart admits defeat, then you really lose. We get it, looking forward to meeting in the ring with Summer Night. Xia Ye looked at the classmates who had rekindled their fighting spirit, and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Finally a little scrappy, it seems that I am also a strong mouth, and I am really a good boy who can speak well, and Yunwen and Yunwu. Okay, since everyone is okay, let's enter. Summer Night clapped her hands and organized everyone to change into school uniforms and prepare for the game. At the same time, the audience in the competition area was full of people, waiting for the opening of this annual event. Hey, wait and see, viewers, hordes of journalists. Brescent, it's him who was in charge of the commentary game this year. A sharp voice rang out, instantly recognizable as Brescent Mac's voice, and at the same time, a yellow broom head appeared on huge screens in various directions above the audience, causing his fans to start screaming. Shangying's teachers are all famous professional heroes at the beginning. If they don't quit the hero profession as teachers, the hero list will have to be changed. Teacher Brescent Mac danced with his big voice, even without a microphone, he could clearly transmit his voice into the ears of everyone on the scene, stirring everyone's emotions and atmosphere. This year, you guys' favorite high school students are going on a big run of youth. The Shangying Sports Festival is about to start, are you ready? Yay! The atmosphere suddenly rose to the top, and the audience rose from their seats one after another, bursting into cheers like waves. Year 1 Division, Student Admission. In the contestant passage, Xia Ye was the first to step out as the class leader, leading the class into the audience's sight. Even if you don't look depressed on a summer night, you'll still be in good spirits at this national sports festival. The classmates behind him looked at the summer night in front of them with their heads held high, and breathed a sigh of relief. In case the summer night as the class leader looked like they hadn't woken up again, I was afraid that their class would really become a laughing stock. It's so boring, but my parents and grandfather are there, hey. Xia Ye is also fighting hard at this time. There is no way, Xia Ye's grandfather has warned him just now, he is not allowed to lose face at the sports festival, and Xia Ye has no choice. Shangying Sports Festival, the little seedlings of heroes will start a life and death, fierce battle, and an annual battle of great battles. Seeing the heroic little heroes who entered the stadium, the audience cheered excitedly, and the reporters also faithfully recorded this scene and transmitted it to every TV, so that the audience who were looking forward to the Shangying Sports Festival but could not come to the scene was also excited. Anyway, you must be looking forward to this group of guys, right? The group of Miracle Novas who were attacked by the enemy, but survived with iron will, that is, the first-year Class A of the Hero Department, right? Fireworks flew over the arena, thunderous applause, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax again. Crowds of people, whether you can play your strongest strength in front of everyone is also one of the qualities you must have as a hero. That being said, but in the face of the audience and the camera, these little heroes still have some stage fright, but the performance is not obvious. In comparison, students who are very calm like Summer Night, Kagaya, Constant Darkness and Bang Scorched Freeze and Bang Hao Shengji immediately attracted everyone's attention and cameras. The black-haired boy had a warm smile on the corner of his mouth, and kept waving to the audience, which was very kind. That boy looks really good, handsome in appearance, gentle temperament, will be a popular professional hero. That's right, such a professional hero can bring a lot of fame to the firm, not much worse than those powerful professional heroes. Your intelligence is too poor, Right, that's the first place in this year's admission, and the strength must be speechless. The silver-haired girl was holding a long sword, and her heroic spirit followed behind Xia Ye unhurriedly. What a handsome girl, not lost to those stinky men at all, fighting for us female professional heroes. The dark and ominous dark crow boy exudes an inexplicable temperament, which makes people feel a little frightened. That crow boy of the opposite sex, I don't know why, looking at him has a feeling of staring into the abyss, which makes me a little scared as a professional hero. The yellow-haired boy has an arrogant face, and his unruly appearance makes it hard to believe that he is actually a student of the hero department. That young man looks good, he looks like a bad guy, is he really a hero? It's a little familiar, it seems to be the party involved in the mud incident, and this is also a potential star with an excellent personality. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in, chapter 131. The red and white hair color, the expression is cold, like a proud prince, looking at it from a distance, there is a little coldness in his heart. Wow, that's Andrewa's son Bang Jiaojeli, it's really worthy of the bloodline of number 2, and he looks very confident. Nonsense, how can Andrew's child be bad, it must be a candidate for the championship of this sports festival. Quote. Everyone is talking, but most of them are talking about scorching jelly, after all, the father is a professional hero number 2, so he is naturally the focus of heated discussions. However, Bang Jiaoleng didn't seem very happy to hear these words, his fists clenched, and he looked at the eye-catching fiery figure in the audience with hatred, and the flames surrounded people to pay attention, it was Andva. Still can't put it down. Andwa looked at his son's gaze, his eyes were still cold, but he was sighing in his heart. It's my brother, I see my brother. Behind her, there was the sound of a little girl cheering, and Andwa followed her point and looked at the summer night, her pupils constricted. Just like him and Olmut, he is a strong opponent that Boom wants to catch up with. How about it, my grandson is okay, not worse than your son. Beside Andwa, Tian Zhongli had a smile on his face, and the pride in his tone could not be hidden. Old man Tianzhong, if you want me to praise your grandson, just say it, why bother to compare it with this demon? Andwa angrily skimmed Tianzhong Lai, and coldly choked back, but there was a rare trace of loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes. Why is there always such a genius in an endless stream? There is Olmut in his generation, and his son with high hopes has a demonic opponent like Summer Night, why are they always pressed like this? Why, you haven't given up on that idea yet, is it so important to be a professional hero number 1? Tian Zhongli noticed Andrewa's eyes and knew his mind very well, the little ghost who came to his hero office to she back then was also so stubborn, but he didn't expect it to be the same after so many years. Unwilling, as if regretful and unwilling, a low sigh slowly floated in, drowning in the shouts of the surrounding audience. Regardless of Andva's thoughts, the introduction continues. Although the next class is a little less popular, it has also gathered a group of powerful factions. Brescent Mac still has a high voice and enthusiastically introduces the next class to everyone, Hero Section, Year 1 Class B. The enthusiasm of the audience is not so high, it seems to have cooled down a lot, although they are still cheering, but it is still not so intense compared to Class A. What, the limelight has been stolen by the guys in Class A? There's no way. People have encountered enemy forces more than once, so naturally they are the focus, and there are so many audiences here because of them, and there were not so many people watching the battle in the first grade district in previous years. The cheers that were quite low made many people in Class B feel aggrieved and complained. But Class B is not bad, at least it is a hero section, and the next class is even worse than them. Classes C, D, and E of the General Division, F, G, and H of the Support Division, and then I, J, and K of the Business Administration Division. In nearly a dozen classes, Brescent Mac hurriedly said, Shangying's first grade, all appear. The cheers and applause of the audience fell again and again, and there were few shouts. We're just a foil, it's boring, some people complain, but it truly reflects that professional heroes are the main trend in society, and heroes are what the audience wants to see, especially since most of these audiences are professional heroes who come to select talents for their own affairs. All the first-year students gathered and stood in the middle of the playing field to wait for the referee. Smack, as soon as the whip sounded, the 18th forbidden hero on the high platform, dressed in tights suitable for children, with a fiery and proud figure, crossed his waist with one hand at midnight, and waved the whip in his hand with one hand. The contestant swears. Gu dong. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded one after another. Looking at the midnight with a peachy smell all over their bodies, the male audience's faces were ruddy, and they faintly felt that their noses were hot, as if something was about to flow out, as the referee of this year's first grade division, the 18th forbidden hero Midnight. Where's the headmaster? The principal, as in previous years, is in charge of the third grade division. It was a wonderful decision to come to the year 1 division. The wolf howl of the idiots one after another made the female professional heroes present show disgusted eyes. Disgusting man. Not only the spectators, but also the students on the field were red and angry, and their eyes avoided dodging and didn't know where to put them. Midnight teacher, what kind of costume is that? Kirishima's face was slightly red, and he wanted to see it but was embarrassed to look at it. Worthy of the 18 forbidden heroes. Although Shanming Electric was also blushing, his eyes were very honest. Like, Maduru Mind's eyes widened, and he wanted to put his eyes on Midnight. Is it really okay to be a teacher in high school as a hero of the 18 bands? Chong secretly didn't see anything on his dark face, but instead raised doubts about the teacher's midnight. Naturally, it's no problem, we're heroes and can stand the temptation of beauty, it's just a small test. Summer Night has a serious face and retorts to Chong Dian with righteous words. Then you might as well put away your camera and say it again. Everyone rolled their eyes as they looked at the Summer Night with their cameras flashing non-stop, and Tianzhong Lai in the audience also blushed, and secretly decided to teach this shameful little rabbit a good lesson when he went home. But Grape leaned over with a lewd face and asked for a share of the Summer Night's good things, and went back to give him a copy. Silence. Midnight flicked the whip again, and everyone was quiet all of a sudden. Player representative, 1A, Little Bird Tour Summer Night took the oath on stage. It's going to be a summer night. After all, they are the first in the entrance exam. The eyes of the students gathered at once, and Xia Ye calmly put away the camera in his hand, raised his feet and walked to the stage. Teacher Midnight is charming today. Just past midnight, a compliment suddenly came from the Summer Night. Little ghost, no matter how sweet your mouth is, I won't favor you. That being said, but the corners of her mouth are still slightly upturned at midnight, how can a woman not like people to praise themselves? Coming to the microphone and standing still, Xia Ye glanced at the students below, smiled slightly, and smiled very kindly, but the next words made most of the students look ugly for a while. Too arrogant this kid. Ladies and gentlemen, are you cheerleading girls ready? I'm looking forward to you wearing them to celebrate my championship. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 132. Ladies and gentlemen, are you cheerleading girls ready? I'm looking forward to you wearing them to celebrate my championship. The kind smile and arrogant words instantly made the students in other classes explode. It's too arrogant, this guy is so arrogant, he actually looks down on us so much. That's right, who does he think he is, and let's celebrate him, has he booked the championship? Even if you're strong, can't we beat the others? All of a sudden, the students were in an uproar, and they were all extremely angry at the words of the Summer Night. Although I don't know what this little ghost means by cheerleading uniforms, but he is too arrogant, right, he is actually talking about the champion. What a confident boy, this doll has a temper with me, as long as he doesn't perform very badly in the game, our firm will invite him. The young man is too reckless, he has angered so many people at once, and I am afraid that the next game will be targeted. Quote. In the audience, everyone was also surprised by Xia Ye's words, and they started to talk about it. Most of them felt that this student was too conceited and didn't know how thick the sky was. My brother is so powerful and majestic, I will do this in the future. Oh, Mom, why are you beating me? Listening to his brother's declaration, the little bird Yu Liu Hua danced in the audience for a while, expressing his envy, and he would do this in the future, but unfortunately he was brainbroken by Mei Yu before he finished speaking, and he squatted on the ground with tears in his little head. If you don't learn the good, you will know that you will see the bad. You are not allowed to follow your brother's example, you have to get along with your classmates in the future. Mei Yu's beautiful eyes were round, which made Liu Hua very aggrieved. Why, my brother can, she can't. If you have the strength, you can be arrogant, he is not wrong, the championship is simply an easy thing for him. Anderwa didn't have any aversion to the arrogance of the Summer Night, it was very simple, strength spoke. Smack. When everyone was noisily questioning, Midnight flicked his whip again, staring at the Summer Night who had walked off the stage and returned to his class, and his red lips lightly opened. Although the words of the Little Bird Tour Summer Night are very arrogant, I have to say that this is difficult to deny, at least I feel that I may not be his opponent. So work hard, I pray for you. One word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the audience was shocked by Midnight's words. Midnight is a veritable professional hero, although the reputation of the 18 forbidden heroes is not very good, but it is indeed a powerful hero, at least stronger than most of the professional heroes present. She actually sighed to herself that she was no match for this student, so didn't that mean that many of them were not his opponents either? The scene fell silent for a while, and all eyes were focused on the Summer Night when the hippie smiling face in the venue was denounced by his classmates. Summer Night, you pull hatred again, and you provoke 10 classes at once, what if we are targeted? I don't think it's just in case, look at the eyes of the other classes around us, it's like they're going to eat us, we're already the target of their fire. As soon as Xia Ye came back, he was surrounded by his classmates gossiping, obviously they couldn't see the arrogance of Xia Ye, let alone the despised master. What are you afraid of? I can't lose, I don't plan to let the general department enter the ring at all, how can I lose? Summer Night smiled evilly, making the classmates next to him dumbfounded, and this kind of operation. Their bet was that if the general subject defeated anyone in their own class in the ring, they would lose, and if no one could enter the ring, they would naturally not lose to the general class. You had that idea in the first place, did you say? How could you possibly make such an outrageous bet? Of course, I wouldn't want to wear women's clothes to the podium to receive the prize. Summer Night's answer relieved everyone. Yes, they didn't want to wear that kind of shameful clothes and lose face at the sports festival that was being watched nationwide. No, what does this have to do with your hatred? Aren't we going to be targeted by other classes? Soon someone realized that something was wrong, and reacted. If the ordinary department can't enter the ring, it's also the third round, and they won't be targeted for the fire in front of them. Yes, it's true, it's okay, so you have to work hard, don't get killed, it's a shame. After Xia Ye finished speaking, he didn't wait for everyone to react, he ran away, joked, and if he didn't slip away, he would be beaten by the group. Well, Pai is very happy now, and in the future, he will call me Little Bird Swimming Shoppy. Birdie's summer night. Sure enough, a group of people chased after Xia Ye and looked like they were going to kill. The other classes are even more angry, and they still have time to play, which is how much they don't take them seriously. Eraserhead, your students are so energetic. In the broadcast studio, Bress and Mac raised his fingers at Aizawa with both hands, and teased him, making Aizawa roll his eyes and not want to speak. Ding! Release the task, all promotions. The excellent host is naturally not an incompetent person. Ensure that Class A will all advance to the second round, and reward the members of the Naruto Xiao organization with a character card lottery. The sudden task made Xia Ye can't help but be crushed by the classmates behind him. I'm going to die, you're so heavy, come down, the game is about to start. Summer Night was crushed into a wild scream, and it looked like she was almost out of breath. Of course, it's just pretending, he just likes to get along with his classmates like this, at least everyone doesn't have any sense of distance from him because of his strength, this is campus life. HMPH, I'll spare you this time. It seemed that noticing the gaze of the surrounding audience, the classmates who were pressing on Xia Ye were a little embarrassed, and quickly got up and returned to the waiting area of their own class. And the cheeky Summer Night stood up as if nothing happened, patted the soil on his body, and walked back to his team calmly in front of everyone's eyes. All the staff are promoted. I remember that the original books all advanced to the second round, and the rewards were given away for free. But this reward is really rich, members of the Hokage Akatsuki organization, those are all big guys. Summer Night was excited, and it seemed that he had one more whole card. Does the host really think it's a free gift? Isn't it? Wait, it doesn't seem to be for nothing, which means that my first place in the first round is out of play. Xia Ye suddenly reacted, this is a big reward, I definitely won't rely only on the original plot. In case of some accidents, no one in the class will be promoted, and I won't have to cry to death. Therefore, I must make a move to ensure that all members of my class are promoted, that is to say, I am going to be a nanny, and the first place is estimated to be out of place. But fortunately, the first place in the first round has little to do with the final championship, and it's not a pity that it's gone, otherwise Xia Ye is really entangled in what to do. After all, Xia Ye still has a task of sports festival champion hanging. Chapter 133. With the end of the student's oath, naturally, the competition will also kick off. Smack. Midnight twitched the whip in his hand again, attracting everyone's attention back. Alright, let's get started. The first project, also known as the pre-audition, is a process in which a large number of students leave the stage every year. No matter what Shongying is, the rhythm is very fast. There are no leadership speeches, no safety precautions, and Midnight goes straight to the point. Semicolon. All the large screens above the auditorium changed like slot machines, drawing the first round of the competition. This year's #1 project is it. As the Midnight voice fell, the screen paused to reveal the extracted items. Obstacle course. All students from 11 classes will participate in the race, which will be about 4 kilometers long around the sports field. Midnight licked her sexy red lips and bewitched a little wildly. Our school has always been about freedom, and this time is no exception. As long as it's on the track, whatever means are used, including personality. That's good, so I'm relieved. Xia Ye smiled with satisfaction when she heard Midnight's words, and her eyes swept over the students in the other classes as if she was looking at her prey, which made many students feel a chill on their backs. It's over, you can use personality, and it's time for the hero section to perform again. It's so unreasonable, if our personality is really stronger than theirs, isn't it that we are in the hero department? Hey, personality is the king of heroes, what can we do? The students of the general department complained for a while, they only entered the general department because of their poor personality, how could they be compared to the students of the hero department in terms of personality? Alright, let's take our places. No matter how much they complained, the rules of the game would not change because of them, and everyone, whether expectant or frustrated, had to gather at the starting point to prepare for the start of the race. Kagaya, how's it going? No problem. Xia Ye came to Xiandiwie, and she was a little worried when she looked at her in a school uniform. Most of Kagaya's strength is in her combat uniform equipment, but this sports festival is forbidden to use combat uniforms except for the support department, so her strength may be the most ups and downs in this competition. It's okay, I'm not weak even if I don't have a combat suit, at least I'm not going to be eliminated in the first round. A hint of joy flashed in Xiandiwie's eyes, and he was very happy that Xia Ye came to care about her, and a smile on the corner of his mouth said that it was no problem. That's good, if you really can't do it, ask for help from your classmates. It's just the first round, we don't need to fight, believe me, mutual aid is the best choice. Summer Night's words were not only said to Kagaya, but also to the other students in his own class around him. Yes, what Xia Ye said is right, and we have so many other classes that we don't help each other in the first round. Well, it's rare to say what the squad leader should have said on a summer night. The students all felt that what Xia Ye said was right, and they found teammates one after another, planning to help each other in the game. Of course, a certain durian head pursed his lips disdainfully, turned his head, and had no intention of cooperating, and the cold bombardment was silent. Xia Ye didn't say anything, their strength still had the qualifications to act alone. The preparation lights of the race tunnel were lit up, and everyone began to prepare for the race, their bodies tense, ready to start at any time. Wow, wow, wow. With the 3 lights extinguished, the obstacle course race officially kicked off. It's so fast. Before everyone could take the first step, a figure flashed and jumped into the passage. It's a summer night in Class A's Birds Tour, and as soon as the game starts, he took the lead and went straight into the passage, and no one else reacted yet. Brescent Mac dutifully explained the game. At this point, the other competitors began to enter the tunnel. Eraserhead, what do you think is the point of the start of the game? It's now. Aizawa knocked out his ears, which were shocked by Brescent Mac, and replied listlessly. The passage at the starting point is too narrow. In the passage, everyone was huddled together, and the water could not be drained, and they were blocked in the narrow passage and could not move forward. The first level of screening, I can't waste time here with you, that guy has already set off first. Bang Zhao Freeze's eyes flashed, and the body began to burst out with cold air, which suddenly broke through the crowded flow of people, froze their feet, and sealed their mobility. What's going on? As soon as Bang Zhao Ling rushed out of the passage, his eyes saw a figure standing outside, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Boom, thank you so much, it made my workload a lot less, and the rest of the matter is much easier. Outside the passage, a smiling summer night walked to the side, making way for the scorching jelly. Boom Zhao Ling took a deep look at the hippie smiling summer night, and really couldn't figure out his behavior, so he didn't care about him anymore, and rushed forward on his own. Boom classmate, you underestimate us too much. You don't want to be happy, half of the bastard. At the same time, unlike the other students who couldn't move, everyone in Class A was very decisive, and they used their personalities to escape the scorching cold and rushed out of the passage. This is not so decisive even for Class B, which is also a hero department, and this is the result of the summer night training, the ability to respond quickly to emergencies. That's good, everyone is out, and no one is pulling down, so let's go chase that kid. It seems that their training during this period of time has not been in vain. Xia Ye nodded with satisfaction, and made way for them. Why are you still here on a summer night? When the students saw the summer night greeting them, they looked a little sluggish and asked in confusion. Of course, this is also a question from the audience. Why didn't the summer night classmate, who was ahead at the beginning, continue to set off, but stayed outside the passage and didn't know what to do? Brescent Mac asked in exaggerated surprise, expressing his incomprehension of Summer Knight's behavior. Eraserhead, do you know what the reason is? Aizawa Shota had a headache, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and had a bad premonition in his heart. What big thing is this kid going to do again? It's nothing. Mr. Midnight doesn't mean anything. I'm just here to add some fun to this game and the audience. You don't have to worry about me. Let's go first. I'll catch up soon. Xia Ye waved his hand absently, signaling his classmates to go first, and then began to change his image himself, ready to equip the character card to do things. Chapter 134. What the hell are you going to do on a summer night? This isn't the Kakashi Hachiki when school started. The students of Class A continued to move forward, while turning their heads from time to time to look at the white hair behind them, very puzzled. However, their questions were quickly answered, and they saw the afterimage in Xia Ye's hand move again and again, and a few ninja seals were slapped on the ground. Multiple earth flow walls. That's right, it's an upgraded version of Kakashi's famous indecisive dirt flow wall. The ground shook, and more than a dozen tall rock walls made of earth and rock, with dog's head signs, slowly rose, blocking the exit of the passage, so that the students who had just escaped the scorching freeze were locked in again. Well, this should be able to stop them for a long time, and the thickness of the dozen or so earth flow walls adds up to 7 or 8 meters, which is enough for them to play. Listening to the sound of explosions and the immovable earth flow walls in the passage from time to time, Xia Ye couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Just as he was about to slip away, he suddenly took shape, and Xia Ye touched his chin and thought, well, let's be more insured. Once again, the seal was made in one go. Yellow springs. Below the outside of the dirt flow wall, the soil of the track softened and sinked, and after a while, a swamp the size of a basketball court appeared, which just covered the entire track outside the passage, and the opponent had to cross a swamp of about 10 meters if he wanted to continue to advance. Not bad, that's pretty much it. Xia Ye pressed his feet hard, and his body shot out, catching up with his classmates, and he didn't need other abilities. He was not in a hurry, so he slowly hung behind the line of students in his class and remained in 20th place. Don't fight for the first place, ensuring that all employees pass is the most important thing for him now. There must be no accidents. Now, the reward is greater than everything. Wow, Xia Ye didn't know that his every move was broadcast on the huge screen in the venue, causing an uproar among the audience. It's okay, so wouldn't the top 20 be covered by Class A students? Well, this classmate did go a little too far. Those walls are enough for the students in the passage to toss, and he actually arranged a swamp, which is too much. I'm a little silent for the students in other classes, and I guess when they come out, all the members of Class A will almost reach the end. But no one accused Xia Ye of cheating to help his classmates. The referee had already said that anything on the track could be done. People just used their personality to intercept opponents, although there were a lot of interceptions, and they didn't intercept the players in their own class, but they didn't violate the rules. Ahem, okay, let's move on to the game. Brescent Mac coughed a few times, hiding the fact that he had been stunned for a long time and didn't speak. Now it's all the leaders in Class A, and the first student has already encountered the first level we set up for the students, Robot Hell. Xia Ye was hanging behind everyone as a nanny, and suddenly heard a roar not far ahead, raising a huge amount of dust, and dozens of huge robots appeared in everyone's field of vision. A mechanical voice sounded strangely, and the red electronic eyes above the robot's head flashed with a strange red light. A large number of targets appear. Lock on the target, attack. The huge steel giant fist slowly raised and launched an attack on the students of Class A. This is the number 0 robot at the time of the entrance exam, and there are so many of them. Even on a summer night, he couldn't help but change color, although he was not afraid, but it was also very tricky. No, this is not the 0 robot of the entrance exam, this is the 0 robot that has been strengthened. These are all robots that have been strengthened by the White Mouse principle with reference to the external structure of the Summer Night Mecha, and may be far less powerful than the Summer Night Mecha, but they are already much stronger than the original 0 robot. At least from the fact that Bomb's Scorched Jelly is now stopped and can't get out, it can be seen that in the original book, Bomb's Scorched Jelly can solve one and get out with one blow. Summer Night's eyelids fluttered, and he cursed the headmaster of the White Mouse. Damn, it's so big. I know that you Shongying have enough money and funds, but you don't have to show it off like this, so many robots aren't afraid of the dead. Summer Night was even thinking about whether to take out his Mecha Lancelot to fight. In fact, it was also done by himself in the Summer Night, and the students of other classes were sealed in the passage. Otherwise, although there are many of these robots, there are not many of them distributed to each student, and everyone can barely cope with it. Our attacks don't work against them at all. 8,000,000 hands held a few turrets, and fired from time to time, but they did not cause any damage to the giant robots, leaving only a few pitted black paint dents on the surface. Bastard, why is this robot so strong? It's definitely not so powerful during the exam. Bang Hao Shengji pressed his hands on the robot body, a burst of flames and bombing, only to barely dismantle one. He was almost hit by other robots around him, and in desperation, he turned over and retreated into the team, panting slightly and scolding, making Xia Ye a little weak. Are they going to face such robots in their entrance exams on summer nights? Boom's Scorched Jelly is also surrounded by nearly 10 giant robots in the middle, although there are 3 or 4 poured next to it, but judging from the slower and slower movements of Boom's Scorch, it is almost unsupportable. Forget it, I'll carry my pot. Looking at the students who were fighting more and more hard, Xia Ye had no choice but to take the pot. After all, there were also his factors. Hey, I don't have a lot of energy packs, and I don't know if I can stick to Kagaya to study it. Boom. With a loud bang, the fangs of the white mecha were once again displayed in front of the world, and Lancelot appeared. In the venue, the audience looked at the mecha that appeared on the big screen and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What the hell is this? Are they collectively hallucinating? The behemoth-like white mecha swirled with an inexplicable halo under the sunlight, and the humanoid body, the mechanical structure, and the scarlet double swords appeared in the form of a mecha in the eyes of everyone. It's fake, isn't it said that you are not allowed to carry technological equipment? Suddenly it came out. What kind of personality is this little ghost? Just use the Earth-based personality. How can you make such a thing now? Quote. Everyone looked at the screen in distraction. Are the current students so strong? Even Shongying students are too much. That mecha can't even look at them and be sure to defeat. You don't have to question it. This is the personality of Xia Ye's classmates, and it doesn't break the rules. The narrator, Bresson Mac, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, so as not to misunderstand the audience. Summer Night went directly into the Lancelot cockpit, and the electronic eyes on the mecha's face flashed and shook flexibly, as if scanning something. Even if I studied it in the video, I didn't see it with my own eyes. It's really a mechanical work of art. Thousand Emperor Wei stared blankly at Lancelot, who had already begun to act, and muttered to himself. The similar mecha produced by his artificial island was simply a desecration of the great creation in front of him. Chapter 135. The mecha's feet sank slightly, and the dirt exploded, and the entire behemoth ejected out like this. White shadows flashed in the air, swords swung together, red afterimages pierced the air, and the giant robots that approached and surrounded them stood still as if they had malfunctioned in an instant. In a moment, the robot's mechanical head fell to the ground, the broken lines on both sides were uneven, the arc flashed, the explosion sounded, and the giant robot emitted billowing black smoke, and the smoke and dust fell to the ground, shaking everyone present to stand unsteadily. Is this the mecha used in the summer night exam? The classmates in Class A were all stunned. Their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Even if they were Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly, they were slightly discolored, and there was a trace of cowardice in the bottom of their hearts that they didn't even notice. Why is it so strong? Can they really catch up with him? Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly shook their heads vigorously, as if they wanted to shake off this lack of confidence. Don't watch the show. Go first now, I'll catch up in a while. Summer Night controlled Lancelot to step on a giant robot that had fallen to the ground, turning back to urge everyone, but the metal giant sword in the mechanical hand did not stop waving, and the explosion still sounded. Xia Ye didn't plan to destroy all these robots. He also wanted to leave some soup for the students in the back. It would be easy to wipe out all the other classes, and he wouldn't do this thankless task. Good. The students also reacted from their stunned state at this time, and one by one, under the cover of the summer night, they hurriedly escaped from the first level and continued to move forward. I can solve it without your help for this senseless favor. I don't owe you a favor, bastard. Burst Hao Shengji's footsteps paused slightly before leaving, and suddenly turned around and shouted at Xia Ye like a vent, so that the mecha controlled by Xia Ye almost stumbled to the ground, and was still arrogant at this time. Kindly remind this self-reliant durian head that Bang is already far ahead again, and it will be too late if you don't chase it. Seeing that everyone was out of the robot group of the first level, Xia Ye no longer wasted the energy of the mecha, directly retracted the mecha, and chased after the explosive hero who was still in place. Bao Hao Shengji stared at Xia Ye's back and gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and his hands burst into flames to chase after him, and with his strength, he soon came to the leading team again. Walking on the track unhurriedly on a summer night, it is completely different from the tense struggle of those students not far ahead. The look of smugness made the audience feel that this kid was not here to compete, but rather to go out for an outing. Soon everyone in Class A came to the second level, the cliff. If you fall, you'll be out, so if you don't want that, just crawl over. Brescent Mac suddenly shouted in a frustrated voice. He was just in a panic. All of them were students in Class A, and he was not competitive at all, so how could he explain it, and now he can finally start work. There are only thin wires connecting the cliffs, and there is an abyss that cannot be seen below, so that the people who looked down quickly retracted their bodies and swallowed their saliva. When did you build such a venue? Bang Jiaoling stepped on the tightrope. The cold air under his feet was permeated, and it spread out along the wire instantly, and came to another cliff, and Bang Jiaoliang was worthy of being an expert in playing with ice, sliding steadily on the ice road he created, and continued to move forward, very fast. At the same time, an extremely arrogant shout suddenly echoed at the scene. How can I let you take the lead? Give it to me. With a few loud boom sounds, Bang Hao Shengji jumped up and rushed to the cliff, and the palms of his hands sprayed out the flames like mistletoe flames, rushing straight into the air, spanning a distance of more than 10 meters and flying up on the ground again. That's amazing. Rainy season. Leary Mikako was sighing, and suddenly found that the frog blowing plum rain came out of the crowd, and a frog jumped onto the tightrope and crawled over the tightrope very quickly. After experiencing Keigaya's ninja training, the balance of the frog blowing the plum rain is simply not too stable. Compared to the original book, it's more like flying, although it's not as fast as the explosion of the hero and the speed of the blast scorch, but it's also quite fast. We can't be left behind, we will never admit defeat. That's right, maybe my brother is watching me in front of the TV, I must not let him see my disgrace. The others clenched their fists and puffed themselves up, and they began to use their personalities to climb this second level. It's okay to beat yourself. When did the other students in the class become so strong, and they caught up so quickly? Using his ice to skate quickly, he had already spent half of the second level and took time out of his busy schedule to look back, not only finding the explosion of Katsuji who was flying in midair and chasing after him, but also the people who had begun to adapt to the rapid pursuit of the cliff. Withdrawn and arrogant, he didn't pay attention to the training of these classmates at all, let alone participated in the training organized by Summer Night, so he naturally didn't expect the people who had greatly increased their strength. Oh, the students of Class B and the other classes have finally broken through the earthen walls of Summer Night's classmates and come out of the closed passage. Just when Xia Ye stared at the students in his class with a satisfied face that they had passed the second level without danger, Brescent Mac's excited voice came from the broadcast of the arena, which made him frown secretly. I underestimated them. I thought that I would not be able to get out of trouble until at least everyone reached the third level. But it's no wonder. After all, there are still students in Class B trapped in the Summer Night, although they are not as strong as Class A, but they are also heroes at all, plus so many general subjects and support departments together, multiple earth flow walls really can't stop them for long. And Wankwanuma, not to mention, it will only block those students whose strength and personality are extremely rubbish, and it will not cause trouble to the really powerful players. At most, they will be in. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that these students had little practical experience and didn't know how to cooperate with each other, they wouldn't have been trapped for so long with their excellent personalities. Little bird swims in the summer night, it's too despicable, you wait for me. Among the players who got out of trouble, the students of Class B, whose strength is not bad, naturally took the lead in running at the forefront, gritting their teeth and frantically moving their legs, burying their heads in pursuit. Damn, it's really hateful, the people in Class A are so insidious. If they really let them all get the top 20, wouldn't Class B, which is also a hero department, become a laughingstock? However, they blushed and soon encountered the giant robots deliberately left behind by the Summer Night in the first level, although they were destroyed a lot by the Summer Night, but the remaining number is still amazing. So, they were tragic again, and they were surrounded by many people, and they didn't have a powerful squad leader like Xia Ye to rescue them, so they could only barely support and dodge, waiting for the arrival of other classes in the follow-up to relieve the pressure. But what they don't know now is that there is even bigger trouble ahead of them. Chapter 136. On the edge of the cliff, the Summer Night floats in midair, and beneath it is a bottomless abyss. That's fine, but I'm not going too far. I'm a little sympathetic to the people behind me. Summer Night rubbed her chin and looked at the masterpiece she had just completed. Most of the tightropes between the cliffs were cut by the Summer Night, leaving only a cold wind blowing between the cliffs, shaking the broken wires and striking the cliff walls. No, I still left some for them, I'm still too kind. Summer Night looked at the lonely steel wires dripping with unknown liquid between the cliffs, and nodded in affirmation. Didn't know that all his words were recorded by the monitor and played on the big screen in the venue, leaving all the audience speechless for a while. You put away the lube that's rubbing on the residual wire, and then you're going to kill you. Of course, human life will definitely not be lost. After all, it is just a competition, and it is impossible to be without security. There are many heroes and professional heroes hidden on the track to protect students and prevent accidents, but the teacher's action also means elimination. Summer Night waved her hand to the bottom of the cliff with a kind face, as if greeting someone through the darkness. I said, didn't this kid spot us? He seemed to be waving at us. At the bottom of the cliff, a professional hero turns around in confusion and asks his teammates. I think so, otherwise Xia Ye's classmates wouldn't make such jokes, he probably just saw our promises to play like this. A Shangyin teacher snatched the conversation and explained with a wry smile, crying and laughing in his heart, this Summer Night has caused them trouble, and he understands that Aizawa is too troubled. He often heard his colleague Aizawa complain about a restless, annoying guy in his class, but he could tell that it was just a dissatisfaction with the student's prank, and those who knew Aizawa well could tell that he was still very optimistic about the student in his tone. Okay, it's time for me to move on, and when they finish the second level, we guess our class will reach the end. Quote, Summer Night floated in the air, put his palms above his head to block the sun, looked at the players who were still struggling with the robots in the first level in the distance, and turned to leave. However, Xia Ye still has no intention of fighting for the first place in this round, although he can still win the first place in this round now, but it is still a safe point, and the reward is important. Oh, the leader is the Scorched Freeze classmate of Class A, he has now reached the third and final level, and its true face is. In the commentary room, Aizawa was still watching the game listlessly, but Bresson Mac was getting more and more excited, very excited. Although the game was messed up by the Summer Night, it was also beginning to come to an end, which was the climax, a large minefield. This is a very careful arrangement, just look closely and you can find out where the mines are buried, so use your eyes and feet to the fullest. Bresson Mac's voice was suddenly low, and a terrible and dark smile appeared on his face. By the way, this kind of mine is for competitive use, and it is not very powerful, but the explosion sound and explosion effect are absolutely shocking, and you will definitely be scared. He clutched his yellow broom head like a frenzy, straightened his body and pretended to be frightened, screaming loudly. He was really excited, this minefield was his masterpiece. If Summer Night is here, it must be said that Mr. Mike's brain is trembling. I see, this is the type of obstacle that the higher the ranking, the more disadvantageous the person, and he actually does these little tricks. Scorching Jelly cautiously maneuvered around the safety of the minefield and slowly advanced towards it, where he was the first to arrive and had no advantage at all. At the same time, Bang Hao Shengji also arrived at about the same time, with his hands behind his back, and there was another burst of explosion and fire, and Bang Hao flew straight up, approaching the bombardment without landing on his feet, perfectly dodging the mines on the ground. Bastard, I won't lose to you. At the same time as the explosion was flying over the scorching freeze, the fire in his hand was stimulated, and he launched an attack towards the bombardment. Bang Jiao Jelly dodged, and at the same time used a slight force under his feet, keeping himself not lagging behind, going hand in hand, and not being idle in his hands, and also interfering with Bang Hao. The two fought like this in the dense minefield of the third level, but the speed under their feet was not greatly affected, and they still kept moving forward. Wow, just then, the first place was replaced. Bresson Mac became emotional, and after so long, there was finally the situation that everyone was expecting. Ecstasy, gentlemen, ladies, your favorite plot is here, but no matter how fierce the competition is, are these two still the ones taking the lead? Bresson Mac suddenly felt wrong. Why didn't the audience pay much attention to his statement? Did you no longer applaud the wonderful game of Boom Win and Boom Scorch? The audience said that although the first two seemed to be competing for the first place very fiercely, anyone with a discerning eye could see who the real first was, and the Summer Night that was floating in the air and was almost bored and asleep behind Class A was the contestant they were amazed at. There was a strange phenomenon in the audience. Everyone didn't watch the exciting fight between Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly on the big screen, but instead focused on the leisurely 20th place screen that was completely different from the other hot players. Leisurely, from time to time I still have the heart to help my classmates, or arrange a few traps on the road. This strength, you say it's not the first who believes it. Why didn't my brother go to the first place? He said before the game that he was going to give me the championship trophy. Did he regret it and deliberately fell behind? Little bird Yu Liuhua stared at a pair of aggrieved big eyes. Her little face was bulging, she was very angry, and she kept scolding her bad brother for not keeping her promises. Well, maybe Xia Ye has some ideas. Anyway, the first round of the game doesn't affect the final ranking much, and he won't, with his strength. Summer Night's father, Sato, looked at Tian Zhonglai with a black face, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain for Xia Ye, but Tian Zhonglai glared at him and stopped talking. This little rabbit cub is usually out of tune, and now he dares to play so much at the sports festival that attracts national attention. See if I go back and don't give him more practice. Tian Zhongli felt that he would be ridiculed by his old friends when he went back, and he had just told his old friends to remember to watch the game, boasting about how dazzling his grandson would be in the sports festival, but now this is the case. I am afraid that he will be ridiculed as a joke for a long time. Chapter 137. Dad, although this round of Xia Ye is not the first place, but you look around, who doesn't think that Xia Ye is the first? You won't be embarrassed in front of your old friends, they will only envy. Summer Night's mother, Miu, saw at a glance why her father was annoyed, and persuaded with a smile, so that Tian Zhongli calmed down the anger in his heart a little. Indeed, most of the surrounding audience didn't pay attention to the competition for the first place, and they were all discussing the boy who was bored to the sky for days. Xia Ye is sitting cross-legged in midair, and from time to time he will help his classmates in Class A, which makes people feel that he is not a player in the game, but more like a leisurely referee. The audience couldn't figure out why Summer Night didn't fight for the first place with this strength, and it was still this kind of sports festival related to the future of heroes, and the other students were eager to be at the top of their rankings in order to attract the attention of their firms. What a noble boy, he must have deliberately fallen behind in order to help his classmates, and there are not many such heroes now. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion in the audience made everyone suddenly realize and talk about it. That's right, it must be like this, giving up glory and helping my classmates, it's really touching me. Such a hero who is willing to help his teammates and has a spirit of unity is what we need in our affairs. No matter what the final result of this student is, I will persuade our president to invite him. The little bird tour family was speechless when they listened to the discussions around them. How could they say so noble on a summer night? Even Liu, whose heart didn't fluctuate, and she even wanted to laugh. She knew best what virtue her brother had, and she felt that the people around her were definitely not talking about her brother. The game is still tense. It's going on wonderfully. In the studio, Bresson Mac paused as he looked at the stretching Summer Night, and changed his words in embarrassment. But after all, he was a former professional hero, and now a Shongying teacher. His passionate voice echoed in the venue again, and his tone was extremely excited. Okay. Just when the first two fought fiercely, the follow-up troops also rushed to catch up. Ha ha ha, they will be dumbfounded in the face of my proud masterpiece, and they will be afraid. After a short time, all the members of Class A rushed to the minefield of the third level, but it was not difficult for them. Although the speed is not as fast as the first blast Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly, but it is also quite easy. All the way, no one has been attacked by mines. It seems that everyone's training is very effective. Forehead. Bresson Mac was slapped in the face instantly, and when he heard the laughter in the audience, his old face turned red, and he quickly changed the topic. All the members of Class A are far ahead, and the large army behind them is in a mess, and the school has not announced how many promotion places there are, so you can continue to move forward with such anxiety. On the far rear track of Class A, the members of the other classes managed to escape from the giant robot swarm with their hands and feet, and finally reached the second level in embarrassment, but they stood on the track and looked at the cold wind cliff completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are the wires all broken? How can this pass? Damn, it must be the squad leader of Class A again, Xiao Bird's tour, a ghost on a summer night. That's right, who else but that mean little bird swims on a summer night? Obviously, Summer Night has been reduced to a complete and hateful bastard in the eyes of these people. Woo, it's too much. Now in this situation, how can I still catch up with you? You have all been steadily promoted, and you still have to make trouble for them. Ha ha. When everyone was angry, a burst of laughter came from the crowd, making everyone can't help but look back and glare. At this time, there are still people laughing. Are they laughing at them? A cherry red-haired girl wore a pair of strange eyes and technological equipment on her body, with a happy face, not caring about the angry eyes around her, but she lowered her head and said to herself excitedly, it's here, it's finally here, the opportunity for self-expression, my support equipment can finally shine. I saw it all clearly, and the support company of the whole country, my baby debuted on the stage. The girl's arms are outstretched, as if to accept the gaze of the audience. Hey, why can you bring your gear to the race? Support division. For the sake of fairness, students are not allowed to wear combat uniforms at the sports festival, except for the support division. The girl raised her head and turned her face to Class B, with an unbearable red tide of excitement on her face. Your hero section usually undergoes substantive training, right? For the sake of fairness, as long as it is equipment or combat uniforms developed by our support department, it can be used in the competition. Quote. The girl kept posing, consciously or unconsciously, highlighting the equipment on her body, as if someone was admiring it. I should say that this competition is an excellent stage for our support department to show our ideas and development technologies to the company. Although it is not as good as Class A, when Class B, who is also a hero, is helpless, his own invention equipment has been solved, which will definitely attract everyone's attention. As she spoke, an iron arrow from the girl's waist shot out suddenly, pulling a rope towards the cliff in front of her, and nailed it to the edge of the opposite cliff. At the same time, the mechanical device under his feet erupted and jumped out, flew out of the cliff, and fell to the bottom of the cliff in accordance with Newton's theory. Okay, keep your eyes open, big companies on the scene and in front of the TV, look at my cute baby. In the exclamation of everyone's eyes, the girl laughed wildly and pressed the button in her hand, and the rope around her waist quickly contracted, pulling her to swing to the opposite side. When he was about to hit the mountain, he twisted his waist, kicked his legs towards the mountain, and the airflow under his feet erupted again, and the rope with the contraction of the rope quickly rose to the top of the cliff with the girl, and flew into the air. In this way, it is already obvious that the girl will pass the second level. Everyone just stared blankly at the girl out of sight, and for a while there was silence, and a quiet atmosphere spread through the crowd. So what are we going to do? No equipment, and personality is not in this area, how can we live? Everyone looked at each other, at a loss, and they had no idea, expecting what others could do. This is the difference between these people and all the members of Class A. They have not experienced the baptism of the enemy, they do not have the decision of Class A, and they do not have such an excellent personality. The distance between students has widened in the short time since the start of school, and it will get bigger and bigger, and finally it will be the distance between elite professional heroes and low-level professional heroes. Chapter 138. Default. Dyslexic. Roboto. Laura. Chevron_left. Chevron_right. Knights_stay. Hey, How many more? You see, somebody is already starting to go up. A cry of joy rang out in the crowd, and everyone followed his point, and their eyes moved to the very edge of the track, where there were actually several students hanging upside down on the tightrope and slowly moving forward. Hurry, hurry up, don't push, that's mine, I'll go first. Quote. As if they saw hope in despair, the crowd suddenly boiled over, and rushed towards that side, but unfortunately there were too many people, and they were all crowded together, and they couldn't get through it for a while. What's the matter? Why did those few wires be left that summer night? Since they were going to be broken, they were all broken, why leave a few, is it? On the contrary, the students in Class B didn't take any action, and the class of the hero department was not in vain, so they could still see that something was wrong. Of course, please ignore the Tetsu who was pulled back by the head of Class B, Kazuka Kento. Oh no, that student is in danger. A frightened and worried cry broke the commotion of the people on the edge of the cliff, and their eyes gathered. A student halfway through the wire suddenly became unsteady and kept trying to regain his balance, but the soles of his feet shook even more as if they were slipping. In the end, in the eyes of everyone, he completely tilted away from the tightrope, his mouth kept calling for help. With a crying voice, his hands seemed to want to grasp something, but there was nothing, and he fell straight to the bottom of the devouring dark cliff. When everyone covered their eyes and didn't dare to see the man's end, a figure jumped up at the bottom of the cliff, scooped up the fallen student, and waved his wings to fly. Great! The students who watched from the edge of the cliff burst into a burst of joy, celebrating the peace of the classmate, and also for themselves. After all, no matter what, they are still a little scared to climb such a thin tightrope, for fear that they will also have an accident, but now that they are watching, nothing will happen, and they will definitely be able to pass a few more times. Hey, why did he go? The students suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did the other party not let go of the students after saving them, but left with them? Only a few bright students thoughtfully seemed to understand something. He's been eliminated, and a teacher or a professional hero comes to the rescue. When everyone was confused, a person jumped up at the bottom of the valley again, but this time it was Shangying's teacher who opened his mouth to explain, dispelling the students' hopes. Oh, by the way, I kindly advise you not to touch those wires and find another way. Summer Night's classmates put lubricating on it. Before the teacher turned around and went back to the bottom, he suddenly remembered something, reminded them, and betrayed the Summer Night by the way. To be honest, he couldn't stand it anymore. This class of students met the Summer Night is really miserable. It's him again. It's too much. Can we still pose any threat to their Class A now? That's right, it's too much. Is he trying to eliminate all of us? Quote. All of a sudden, the crowd was indignant, and one by one they seemed to be no longer the competitors they were just now, and they were like-minded to denounce the Summer Night, and the scolding was loud, which made the nose of the Summer Night in front of him itch for a while, as if he wanted to sneeze. Then what should we do now? Otherwise we won't be able to pass this level, maybe we will really be eliminated. A weak voice sounded. This question was raised, making everyone feel as if they were choked by the neck, and the scolding immediately stopped, and there was silence for a while, and he secretly scolded this blind guy in his heart. Nonsense, if I had a way, I would have set off a long time ago, and I would still be here with you to relieve the embarrassment of being powerless. Let me do it. While everyone was silent, a young girl walked out with a holy face. Her green hair is particularly conspicuous, and unlike Madoratani's forgiveness color, her green is a green full of life, a green that gives people a sense of healing and relaxation. Yan Yu Yin. Yan Sake, a first-year Class B student, a beautiful woman with thorny hair. Personality: Thorn Tsuru. Manipulating thorn-like hair, it can be stretched and stretched freely to take things from the air, or it can be cut off at will as an attack and defense means, and it has the same plant properties as the jungle shinwei, and it can grow quickly if it absorbs enough sunlight and water, so there will never be a bald problem, and the hardness may be comparable to that of iron wire. I saw that Shiozaki's green thorny hair quickly stretched out, first digging deep into the ground in front of her, and then breaking through the ground and spreading towards another cliff, and soon firmly rooted in the opposite land, and her hair on this side also broke at once, and a simple vine bridge was built in this way. Let's come together, one by one, don't push. What everyone didn't expect was that Shiozaki actually invited them to pass together, knowing that they were competitors, she actually helped them, which was very puzzling. Hey, Shiozaki, she's starting again, it's really. The students in Class B were not surprised, but they just looked helpless. Obviously she, this selfless holy woman, maybe the people who forgive the color above the head of this world are kind-hearted people. Let's not mention that Class B in general subjects, who finally have a way to get through the second level, are here in Class A in the blink of an eye. The battle between Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Zhao Freeze for the first place has become more and more intense, and they don't care much about the mines that explode under their feet, and they block each other with all their might. Although the other people in the class are a distance between the two, it is not very far, and as the battle between Bang Hao and Bang escalates, the speed of their feet slows down, and this gap is gradually narrowing. However, Xia Ye did not follow the departure, but touched his chin, looking at Midoriya Izuhisa who bent over in front of the minefield with an iron shield, and didn't know what he was messing with. It's not very powerful, but if it's hit, it loses its balance and causes a series of explosions, which wastes a lot of time. Izuhisa Midoriya carefully excavated the ground with an iron plate, picking up something from time to time and gently placing it in the large pit that had been dug before, and there were already many of the same objects in it. Considering the damage and physical fitness, the countermeasure is to slow down and move carefully. Even if the jumping personality of Mayu does not dare to act rashly, the higher the ranking, the more mind traps need to be avoided. Izuku Midoriya seemed more and more busy, raising his head from time to look at the students who were still moving forward. The first echelon of Class A in front of it, bursting and booming, is about to break through the final level. With the voice of Brescent Mac in his ears, Izuku Midoriya couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and he was not willing to be left behind. Olmec is also watching this game, looking forward to his appearance, and he must not let him down, and he must not live up to the legacy of OFA. Chevron_left. Chapter 139. Summer Night. What's the matter with you? I'm nervous when you look at me like this. It seemed that it was almost over. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up and wiped his sweat, but as soon as he turned around, he was startled by the Summer Night that was looking at him behind him. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just curious, if you do this, will there be a classmate in our class who will be blown up into a fool? Xia Ye waved his hand casually, indicating that Midoriya didn't care about him for a long time. Just continue. Midoriya looked at the mines in the pit and swallowed. It seems to be a bit much, I don't remember that much. What to do with it? Men naturally have to be ruthless to themselves, and they will win if they love to fight. Come, Pilot Midoriya, it's time for you to set sail. I'll take the helm and light the fire for you. After Xia Ye finished speaking, he didn't wait for Midoriya to react, and kicked Midoriya in the back, directly causing Midoriya to fall into the pit with the iron shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames surged, bombarding the iron shield under Midorigu's body, and it was launched like an arrow from the string on the air wave, instantly past the students who were still moving cautiously, and chased after the most explosive heroes and scorched jelly. There's a big explosion in the rear. What's going on with this power? Erlang Shongshong looked up in surprise, only to feel a wave of air behind her. An object flew over her head at excessive speed, and by the time she saw people clearly, she was already about to catch up with the first cue. Green Valley. And this kind of operation. Shanming Electric walked cautiously in the minefield, probing his head 3 times in one step, for fear of stepping on thunder and passing by air waves, only to feel that he was being blown staggering, and finally stabilized his body. It's so powerful, it's worthy of Green Valley, it's hot enough, men have to be strong, rush, go and surpass them. Rijiro Kirishima was boiling, and unconsciously activated his personality, raising his hardened fist to cheer for Midoriya. Midoriya won't have an accident, it's easy to get hurt like this. It's Leary Uchazi, these girls are more normal, and they care a little about Midorigu. After all, the speed at which Midoriya flew just now is too scary, right? It feels like a missile that has been sprayed out, and it will pass with a brush. No, these days, I think Midoriya is a very measured person, he must be sure to do this, it's completely different from the guy on Summer Night. Iida Tenya looks very confident in Midoriya, but when he finally mentions Summer Night, there's always a resentment, and I don't know what happened to Summer Night. Woo woo, I'm so scared now. At this time, the students had a measured mouth Midoriya Izuhisa with a hideous look, slanting his eyes and crooked mouth clutching the big iron plate under him, very scared. Moreover, the strong wind speed reminded him of the feeling of flying in the sky with his thighs in his arms when he first met Olmec, and I believe his expression should be similar now. Midoriya grabbed the big iron plate again, and seemed to think of it as Olmec's thigh. Thinking about it like this, Midoriya really felt a little relieved. After a while, Green Valley flew by in the stunned gaze of Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Freeze, and there was no intention of falling at all. No, why is this so powerful? Although the speed and range are far beyond expectations, it's not easy to land now. I won't fly to the end like this, right? Midoritani Izuhisa in the air looked back at Bang Hao and Bang, who were pulled away behind him by him, and was surprised to find that he was still advancing. If this continues, he is afraid that he will fly headlong into the passage at the end and roll directly into the finish line. I hope Midoriya didn't notice it for a long time, and I put a lot of mines in it. But the firepower is really a bit fierce, I'm afraid it's hard to land well. Xia Ye raised his hand to his forehead to make a lookout, looking at the air over the explosion and the boom but still undiminished. Midoriya Izuku, who continued to shoot, silently mourned for him. Of course, with Midoritani's personality, it is absolutely no problem to land, at most it is to enter the finish line with a disgraced face, and the landing posture is not elegant in front of the live audience. What's the situation? Originally, there was an explosion behind him, and Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Liang didn't care much, their battle was in a stalemate, and they couldn't spare the energy to check. But when a strong wind hit and an inexplicable iron plate flew overhead, the two vigilantly broke away from the battle group, thinking that it was a Summer Night shot. Although Xia Ye has been very quiet, I don't know why he is not interested in the first of this round, but they still keep an eye on him. After all, Xia Ye's strength is obvious to everyone, and everyone can see it. However, when the iron plate flew away, they saw a person lying on it. As for who it was, although he couldn't see it clearly behind the iron plate, the conspicuous green betrayed him, and he recognized at a glance that it was Midoriya Izuku, who was favored by Armid in his class. Waste. Damn, Sinai. Bang Hao Shengji also reacted, and kept facing the palm of Bang Jiao's frozen palm, and withdrew it without the slightest hesitation. Throwing his hands behind him, the flames both burst out, directly abandoning the bombardment beside him, and gritting his teeth and chasing after the green valley in front of him. Bang Haosheng can endure the summer night and even the scorching freeze to surpass him, but he definitely can't bear the green valley that he has always thought is impersonal to surpass him. In his opinion, in the past, Midoriya lied to him that he had no personality, but he obviously had such a strong personality strength, but he had been secretly flattering him, pretending to have no strength. Maybe he laughed at himself in his heart, which made the self-esteemed Bang Hao feel that he had been deceived and insulted. I must not lose to that guy who has been for a long time. He must not be allowed to rush in front of me. Bao Hao Shengji only had this thought in his mind at this time, and he didn't even have the slightest defense against the bombardment that was still fighting fiercely just now, and he opened up his full firepower without reservation, and the flames behind him roared again and again, and he flew away. Although this is tantamount to opening a way for the others behind me, now is not the time to worry about chasing soldiers. Bang Jiao Jelly also didn't continue to shoot at Bang Haosheng. The cold air on the soles of his feet completely exploded, spreading in an instant, paving an ice road in front of him, sliding on it, chasing Green Valley. Although Bang didn't have the kind of dispute between Hiroshi Katsuji and Izuku Midoritani, he didn't want Izuku Midoriya to surpass him, because Midoriya seemed to be very concerned by Olmec, which made him very unhappy. Although Bang Jiao Freeze himself can't tell why, it may be that he stubbornly believes that as long as he is appreciated by Olmec, who has been overwhelmed by that person and has been pressed all his life, he can get rid of that person's control and no longer be his tool. Yes, he is worshipping Olmec, he wants to be a number one hero like Armit, and he wants to prove that he doesn't need to follow that person's path to become number one. But what he didn't want to admit in his heart was that there was something about it that he didn't want to live up to that person's expectations. Chapter 140. The two who were far ahead stopped holding each other back and began to chase after Green Valley. As long as there is a common enemy, humanity will stop fighting. But the feud will never go away. Quote, for the competition between Green Valley, Bang Hao and Bang 3, Brian Mac was inexplicably excited, dancing and slapping the radio station in front of him, a little unscrupulous. Aizawa on the side rolled his eyes speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Mike's words aren't what a professional hero should say, especially in public. At my current speed, if nothing else, Ka-chan and Bang won't be able to catch up with me at all, but the problem now is. Midoriya Izuku looked at the tunnel that was getting closer and closer in front of him, and he couldn't stop feeling nervous. As long as he passed through this passage, he would be able to reach the end, and he would be able to usher in the attention of the world and completely get rid of the title of waste. I'm completely out of control now, and if I go on like this, I might get hurt when I land. Midoriya kept cheering himself up, trying to calm himself down for the onslaught that was coming. It's now, Midoriya screamed, jumped directly from the iron plate, the strong inertia made him unsteady on his feet, and rolled into the passage with a grunt, and quickly got up after a few rolls, and continued to sprint with the help of inertia. Sign. Seeing Midoriya Izuku who had submerged into the pitch-black tunnel at super speed, Blasto Katsumi knew in his heart that he couldn't catch up, but he still had a hideous face and unwillingly erupted into his anger. Bombardment Jelly, who went hand in hand with Bang Hao, was also unwilling, although he didn't vent his emotions like Bang Hao Shengji, but he also didn't speak with a cold face, and silently tried his best to chase after him. Eraserhead, your class is really good. How the hell are you teaching them? Brescent Mac hissed and screamed as hard as he could, not knowing how much he could control, and the glass shook and nearly shattered. I didn't teach them anything, they just started talking to each other. Aizawa Shota plucked out his deaf ears, moved his chair to the side, and replied expressionlessly, as if he meant disgust. Shangjiang Sports Festival, first-year division, based on the current situation, who can predict what the final outcome will be? However, Brescent Mac is no longer free to deal with Aizawa, and the screen is no longer satisfying him, and he rushes to the window with an eager face, waiting for the first place to be born. At this moment, the first player to return to the stadium is. In the dark passage where the audience and the media were targeted, the sound of stomping echoed, and the sound of three running voices near and too far away made everyone hold their breath and quietly wait for the arrival of the first place. Here it is, here it is. A dark shadow appeared in the passage, rushed out at once, and appeared in everyone's eyes. It's this Izuku Midoriya, Brescent Mac screamed loudly, and the audience was cheered and applauded, and fireworks streamers flew to celebrate the birth of the first place. It's actually the first boy named Midoriya to come out. I didn't expect the number 2 hero Andrew's child to lose to him. Yes, although I have long felt that the other two may not be able to catch up, but I was still a little surprised when he came out. By the way, do you know what kind of family background he has? I don't seem to have heard of a famous professional hero in China with the surname Midoriya. It can't be an ordinary family. In that case, he's really powerful. The audience cheered and discussed the identity of Izuku Midoritani. After all, the first place position proves that his strength is not weak, even if it is only the first place in the first round. At the same time, Bang Hao Shengji and Bang Jiao Jelly also stepped into the stadium one after another, and missed the first place after just a few steps. Okay, now the second and third places have been born, but they came out almost at the same time. Let's see the replay screen. Brescent Mac's voice sounded in their ears, but it didn't attract the attention of Blaster and Boom Scorch. They just stared at Midoriya Izuku, who was enjoying the applause and cheers of the audience. For them, being surpassed by Midoriya Izuhisa is something they can't accept. The first has been taken away from their eyes, and what is the difference between the second and the third? The screen replays the scene at an extremely slow speed, recreating for the audience the situation of the two people entering the arena. Stop, okay, this is it, everyone, please see. Brescent Mac directs the scene and freezes the scene. the boomer narrowly overtook the boomer to take second place, and the popper was third. For losing to Bang Jiao Jelly, Bao Hao Katsuji just snorted coldly, turned his head and glared at Midoriya Izuhisa viciously again, and then turned to leave. Similarly, Bang Scorched Jelly didn't show any joy for the second place, and he also glanced at Midoriya coldly, and silently returned to the waiting area of his class with Bang Hao. How did I feel my back for a while? No, 2 chills, could it be that I hurt my back when I landed? Midoriya Izuku, who was immersed in joy, suddenly shivered, and his cold hair trembled, and his sixth sense as a creature told him that now was not the time to be happy, and if he continued like this, he would be very happy and sad. Your son lost, and he didn't lose to my grandson. In the audience, Tian Zhongli teased, looking at Andwa, who had a slightly ugly face, and teased, he hadn't seen this kind of look on Andra's cold face for a long time. It's still the frizzy kid who was cute and funny, and the current number 2 Andwa is not interesting at all. Although it was expected that Bombardment might not win the first place, Andwa envisioned it in a summer night when he was fighting for the first place. In the case that Xia Ye had no intention of competing for the first place at all, he actually lost to an inexplicable person, how could this not make him angry? And when Anvar looked at Midoriya, he always had the feeling of seeing his lifelong enemy, Olmec, which made him even more unhappy. So what, at least he is now ranked higher than your grandson, old man Tianzhong. Andar choked Tianzhong like coldly, although he also knew that Xia Ye's strength was much higher than that of Bang, but now people just didn't want to fight. Ha ha ha, yes, second place, sure enough, the tiger father has no dogs. Tianzhong Lai laughed and looked at the number 2 hero in front of him disrespectfully. The corners of Andwa's mouth twitched, and he turned his head away, not wanting to talk to the stinky old man. Why is this old man still so annoying, knowing that he has always been very dissatisfied with his number 2, and he came to mention this stock, if it weren't for the fact that he used to take care of himself, I really wanted to have a real PK with him, so angry. Chapter 141. Ding, the task all promotions is completed, and the roll cards of the members of the Naruto Akatsuki organization will be awarded a lottery. As Summer Night entered the finish line, all members of Class A passed the first round of the competition and took the top 20 places, and the system rewards followed. Summer Night walked directly back to the waiting area of his class, and the students who had just finished the game did not rest, but carefully observed the performance of other class players on the screen in order to understand the strength and personality of the opponent. Draw the reward, this time the strength should skyrocket. I'm going to have Nagato, or Itachi, or Sister Nan is not bad, it seems that Tosasuke is also a Xiao organization, so tangled. Xia Ye sat down and picked up the water on the table and drank it, while still smirking, making the surrounding classmates a little concerned about Xia Ye, for fear that he would be blown up in the head in the last minefield. Xia Ye didn't have time to pay attention to their eyes, and a big guy was about to join in his trump card, as long as he could draw a good roll, he felt that he could face AFO alone. However, the ideal is always full and beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the character card, flying section, please check. Poof, ahem, the summer night when I was drinking tea and dreaming didn't ease up all of a sudden, I was choked, and my dream was shattered in an instant. What the hell, didn't I wash my hands today? Xia Ye spread out his hands and looked at it was quite white. Xiao organized so many big guys, you just give me this thing. Don't be angry with the host, Fei Duan is an immortal body, and the host will be safe and secure in the future. Immortal ghost, don't think I don't know, the character card has energy consumption, it is estimated that the immortality ability consumes a huge amount, how many times can you use it? I almost believed you ghost, you bad old man is very bad. Xia Ye's heart went crazy for a while, if there was no energy consumption, it was true that the Flying Duan character card was no worse than the other bigwigs of the Xiao organization for Xia Ye, maybe even better, after all, it was an immortal body. It's almost that the ability of the flying section is invisibly weakened by the cooling setting of the system. An immortal body that hasn't been able to die many times. It's not so good, it's better to give a character with strong combat power. Character cards, flying segments. One of the members of the Naruto World Akatsuki organization, codenamed Sante, was originally a ninja in Yugakuin village, Kawanoku, with a bold, long-winded, arrogant personality, and belief in the cult of the evil god, and as a loyal believer in the cult of the evil god. He and Kakudo are collectively known as the Undead Duo, and are nicknamed the Zombie Duo by the Ghost Shark. Agile and undead, he is able to curse his opponent and inflict the same amount of damage as himself. Ninja equipment. Bloody March Scythe, Pitch Black Spear. Abilities. Immortal Body, Spell, Death Blood. Hey, I'll just say that such a simple task, how can there be a big guy reward? I can barely comfort myself that Fei Duan's physical skills are not bad, and it should be regarded as a ninja level. Fei Duan can naturally become a member of the Xiao organization just because of the immortal body, his strength is still very strong, after all, there is no strong strength, no matter how powerful the immortal body is, it is just a sandbag. Summer Night, why didn't you fight for the first place? Summer Night cleaned up his disappointment and was about to pour a glass of water again, but Midoriya Izuku walked over timidly, a little weak-hearted. Although he is now the first place in this round of the competition, in fact, who really can't see that the real first place should be Summer Night, which makes him very puzzled, why Xia Knight, who has such strength, does not fight for the first place. Yes, Summer Night, why, is it just to help us? The classmates in the class also gathered around, and Bang Jiao Leng, who was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes, and although he looked like I was not interested, his slightly trembling ears could still see that he also had such questions. There's no reason, I just like it. Anyway, the results in this round don't make a big difference, and isn't it cool to come back from the bottom of the table? Summer Night perfunctory them, after all, it can't be said that it is the need of the task. But then I won't keep my hands because we are classmates, my goal has not changed, champion. Naturally, we don't need to show mercy to Xia Ye's subordinates, we also have strength, and we are very much looking forward to fighting with you as much as possible. That's right, we'll do our best, so we won't have any regrets even if we lose. Looking forward to Xia Yejin's next performance. The students expressed their hope that Summer Night would no longer stay hands, they also had the dignity of being a hero science student, and they didn't want to be taken care of by Summer Night all the time. Alright, the other classes are almost back, it's time for us to go back to the arena. On the screen, the 42nd runner has just stepped into the finish line, and the whistle blows at midnight, announcing that the quota for the first round of the competition is full, and the first round of qualifiers has come to an end. At the same time, various screens also began to replay the wonderful performances of the players in the competition stage, and the most eye-catching of them was undoubtedly the Summer Night. The behemoth's white mech left a deep impression on all the audience, and the strength of the wanton destruction of the giant robot made the professional heroes present feel that they did not dare to take advantage of it. It's no wonder that he directly announced the ownership of the championship in the oath, and such a strength is qualified to say this in the third grade division. Whether it was the hero office present or the office that was not qualified to enter, they all secretly decided in their hearts to invite Xia Ye to their office for professional Shi, even if those small offices knew that they had little hope, but what if they succeeded? Back in the arena, Xia Ye immediately felt countless eyes focused on him, eager, amazed, and of course, indignant by other class players. I didn't see it in the Summer Night, anyway, this is within the normal rules of the game, and I have a clear conscience. Smack, the whip in the referee's hand at midnight rattled the air, drawing everyone's eyes to the past. The qualifiers for the Year 1 division have finally come to an end, so let's see the final result. With a wave of her hand, she pointed to the big screen, and the rankings of each of the promoted players began to flash on the screen. First place, Izuku Madoratani. Second place, Boom Scorch. Third place, Bang Hao wins himself. 20th place, Bird Swim Summer Night. 21st, Shiozaki. No. 30, Fa Mu Ming. No. 42, not surprisingly, Class A naturally swept the top 20, and the latter rankings, due to the interference of the Summer Night, are obviously very different from the ranking of the original book, especially the original good ranking of the heart-wrenching person almost fell out of the promotion. 5-0, Chapter 142, the top 20 are all Class A, this is their personal show. Yes, even with the help of their squad leader, they can't pass the game without a certain strength, and it's worthy of a class that has been in contact with enemy forces. The audience looked at the 20 places in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim. Sure enough, our ordinary department still can't compare to the hero department, then you can only fight alone. And the players of the general department couldn't help but bow their heads in shame, and the ordinary people only had the heart to make one person barely advance to the second round, and this time the bet was basically lost. The top 42 who passed the qualifiers are a bit regrettable, but the eliminated students don't have to be discouraged, the school has not prepared other stages for you to show themselves. The charming voice of Midnight echoed in everyone's ears again, and the sexy tongue licked the red lips slightly, which also made the unsuccessful students cheer up a little. Next, we're going to get into the more exciting race, and from now on, the media will be crazy about your performance, so do well, guys. Okay, the second project, although I already know about it, but let's sell it, what is it? The words of Midnight made the students who had advanced below swallow their saliva, and they couldn't help but stared nervously at the screen that began to flicker. This is the beginning of the real battle, and it will also determine how well they perform in the next round of competition. As soon as the voice falls, the large flickering screen freezes the screen to reveal the next round of the race, horse racing. Horse riding is something I'm not good at. Shanming Electric hugged his head and wailed. It was difficult for him to control his current, which meant that he played very little in this kind of team event. This is not a personal project, how can you compare it? The question of the frog blowing the rainy season is also everyone's question, although they have all played the horseback riding battle, but what will happen at the sports festival? Let me explain. Midnight glanced at the players at the bottom of the circle, and flicked the whip. The competition requires the contestants to freely match teams of 2 to 4 people to form a team, and compete fiercely in the form of horse fighting. The rules are basically the same as the horse riding battles that everyone usually plays, the only difference is. At midnight, the screen changed to show the rankings of the contestants, and what made everyone wonder was that there was a strange number behind each ranking. Each participant will be given a score corresponding to the position achieved in the previous event. This means that depending on the staffing, the team's score will also be different. Leary Mikako's face was abrupt, and she immediately understood what Midnight Teacher meant, and it also attracted the approval of Ashido-sana. You guys, don't interject when the teacher is explaining. I'm sorry. The whip snapped on the ground, and the midnight roar made the two women break out in a cold sweat, and they couldn't stop bending down to apologize. But you're right, the points then given are from back to front, with 5 points added for each promotion. 42 is 5 points, 41 is 10 points, and so on. The first place is given a score of. A smile crossed the corner of Midnight's mouth, and his eyes looked at Izuku Midoriya of the class A team. 10 million. 10 million. Izuku Midoriya was instantly petrified, feeling as if he was about to be targeted. 10 million. Ah, in other words, just kill the team that has the first place. No matter what the previous ranking was, you can jump to the first place in an instant. Midoriya was right, and everyone stared at him with red eyes, as if they were looking at their prey. That's right, this is a life and death battle, that the higher the ranking, the easier it is to be attacked. Midnight's eyes revealed playfulness in the depths of his eyes, and at this time, he didn't forget to pour water into the oil pot, lest he confuse everyone. As long as you grab the first place, then you will be the first place. Gu Dong. Midoriya swallowed, sweating profusely on his forehead, and the countless fiery gazes around him made him feel like a sheep was in a wolf pack. Tut tut, so pitiful, a little sympathetic to Midoriya. Xia Ye rubbed his chin, shook his head and sighed. It is estimated that he may not be able to find a candidate for the team. After all, he is fat in the eyes of so many people. Of course, sympathy is sympathy. Xia Ye doesn't want to team up with Midoriya Izuhisa. With his strength, he is not afraid of being targeted, but he doesn't plan to have too many teammates, just one. If you team up with Midori Valley, it will be a horse on a summer night, or a horse in Midori Valley. That picture will inevitably be too philosophical. I'm so strong, it's not a matter of minutes to find a teammate, just find a girl to carry on your back. Xia Ye walked confidently towards the girls in his class. He was not a fat man like Izuku Midoriya, so he was naturally not afraid of finding a candidate. What the hell, I don't want such handsome and strong teammates, what do you think? 10 minutes later, Xia Ye, who was devastated by the blow, walked back dejectedly and saw that Midoriya had formed a team, but he was still alone. Why doesn't anyone want it on a summer night? That's roughly what happened. Kagaya, let's team up, I'll carry you, I'll make it to the finals in minutes. I'm sorry, Xia Ye-kun, I want to show my strength this time, so I'm sorry. 100, do you want to form a team? I'll fly with you. I'm sorry, Xia Ye-kun, this time I want to show my rainy season. Excuse me, summer night. The girls in the class searched all over the place, and even the boys looked for a few, and all of them were rejected, and the words of rejection were exactly the same. It's that they all feel that Xia Ye's strength is too strong, and they will be covered by the light of Xia Ye when they team up with him, and they don't come to compete just for rankings, but also to show their strength. I'm about to cry on a summer night. Okay, what's going on? When is the strong one unable to find a teammate? That, you're a summer night classmate in Class A, I don't think you seem to be able to find a teammate. So can you team up with me? My name is Kakatori Bani. Just when Xia Ye gave up on himself and squatted on the ground to draw circles, a girl's voice with a strange tone came into Xia Ye's ears, which made him feel energetic all of a sudden. Are you? I remember you're not from Class B, why don't you look for teammates in your class? As soon as she turned around, a blonde girl came into view, looking at the summer night with a cute face, and a pair of curved horns on the top of her head. If Xia Ye remembers correctly, she is a student in Class B, and it seems that she is still an international student from the United States. Woo woo. They don't team up with me, I just want to be a horse, but they don't ride me, they say that's not a gentleman. Kakatori Boni's words made Xia Ye break out in a cold sweat. They didn't let you be a horse and came to me. Ding, release the task international friendship. How can you refuse the request from international friends? Team up with her, take her to the finals, and reward the intermediate items for a lottery. Chapter 143. That Bonnie, why don't I be a horse? It's really weird for you to be a horse. There's no way. I can't find my teammates, plus the task. Naturally there is no reason to refuse, but Summer Night still plans to work hard in other aspects. After all, although the Summer Night is thick-skinned, it is not thick enough to treat girls as horses, and a boy is carried by a girl, and he is afraid that he will be in the limelight. No, I'm really good for being a horse, you see. When Kakatori Bani saw that Xia Ye was going to refuse, she was so excited that she spit out her mother tongue, eager to prove herself, so she actually got down on all fours and ran around Xia Ye, and the speed was not slow. Summer Night's face turned dark, and he covered his face with his hands, and he couldn't bear to look at it directly. I still think too pure, this is really riding a horse, not a back. Eldest sister, let me go, if you do this, you will die. Summer Night can already imagine how wonderful his grandfather's face would be if he really rode such a horse. No, it should be how wonderful everyone's face would be. Why, I heard that you men like Yanmar, I'm from the United States, why don't everyone like me as a horse? Kakatori Bani stopped running, tilted her little head, and stared up at the Summer Night with a pair of big eyes revealing doubt. Poof, please, the big guy will come and save me. Xia Ye looked like he was about to vomit blood, and he was completely speechless. Could this be the legendary natural belly black? I don't care, I won't let you be a horse if I kill me, I still have to be cheeky on summer nights. Summer Night directly began to play tricks, looking at the crying Kakatori Bani, hardening his heart or refusing her to be a horse. This is related to his reputation, but now it is a national live broadcast. What is it to ride a girl to compete, and he will not be mixed up in the future? But my personality is really not suitable for grabbing points, and the scores of the two of us don't know if they are enough to advance. Bonnie Katori demonstrated her personality in front of the summer night, only to see the pair of long horns on her head fly straight out, flying in the air, very flexible, and a pair of horns quickly grew on her head. It's okay, I'm the king of summer nights, take you to lie down to win, as long as you can shout 666, it's fine. Xia Ye waved his hand carelessly. If it weren't for the horse fighting and the team had to be formed, he would be completely alone. With his strength, not to mention Kakatori, Bonnie's personality is not bad, even if he carries a salted fish on his back, he can win. Oh, then you get down, let's try it first. It seems that she still doesn't trust Summer Night, and she wants to try the water of Summer Night's horse, and directly lets him lie down. She looks like she is eager to ride. Lying down, can't you get over the horse riding stock? Xia Ye was extremely speechless, wiped a cold sweat, and explained to the big sister of the United States. This is just a horse riding game. The person who is a horse does not really act like a horse. It is not necessary to ride, it is okay to carry it on its back, and it is okay to carry it. Oh, I see, I said that the other team can have 3 horses, 1 rider, and I'm still wondering how to ride this. Katori Bonnie suddenly realized, it turns out that this game is so fun, she has never played it in the United States, and she is looking forward to it. In that case, I can join your team. A slightly familiar voice came from behind Summer Night, somewhat low and eerie, wanting to join Summer Night's team. I'm sorry, it's full, you can find someone else. Xia Ye waved his hand and refused without looking back. Joke, a salted fish is enough, what to do with another one? Ding, the host is mentally polluted, and in view of the principle that the host's will is not allowed to be invaded, the system automatically shields the host. The system's prompt startled Xia Ye, and he turned around in an instant and saw the person who came, and he was worried about it. I didn't expect this guy to pay attention to me, this is planning to manipulate me to make him advance by himself, I really don't know what to do. Summer Night squinted her eyes and looked at the heart in front of her, which seemed to be a little surprised, with a hint of danger in her eyes. I haven't troubled him yet, but I don't know how to provoke him. What's going on? Why is he still so sober? My personality doesn't work for him. The heart troublemaker frowned, a little puzzled by the still awake consciousness of the Summer Night. As long as the others answered his words, he would temporarily control their minds, and this time it actually failed. Speaking of which, Summer Night is also the first time to encounter a mental brainwashing and manipulative personality, only to know that the system still has this function, and it has more strength. What? I said my side is full, you can go. Xia Ye waved his hand directly, and drove away the troublesome people as if he was sending people. This kid is sad and annoying, and he will be the first to solve him later. The heart of the man glanced deeply at Xia Ye, turned to leave, unable to control Xia Ye. He could only go to the next target, but he didn't notice the malicious eyes of Xia Ye behind him. The time passed quickly, and everyone formed a horse and rider formation and began to enter the field, and the combination of each group was quite eye-catching, especially the group on an active summer night. Hey, Kagaya, I've found my teammates, isn't it a good match? Look at you, 100, this is still a foreign girl, I'm very popular. Mei Yu-chan, my teammate is not cute, I think she is so cute. Quote. Summer Night kept moving flexibly in front of the classmates who had rejected him before, showing off wantonly. You don't regret it, this girl is very discerning, I know that hugging my thighs, if you don't take me to play, it's your own loss. The Summer Night without eyesight was still on the verge of death, and he jumped into the pure land of bliss, without seeing the word, well, faintly emerging on everyone's foreheads. I really want to hold down this cheap guy and beat him up. A's classmates all looked at the Summer Night that was still in the middle of the night with terrifying eyes, especially the 1000 Emperor's Way Night, the 8,000,000 and the frog blowing the plum rain, etc., which were simply demonically possessed and exuding deep malice, and there was just a firewood knife in their hands. Ding, release the mission all public enemies. Since the host likes to die so much, the system naturally wants to encourage it. Attract the hostility of all the teams, become the object of their siege, and advance to the first place. Reward intermediate items for 1 draw. Hey, here's another task. There are 2 tasks in this round of the game, it seems that this intermediate item is not worth much. That being said, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, and the task reward is naturally still to be taken. The Summer Night suddenly quieted down, and he stopped dying, and silently came to the corner of the venue and began to think about how to complete the task. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 144. Okay, guys, before the race starts, I'll officially explain the rules of horseback fighting. At midnight, he came to the side of the competition venue. Looked at the players who were waiting for the battle, and smiled slightly. The score of each of your teams is the sum of the scores of your team's players, and the riders should wear the team score on their heads, and the players will snatch the headscarves of others with all their strength before the time is over, and finally decide the score based on the points they hold. And then the most important thing is that whether your hijab is robbed or your horse falls apart, you will not be eliminated. This means that all teams of players will be in the arena until the end of the day. Tragic. The players immediately saw the problem, and even the team that had run out of points could continue to fight until the end of the game. The team that was robbed of points will work harder to recover the lost points, and the team that grabbed the points will naturally not work hard to defend it, which means that the more the game progresses, the more intense it becomes, and all the teams will definitely fight to the end. Won't it be eliminated if I lose my points? This mechanism is convenient for me to do tasks. A certain contestant with a blonde on his back tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile of goodwill. It's a bitter battle that allows the use of personality in the game, but Midnight played with the whip in his hand and pointed at the players. It's just a horse battle after all, and vicious attacks aimed at breaking the formation of the horses will be shown a red card and sent out of the field. Then the game is 15 minutes, and everyone will compete with each other during this time. Okay, thank you for the explanation at Midnight, now it's up to me to announce the start of the game for you. Brescent Mac eagerly grabbed the Midnight conversation and began to loudly proclaim, let's count down this brutal mayhem together. 3, 2, 1. The audience was full of excitement as Mr. Mike shouted out the countdown and announced the start of the second round of the competition. Start. As soon as the words fell, before all the players on the scene could make a move, an afterimage flashed one after another, circled around several teams, and returned to the same place. What just happened? It's so fast. Summer Night. What is he doing? In a short period of time, everyone was confused, and everyone who originally planned to go towards the first team turned their heads and looked around for a while. Look, the riders' headscarves are gone. Soon, a few spectators who were onlookers quickly realized that something was wrong, and pointed to the riders of several teams in shock, completely incredulous. Everyone looked around, and the team that had just been swept by the afterimage did not know when, and all the turbans were gone, leaving only the bare heads to tell what had just happened. On the other side, the light of the rabbit runes and chicken runes in the depths of Xia Ye's eyes gradually dimmed, and several turbans floated in front of him, slowly falling on the hands of Kakatori Boni, who was also confused. Oh my god, what happened just now? In just a split second, the Summer Night players have achieved a few results, and everyone didn't see what was going on at all. Let's watch the replay on the big screen. Brescent Mac's surprised voice echoed over the stadium, expressing all the surprise. We're slowing down. Wait, the Summer Night player actually shot again, and several more teams' headscarves fell into his hands. Brescent Mac is going crazy. Does this kid have some basic game etiquette? I'm about to replay it. Why are you doing it again? Summer Night said, you let yours, I take mine. What's the connection? Brescent Mac and the audience were torn between whether to watch the replay or the game. What just happened? I just felt a gust of wind blowing, and my head tightened slightly, and when I came back to my senses, why was the turban gone? On the field, the riders were eager to explain to their teammates that they didn't know how the points were lost. Is it super fast? That's why there are afterimages. Summer Night's abilities are really endless, it's really terrifying. Bang Zhao Freeze's eyes narrowed slightly, and the cold air in his palms spread out unconsciously, making his teammates shiver from the cold. How did you do it in the Summer Night? The headscarf floating out of thin air should be a telekinesis control ability. And as the afterimage pure speed. Summer Night has too many abilities, it's hard to analyze and target. Midoriya Izuku saw some more problems than Bang Zhao Jelly, but after noticing the playful gaze swept over by the Summer Night, he couldn't help but protect the headscarf on his head a little nervously, for fear that his headscarf would be gone in the next second. Compared with the two puzzled above, Bang Hao Shengji has already determined how Xia Ye grabbed the score. Just now, there was a faint whisper of a Summer Night in my ear. Be careful, Durian Head, you are next. This is a provocation, a naked provocation. Even if Xia Ye snatched his headscarf just now, he would not make Bang Hao Shengji so angry. Is this deliberately underestimating him? And he deliberately reminded himself without doing anything. Bang Hao's eyes were full of anger, and his palms couldn't stop sparking, and he roared loudly at Xia Ye, bastard, if you have the ability, you can come and grab it. Sign. The people around looked at the sudden outbreak of explosion and were confused. What was the situation? Now the only teams that still have bandanas in the venue are the Summer Night team, the Green Valley team, the Boom team and the Bang Hao Shengji team, and the other teams are now all falling. No way, it seems that Summer Night has no intention of stopping at all. Brescent Mac can only postpone the replay for the time being, and explain the current battle situation first. But it's strange, the team with the turban is the one with the highest score. Why didn't Summer Night take them down first? Could it be that Summer Night is going to help his classmates again? This is not good, this is cheating. Just as Brescent Mac was about to criticize Summer Night, he was slapped in the face again. The figure of the Summer Night disappeared again, and instantly broke through the many teams that surrounded and wanted to snatch the back scarf, and walked away. And this time, the audience, who had already been mentally prepared, could barely see a figure, heading straight towards the team of Bang Hao Sheng, and they staggered each other in an instant. Sinai. Bang Hao Shengji's palms have just been raised, and the scorching flames have not yet burst out, and I feel that my forehead is loose, and the score is gone. Damn, chase me. Bao Hao Shengji gritted his teeth and looked at the back of Xia Ye's high-speed departure, the smoke billowing from the fire in his palm, and commanded his teammates to catch up. And the Summer Night that left by mistake did not stop, took Bonnie with the horn on his back, and made persistent efforts to gallop towards the scorching cold, leaving behind a string of phantoms, which was beyond people's reach. Chapter 145. Don't try to succeed, block me. When he saw that Xia Ye was gone, he had already begun to be vigilant, but he didn't expect Xia Ye to come towards him again after snatching the explosion Hao Sheng. The cold air in his hand waved out, and the ice wall instantly formed, blocking the middle of the three-person team of Summer Night and blasting freeze. Looking at the ice wall as tall as the city wall, the three members of the bombardment freeze team breathed a sigh of relief slightly, so that the Summer Night would not be able to pass for the time being. Although this temporarily prevents the summer night, it's not a way to go on like this, sooner or later it will. Heavenly, he is in heaven. Behind the ice wall, Bang Jiaolang was discussing a solution with his teammates, and the noisy and surprised voices of the audience were heard in his ears, which made him feel a little bad in his heart. Heavenly, what heavenly? Shanming Electric raised his head in confusion, a shadow fell on his face in the sky, and two figures swooped down. It's not good, boom, it's a summer night. Shanming Electric's words have not yet been fully exported, and Summer Night and Bang's Scorching Jelly have already handed it over. Summer Night took Bonnie with his back and fell from the sky, kicked and stepped down heavily. Seeing that his strength kicked his body, he was afraid that he would vomit blood and fly out. Boom Scorched Frost only had time to raise his hand to condense a thin layer of ice armor. Then he felt a huge force coming, directly shattering the ice shield in his hand, and the overwhelming strength of Mount Tai made the whole team of people soft under their feet, half kneeling on the ground, holding a breath in their chests, unable to breathe. Open it for me. A large amount of cold air came out of the scorching hand, and in an instant, an icicle was formed, which hit the abdomen of the Summer Night fiercely, and directly flew against the Summer Night overhead, relieving the pressure on everyone. It's painful for me. Xia Ye is really ruthless this time. It's definitely heavy-handed. Is this revenge for refusing to form his team? With heavy force, everyone was able to get up, and suddenly a hand gently rubbed their knees, grinning in pain. Don't relax, the Summer Night's assault is not over yet, he won't give up. Bang Jiaolang had a cold face, and the hand that blocked Xia Yefei's kick was red and trembling slightly, and it seemed that he was also a little injured. The strength of Xia Yefei's body was too strong. If he hadn't used his ice armor to resist the damage in time, his hand would have been unable to move for a short time. No, Summer Night should be gone, his goal has been reached. Iida Tenya's words made the bombardment change color directly, and the uninjured left hand suddenly lifted and stroked his forehead, which was empty. When? There is no closeness at all. How was the headscarf taken away? I remember that Summer Night seems to have telekinesis abilities. I saw him use it. I forgot to say it just now. I'm sorry. Shanming Electric seemed to remember the last time the mall helped him block the bullet on a Summer Night, and opened his mouth to explain. Anyway, we still have to get the score back, and if there is no score, we will be eliminated. Iida Tianzai is unwilling. Maybe his brother is looking at him in front of the screen now, and now his performance like this is far from enough. It's too embarrassing. What the hell are you going to do in this round of Summer Night? Is this going to eliminate everyone? Boom looked at the ice wall, as if looking at the Summer Night through the ice, and his problem was also the problem of Izuku Midoriya now. What do you want to do on a summer night? Are you going to take all the points and eliminate all of us? In the air of the venue, Midoriya looked at the kind Summer Night, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, wiping the cold sweat on his head, feeling the leery Ochako who couldn't support his personality in his team, and was very desperate. His combat plan is completely useless for Xia Ye, who has just witnessed Xia Ye's flight, and his speed and agility are far higher than his own, and his own flying device is equivalent to non-existence for Xia Ye. How come? The ring is a big attraction of the sports festival, how can you eliminate all of you? Summer Night took Bonnie with her hands behind her back and didn't make a move, but slowly floated into the air, approaching Midoriya, and below was a group of waiting teams, all of whom had lost their points, so they could only target Midoriya, Izuku and Natsuya. From time to time, the people on the earth will unleash some ranged personalities to try to attack the two teams in the sky. Of course, there is no threat to the nimble Summer Night, but the Green Valley is a little embarrassed. Sign. Among the people below, Bang Hao Shengji was the most excited, and kept launching explosive flames to push himself to fly, but he was forced back by several pairs of longhorns flying flexibly in the air, and then flew and scolded, and so on. The anger in Bang Haosheng's heart could already burn the entire stadium. It's fun. This yellow exploding head is so interesting. I'm scared again. On the back of the Summer Night, Kakatori Bonnie controlled his double horn to play happily, and he was very interested, which made Midoriya look sideways frequently. He was the person who knew the character of Bang Hao best, and if it went on like this, Bang Hao would definitely explode. Midoriya, you don't have time to care about others right now. Are you going to give me the hijab yourself, or do you want me to get it, or do you want to go down and face the group of opponents who are waiting to be fed below? Summer Night squinting to enjoy the sun overhead and the slight breeze, with a girl on his back. Well, it's still very pleasant. Even if you are strong on a summer night, I won't give it to you for nothing. Midoriya Izuku looked at Xia Ye with a warlike intent, making Xia Ye shake his head. Do you think you're going to have the ability to resist now? Mikako wants to maintain her personality and reduce your gravity, and there's nothing to say about that support department. And if you use that force, the reaction force generated in the floating state, do you want to leave the field and go straight out? Summer Night floated in the air, revealing an evil smile. As for Chong Dark, don't even think about it, his personality shadow doesn't dare to go against me. What do you mean? Unable to comprehend Natsuya's words, Midoriya Izuku looked down at Tsunkatsu and his shadows, hoping that he would give an explanation. I don't want to go against the Night King, he's too bad, he's terrible. The shadow shrunk her head, looking at the playful eyes of the Summer Night. She seemed very frightened, and she felt the urge to hide back from her body. Hey, in the past, in order to help me train the shadow not to be afraid of light, I used to blow it up with flashbangs, so the shadow is a bit of a psychological shadow. After being slightly silent, Chong Dark stepped on the shadow and explained for the shadow with a wry smile, but it attracted the shadow's rebuttal. What do you mean by a little? Forget it, I won't waste time with you, I have other arrangements. Xia Ye noticed that the scorching team below seemed to be starting to approach this side, and he was no longer verbose. The runes flashed in his eyes, and the figure twisted slightly, and when he returned to normal, there was another turban beside him, which said 10 million. Chapter 146. Ooh, now that all the points are in the hands of the Summer Knights, what the hell does he want to do? Does he really want to eliminate all his opponents? Brescent Mac covered his face and screamed, and Aizawa Shota, who was beside him, seemed to be unable to stand the loud voice of this thing, got up silently, walked out of the broadcast studio with a blank face, and went out to calm down. Come on, my brother is so powerful, now my brother's championship trophy is mine. In the audience, the little bird Yu Liuhua clenched her little fists and waved them uncontrollably, cheering for the Summer Night. Now this situation is bad for this little girl. Championship trophy. That's the championship trophy of the Shanming Sports Festival. If you take it to school, I don't know how many people will be envious. There will be a large number of little fans to follow you. Yes, this stinky boy did a good job this time. Tian Zhongli listened to the exclamations of the audience around him, his mouth was about to laugh, and he had already figured out how to show off to his old friends in a fancy way. Hey, I made a mistake, I knew I should have brought a camera to record this scene, it was too misguided. Tian Zhongli was a little annoyed, but he quickly thought of something, and moved his eyes to the reporter standing at the front of the audience, as if they were paying attention. Dad, what are you talking about? Xia Ye is too arrogant this time, it's okay if he can pass the test, why did he rob all the scores, they can't be promoted, this offends his classmates so much. Mei Yu's face was a little dark, for fear that his son would be hated and rejected by his classmates. Sure enough, the mother is a creature, as long as it is related to her children, her IQ may go offline, even if it is an elite in the workplace, and the president of the hero office is no exception. No, the ring match of the Shanming Sports Festival is the most important in the core, and it is impossible to eliminate everyone. Tian Zhongli's explanation made Mei Yu relax a little, and also made Liuhua on the side puff out her mouth again, looking unhappy, and the trophy that was about to arrive in her hand floated back. Speaking of popularity, I guess Summer Night is the most popular one in the class, and I occasionally hear Bang talk to his brothers and sisters about things in the class. Summer Night is sometimes out of tune, but it is still very trusted by the students, and such a personality charm will be an excellent hero leader in the future. Andrew couldn't help but sigh in his heart, while having great strength, he was able to mingle with the people around him, even he didn't do it. When others mention Andrew, except for the number 2 heroes, the rest of the impression is only awe, so his popularity on the hero list has not been very good, and he can be on the list purely by strength. Of course, Andelva himself doesn't want to have too much contact with people, he is this character, he only wants to surpass the goal of Olmec, and other things, Andelva doesn't care very much. The reaction of the spectators was put aside for the time being, and the arena was turned to the blink of an eye. Izuku Midoriya couldn't maintain his personality because of the Leary Mikako behind him, so he had no choice but to fall back to the ground, and because of the loss of points, the surrounding teams didn't shoot at the Midoriya team again, just looking up at the Summer Night in the sky and Kaketori Bonnie and the blasting hero Katsuki who kept trying to fly. Okay, everyone, now the scores are all here with me, I believe you can't get it back, I'm the dad in this round, you have to listen to me. Although the words of the Summer Night are arrogant, they are also irrefutable. A team that can fly is indeed beyond the reach of their land creatures, and the opponent is so agile and fast. What do you want us to do in the Summer Night? Even if the scores are always in your hands, the school will not be able to eliminate all of us, it will only rearrange a round of promotion for us people. The sound of Thousand Emperor Kagaya made Summer Night turn her head, where the 4 girls of Thousand Emperor Kagaya, 8,000,008 and Frog Blowing Plum Rain, and Erlang Shangshang stood in a team of contestants, and the rider was Kagaya. Speaking of which, Kagaya's intuition is really sensitive, when Xia Ye was snatching her headscarf just now, she actually missed the first shot, and won it the second time, she really deserves to be a talented kendo genius. Naturally, I won't let you all be eliminated, so I won't have to play in the next round. Standing in the air on a summer night, he looked at the team below like a god looking down on a plaything, a look of interest on his face. The Shanming Sports Festival, which is valued by the students and has a bearing on the future of the future, seems to have become a joke in the mouth of the Summer Night, but it is powerless to refute. Indeed, people have never taken it seriously since the beginning of the game, and have always held the attitude of the game, and the arrogance of the powerful is not arrogant, that is a matter of course. What I want you to do is very simple, in fact, it is what you want to do now, attack me. Everyone was slightly stunned, what kind of request is this? You don't say that we will do the same, but the problem is that they can't reach the Summer Night. I'll be back on the earth later, and you can come and besiege me and grab the turban. Of course, I don't think you can snatch anything from me, but don't worry, you won't do anything useless, and I will rate your performance. After glancing at the people who were a little stunned and confused, Xia Ye spit out words that shocked everyone. Except for the 10 million headscarf, I will use the rest of the scores as a scoring criterion, that is, your reward. At first, there was silence at the scene, and the huge stadium was dead silent, but soon the uproar swarmed and was heard endlessly. This kid is so arrogant, this is himself a judge. Who can bear this? If I am on the field, I definitely want to blow up this kid's dog's head, although I don't know if I can beat it. Interesting, are all the students so good at playing? I'm kind of looking forward to someone like this joining our office. Big explosion. I originally complained that the boss assigned me to the first grade division to be a live reporter, but now it's so hot, there is definitely no such a wonderful performance in the third grade division. Quote. Quote. Everyone in the audience area was stunned by the operation of Summer Night. This player is too good at playing. What the hell, this sports festival is so exciting, I regret that I didn't go to the scene. Woo woo, there is still a choice upstairs, I have never been to the scene. Wow, this hero's brother is so majestic, I want to be as powerful as him when I grow up. Quote. Quote. At the same time, the people who watched the live broadcast online also exploded. It was so exciting, it was the most wonderful Shanming sports festival they had ever seen. Hey, Inoue, are you watching TV? What, still at work? What class do you go to? Look at the Shanming Sports Festival, the first grade division, now it's super exciting. Sakai, it's too late to explain, get in the car, take a walk, go home to watch the Shanming Sports Festival, there is an explosion in the first grade competition area, don't miss it. What, you're still watching the third grade division? How can the third grade first year division be hot? Believe me, I won't lie to you. The audience took out their phones to call their relatives and friends to inform them to watch the wonderful pictures of the first grade division, and the broadcast traffic of the first grade competition area skyrocketed, instantly exceeding the sum of the other two divisions. Chapter 147. Default, Dyslexic, Roboto, Laura, Chevron _ left, Chevron _ right, Knights _ stay, Summer Night contestant, I want you to figure out who you are just a contestant, I am the referee. On the other side, Midnight, the 18th forbidden hero also recovered from his stunt, his phoenix eyes widened, warning the Summer Night. Originally, because of Summer Night's praise, Midnight's senses for him were not bad, and he thought that he was an honest and good boy, but he never expected that now he would start to steal her job as a referee. Midnight, I don't think I'm breaking the rules. Now that the scores are all on me, they are naturally going to do it all to me. And in the same way, when being besieged by so many people, even the Midnight teacher would not dare to say that he could protect all the scores. And I'm just a little hero student, isn't it normal for my score to be snatched by them? Summer Night was solemn, but there seemed to be a smile in his eyes, which made Midnight unable to refute. However, the truth is such a truth, but Midnight still feels that something is wrong. This kid has definitely changed his concept, but Midnight really can't judge Summer Night foul. Okay, there's not much time left, let's hurry up and get started, I hope you guys let me have a good time. Summer Night took Horntory Bonnie and slowly landed in the midst of everyone's solemn gaze, glanced around, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Come on, baby. Summer Night, do we really have to fight so many people? Kakatori Bonnie poked her head out from behind the Summer Night, looked at the players around her, and quickly retracted her head in fright, patted her chest, and scared the baby to death. These people's eyes are so terrible. It's okay, it's up to me, you can play as you like. Summer Night squinted indifferently, although it was indeed a bit tricky to face the encirclement of so many players, but there was also a point, the other party was not united. It's basically the master of their own battles. Won't cooperate with each other. So it's just a group of rangers with personality, there's nothing to worry about. Summer Night, bastard, give me back the hijab. When everyone was waiting for him, the loud shouting suddenly echoed throughout the arena, and everyone on the scene could hear his anger. Everyone looked for prestige, and the team that burst into victory was in the crowd, but there were only two people, Rujiro Kirishima and Seta Suro, and the rider was gone. Once again, he appeared in midair, flying like a rocket projector over the crowd in the middle and swooping towards the Summer Night. This exploding head is flying again, look at me. The two long horns on Bonnie's head flew straight out, shooting towards the blaster in the air. Open it for me. The flames of Blastow's left hand erupted suddenly, flashing to the right, and at the same time, he withdrew his right hand and pressed it on the long horn that flew by, and the flames burst out, and two charred black objects fell to the ground. But in this way, Bang Hao Shengji began to fall from the sky as if he had lost his momentum. Tape mail. Bang Hao Shengji called. A white tape flew over, grabbed Bang Hao and pulled it back, and fell back to his war horse, steadily. Bang Hao, how many times have you said it? My name is Salu Fantai, it's been so long since school started, you still haven't remembered my name. Less bullshit, Tape Man, I'm going to rob all the points of that bastard on a summer night, including the 10 million. Bristow Katsumi snorted impatiently, ignoring Sero Fanta's protests, staring at Natsuya and Kakatori Bonnie with burning eyes. Yes, that's right, the explosion that has been teased by Bonnie for a long time has even been a target for Bonnie. I said, guys, there's not much time left, are you going to just stand like this, and spend less than 10 minutes doing nothing? Xia Ye provoked everyone again, but everyone just stared at Xia Ye, and still didn't dare to act rashly. Although the scores are now gathered in the hands of Xia Ye, it does not mean that the people around them are no longer opponents. Once someone grabs the points, I believe that more people are more willing to go to other teams to grab points than the powerful Xia Knight. So everyone is reluctant to do it first, and no one wants to be the praying mantis behind the cicada catcher. But as everyone knows, the summer night is not a cicada, it is definitely an eagle, and one by one still has time to take care of other people. I really don't know. Summer night, give me back my headscarf. An obscene voice floated out, but no one could hear it, and it didn't know where it came from, or who was speaking, and it was just a few purple spheres in front of it. Fixed. The runes in the eyes of the summer knight flickered, and the purple ball was suspended in the air. As soon as his mind moved, several purple balls actually circled up and down around his body like satellites on a summer night. Little Grape, your tactics like this are very unsuccessful. You know that I have telekinesis ability. Do you think your sticky balls can touch me? And it's useless to hide and sneak attack. Don't forget that I just took the hijab from you. You think I'll not know where you are? Summer Night smiled slightly, and the small balls around her stopped floating and shot back like a bullet out of the chamber. Following the direction of the purple ball's return, their Shoji Muzo rushed towards it violently, and several pairs of tentacles with membrane wings behind him firmly did not know what was wrapped in protection. However, everyone still saw through the gap in the membrane wings, and faintly saw that there was a purple short man hidden inside, but it was Mineta who was correct. The sticky ball shot directly on the ground where Shoko was on the way forward, firmly sticking, and the inertia of running made Shoji too late to stop and stepped on it. Damn, it's too much to use my personality against our team. Minoru Mineta put his little hand on the tentacles of Shoji Mezzo, biting his clothes and bursting into tears. He knows his personality very well. Once anyone other than himself touches the sticky ball, he will be sticky, and he can't get out of it in a short time. Even if he can only reduce the time for it, he can't get out of it immediately. Minoru Mineta's attack failed, but it was as if the battle had begun, and all the teams began to surround Natsuya, and all kinds of dazzling attacks swarmed towards him. Xia Ye was trying to dodge, when his body suddenly shook, his feet were unstable, and the ring under him gradually softened and loosened, and his feet slowly sank into the ground, as if he was stuck in a swamp. At the same time, several turquoise vines flew over, quickly circling around the summer night a few times, instantly locking and firmly binding him, and even the horned banya on his back was also fiercely entangled, clinging to the summer night and unable to break free. Chapter 148. Summer Night. This is the attack of our class, and the softening of the land is the ability of the bones, the guy who doesn't have lips and teeth exposed, and is a little scary. And what binds us is the personality of Tatsumi Shiozaki, whose hair can grow and manipulate like a vine, and is very resilient. The rider of their team is Mono Maninkan figure, who can temporarily copy someone else's personality. Without thinking about it, Kakatori Bani directly reported the abilities of his classmates to Natsuya loudly, not caring about the black-faced classmates in his class. She is also very reasonable. Now Summer Night is her teammate, and Summer Night can take her to lie down and win. Although she didn't understand what Xia Ye's thighs meant in her mouth, it didn't prevent her from wanting to follow this big guy to the finals. Due to the problem of the swamp, there was no one in the vicinity of the Summer Night, and the other teams could only stay around the swamp, but they were not in a hurry, but moved closer to the side of the Ningren of Wujian, obviously thinking of making a profit from the fight. Hey, aren't you the strongest player in Class A? The people of Monoma launched the main personality, mockery, squeezed their eyebrows and sarcastically mocked the Summer Night, and lowered their heads to command the war horse. Below. Shiozaki, what are you waiting for? Pull him over quickly, his score will be all ours. No, there's something you're mistaken. Xia Ye's originally lowered head slowly raised, the corners of his mouth drew a playful smile, and a cow-shaped rune was outlined in his eyes. It's not you who caught me, but I caught you. Between things, I've been working hard, but he's so heavy that he can't pull it. Shiozaki gritted his teeth and tried his best, and the green-haired vines on his head were also tightened, but Summer Night only used their strength to get out of the swamp under his feet, and he didn't move at all. It's not good. Shiozaki is going to let go, he's going to. It's late, come over to me. Before Monoma's voice fell, Shiozaki felt a sudden burst of force from his vines, pulling them towards the Summer Night. Bone, put away your abilities, he wants to pull us into the swamp. Shiozaki, break your vines. Monoma was stunned as he watched his team head towards the swamp. He didn't expect that Xia Ye's power was so great, and he actually pulled a team of 3 of them by himself. The ground under Summer Night's feet gradually hardened and changed back to its original form, and Shiozaki was ready to break off his green-haired vines so that he could escape Summer Night's grasp. I'm sorry, your vine is quite strong, so I borrowed it. Without waiting for Shiozaki to disconnect the vine herself, the electric light flashed in Xia Ye's eyes, and 2 lightning rays narrowly crossed in front of Shiozaki, cutting off her vine by herself. The broken vines did not fall to the ground, and as soon as the Summer Night moved, more than a dozen vines danced flexibly, like many tentacles, swinging around the Summer Night with teeth and claws, which was a little scary. The pupils of everyone in Class A shrank, and they inexplicably felt that this shape was a bit familiar. Aizawa-sensei's bandage. In this way, the Summer Night can't spare his hands, and the little flaws left behind are made up. As the Emperor of Data Analysis, Izuku Midoriya can see at a glance who the image of the Summer Night comes from, that is, those combat bandages of Aizawa Shota. I can't help but feel a headache. The Summer Night that was already difficult to deal with is now without any flaws. I saw that the vines of the Summer Night were like spiritual snakes wandering and whipping in the surrounding team, or winding, or striking or whipping, dexterous and swift. At the end of the attack, only a few teams were left in place, tightly tied together by green vines, and incapacitated. This scene made Shiozaki stunned for a moment, even she couldn't control it so freely. Okay, now there are only a few of our teams left. It seems that the team that has advanced is going to be produced from among you. I hope you can make me interested in the starting point. Xia Ye looked at the few teams in front of him who had dodged or blocked his attacks, waving the few remaining vines with a defiant expression. Ladies and gentlemen, Most of the teams in the competition venue are trapped by the Summer Night players and can't move, and only the 6 teams left are the Summer Night team, the Banghao team, the Bang team, the Green Valley team, the Kagaya team and the Monoma team, who will be the promotion place. Brescent Mac's explanation sounded just in time, but no one in the room paid attention to his explanation. Now the situation of the players on the field is becoming more and more tense, so that the audience cannot distract themselves at all, and watch the game with full attention. Boom! Green Valley, we have to cooperate, otherwise we don't want to snatch points from Xia Ye. I believe you should not be willing to let Xia Ye score us in the end, and time is running out. Unknowingly, the team of Thousand Emperors Kagaya slowly approached the team of Boom Scorched and Izuku Midoritani, trying to win over allies. Kagaya had already realized that with just a few of their teams, if they were still fighting alone like this, they would have absolutely no hope of regaining points from Xia Ye's hands, and it would be good to protect themselves. I agree with Kagaya's suggestion. Indeed, even if it's a summer night that doesn't get serious, it's still not something we can compete with, we need to cooperate. Izuku Midoriya didn't think about it for a long time, and directly agreed to Kagaya's alliance. In fact, he also wanted to find an ally just now, but Kagaya spoke first. Quote. Yes, we will cooperate for the time being. Bang Jiaoleng was silent for a moment, looked up in a certain direction of the audience, and seemed to be staring at someone there. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed to the proposal of an alliance. He wanted to win, not just to advance because of the Summer Night's handout-like reward, but to grab the points himself, even if it was with everyone else. Then why don't we look for an ally anymore? The strength of Banghao is also very strong, one more ally has more hope. Shanming Electric suddenly spoke, feeling that the strength of the 3 teams was still insufficient, since it was of course better to pull allies. Idiot, we can't think of anything that your short-circuiting power generation head can think of. Erlang Shangshang seemed to like to be very fond of Shanming, so he rolled his eyes directly, and gestured to Nunu in the direction of Xia Ye, where Xia Ye and Banghao and the 3 teams of Wuma were fighting. Sinai. The flames exploded, the smoke flew, and the scorching flames bombarded the ring, blasting up large and small pieces of rubble and shooting out. Bursting Hao Katsuji had completely lost his cool, and kept frantically erupting into flames and rushing towards the Summer Night, but they were all flashed by the Summer Night with an astonishing speed, and even guided his explosive flames towards the team between things. Chapter 149. Bastard, you get out of the way, guy in the way. Bang Haosheng's heart is about to explode, and he has been playing around, and he can't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Especially the Monoma team, which was also attacking the Summer Night, hindered his attack 3 or 4 times. It's clear that you're the explosive head that is hindering our attack, you've interrupted our attack more than once, and Shiozaki almost hit Kakatori just now. The Ning people in the world were not to be outdone. When did the old man in the world of things scare people, and directly replied to the past. Sinai. The same string in Bang Hao's heart was broken in time, and he turned around and headed towards the team in the middle of things, ignoring the Summer Night team with the score. You madman, I don't have any scores, what are you going to do against me? Wu Jian Ning's popularity is ruined, what is the situation? He has no score here, this durian head actually turned the gun head to deal with himself, and his brain is broken. And the interrogation between things attracted only the explosion of the heroic, Sinai, and crazy fluttering. Tut, it's really a spark to the barrel of explosives, so you are ridiculous, this is provoking people. On a summer night, I even wanted to go to the business department to sell some melon seeds, popcorn and drinks, and sit down and watch the excitement without the slightest sense of the culprit. Gollum, just as I was leisurely enjoying the good show between the big heroes and the big things on a summer night, the situation suddenly changed. Several palm-sized objects were thrown out of nowhere and tumbled down to the feet of the Summer Night. Before the Summer Night could fix his eyes on the object, a bright light flashed. Ah, the old man's eyes. CCC. A large puff of smoke erupted from the few remaining objects, instantly engulfing the Summer Night and enveloping him in smoke. Damn, tear gas, it's still a strengthened version, it's smoking me. Ahem, 100, I hate you. There is no doubt that the only ones who can come up with tear gas and flashbangs in the competition are the support department's Fa Ming and the 8,000,000 with creative personality, and Xia Ye thinks there is a high probability that it will be the work of the 100. Although the screams of the Summer Night are a bit poignant, why do the audience have an inexplicable urge to laugh? This kid has been very arrogant since the beginning of the game, and now he can see the Summer Night eating deflated, which is something that the audience likes to see. Woo, I want to cry, the Summer Night is about to go out, my tears can't stop flowing. Bonnie Kakatori was so smoked with tear gas that it rained, and her big eyes were flooded, and tears were pouring down her face. With a flicker of his figure, he hurried out in the Summer Night, just out of the smoke range. Take advantage of the present, the rainy season is here. Out of the corner of the Summer Night's eye, he sensed a black shadow coming, and a tongue pulled a straight line in the air, and shot it in an instant, and the target was the turban on Bonnie's head. The figure tilted slightly to the right to dodge, but unexpectedly, the feet seemed to take root and did not move. I don't know when. There was a layer of frost under Xia Ye's body, which froze his feet, so that Xia Ye didn't expect it. In the panicked eyes of Bonnie Kakatori, the tongue of the frog blowing the plum rain soon came to her, and it was within reach of the turban. It's going to be successful. It's not just Midoriya Kagaya who has raised their hearts, but even the audience is looking forward to it. They are also cheering for Midoriya and them, success or failure in one fell swoop. It's naive. The corners of the mouth of the summer night were slightly upturned, and the tongue of the frog blowing the plum rain stopped abruptly at the moment when it touched the turban, and it was still in the air and could not move, as if it was pulled by an invisible force. Don't underestimate me too much, I said, you can't grab anything from me. Ah! The frog suddenly screamed, and hurriedly withdrew his tongue, his face flushed slightly, as if he had been frightened by something. What? Mayu-chan, you're hurt. Give. Kagaya and the others were eagerly concerned and asked, but Mayu still muttered, as if he was embarrassed to speak. Just now, frog-blowing Mayu felt as if his tongue had been touched by an invisible hand. Although she used to attack people with her tongue a lot, it was the first time that she had such a straightforward contact, especially if someone had done it, which made her feel even more shy. At the same time, the scorching side was not idle, and at the moment when the frog blew the plum rain to snatch the score, the cold air in his hands gushed out, turning into an iceberg and hitting the two of them directly on the summer night. It's worthy of Anderwa's child, it's so strong, it's hard for us to deal with such an iceberg. With such strength, with a little training, he is already an excellent hero star, and this year's heroes are really talented. The audience was once again noisy, amazed by the strength of the scorching freeze. It's scary to look at, but I'm not fooled, I don't believe you dare to do anything to me. Xia Ye raised her eyebrows slightly, without the slightest fear, her body did not move, and she watched the iceberg spread over with cold eyes. You must know that this horse riding competition is forbidden to viciously attack the war horse, and the violators will be eliminated directly. Even Bang Hao Shengji could only suppress his anger, and didn't dare to attack Xia Ye directly with burst flame, but just attack with the help of burst flame again and again. Xia Ye didn't believe that Boom Scorched Frost would be so stupid, and eliminated himself by himself. Sure enough, the towering iceberg seemed to be coming from the top, but in fact, it only passed by both sides of the summer night, and did not touch the summer night at all, but surrounded the summer night, and the cold air ruffled his hair. Wow! The iceberg riot, the strength of the boomers is also very strong. And the same summer night players are also not afraid of danger, in the face of the amazing iceberg did not move half a step, obviously knowing that the boom players did not dare to directly attack the war horse. This is really a thrilling psychological battle. Brescent Mac's wild shouts came from the broadcast studio again, and his excited tone was revealed, but I would like to remind you that there is not much time left, and there is still more than a minute left, and the second round of the horse race will be over. Hearing that the game had come to an end, except for the summer night team in the arena, the faces of the other players couldn't help but become anxious, and even Bao Hao Shengji turned his head to look back at the summer night. They haven't scored yet, and some teams haven't even performed well, so are they going to be eliminated? Now that I've blocked the range of action of the summer night, let's go together. With a loud cry, everyone came back to their senses, and looked at the summer night standing in the ice canyon, and suddenly came to their senses. It turns out that the purpose of the scorching freeze is to limit the distance of activity on summer nights, so he uses personality to create icebergs. In this way, the speed of the summer night will not be able to be used. Let's go together, the summer night can't cope with it, and then there will be a chance. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly, as if they had found an opportunity to snatch the score, and hurried towards the summer night. This was their last chance, they must grab the headscarf. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 150. Summer night. What should we do? Or let's fly back to the sky. I feel like so many people will snatch up our scores. Kakatori Boni is cute, but she's not stupid. In this situation, once their team is surrounded, the other party will definitely not only grab low scores, such a good opportunity, 10 million points is the goal they desire. It's okay, some guys who think they have a chance. Xia Ye casually appeased the lower corner to take Boni, raised his eyelids and glanced at the approaching people, and took a deep breath. I said, none of you want to snatch anything from me, this is not just a joke, don't underestimate my Xia Ye's strength, even if I am not serious, you cannot underestimate it. After speaking, he raised his foot and kicked the iceberg beside him fiercely, and the majestic iceberg actually trembled slightly under the feet of the summer night, and even the entire field shook. Click. The solid iceberg gradually cracked, and the spiderweb-like cracks spread out densely, a little shaky, which made the surrounding players stop with palpitations. This iceberg will not collapse. Give it to me. The rune light in Xia Ye's eyes flickered wildly, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, one after another ice rocks peeled off from the iceberg and suspended in the air, and from time to time there were ice chips and even ice cubes rolling down. After a while, the sky above the ring was covered with ice cubes of different sizes, covering the sky and the sun, and even those who were close were suppressed not far overhead, making people shiver from the cold. The slightest ray of sunlight poured down from the cracks and shone on the players, but instead of bringing them some warmth, they became more and more frightened. Hiss. The contestants looked at the dense ice rocks in the sky, and couldn't help but gasp deeply, and opened their mouths wide in a daze, and their brains stopped thinking. This is too exaggerated. If this is smashed down, who can avoid this density? I'm afraid it will be drowned in the sea of ice. In 30 seconds, the horse race is coming to an end. Brescent Mac reminded the players again, if you don't hurry up and grab the points, this round will be over. Saying that, but Brescent Mac's kind reminder did not arouse much desire to attack, even if they knew that the opponent would not attack them with ice rocks, they still did not dare to step forward, obviously giving up. The audience didn't blame them too much, anyone who saw this scene would be desperate, this is no longer a level of strength, such a competition is completely beyond the normal student competition. However, not everyone gave up, there were still a few teams on the field who were unwilling to go towards the summer night, and the most excited of them was the explosion of victory. The tail flame flashed, and Bao Hao Shengji took off again, shuttling through the meteorite like ice rocks, and below was the Green Valley. Boom scorched and other teams running quickly. 10 seconds countdown to the horse race. 10, 9, 8, quote. Damn, are you really going to lose? Izuku Midoritani and his teammates dodged the ice rocks in front of them, and looked up at the summer night in front of them, but unfortunately all they saw were dense white ice cubes, and they couldn't see the figure of the summer night at all. 3, 2, 1. The second round of the project, the end of the horse riding race. Hey, still lost. Izuku Midoritani, Bang Scorching Freeze, and Thousand Emperor Kabaya stopped in disappointment at this time and stood in place. Overhead, there was still the roar and explosion of West Nessine, which was the vent of Boom Haosheng's unwillingness. It's finally over. Unlike Green Valley, the other teams were relieved. Summer Night was so strong that it was desperately strong. Such a game was simply torture and torment for them, and now that it was over, they relaxed their minds. So let's announce the promotion spots now. Bress and Mac's words didn't cheer the players up, and now the scores are all in the Summer Night. Where are the spots? First place, Summer Night Squad. Not surprisingly, the long-awaited number 1 place. Ding, the quest International Friendship is completed, and the intermediate item will be awarded a lottery. Ding, the task All Public Enemies is completed, and the intermediate item will be awarded a lottery. The system rewards came one after another, which made Xia Ye's heart very happy. Xia Ye walked out with a relaxed face, he didn't even sweat at all, and waved his hand to the audience with a smile, while next to him was the bouncing Kakatori Bonnie, holding a turban and waving constantly. What's going on? All the players were shocked when they stared at the 10 million in Kakatori Bonnie's hand, but what about the rest? Second place, Boom Squad. What the? The pupils of Bang Zhao's eyes contracted, and he suddenly thought of something, and raised his hand to touch his forehead, where there were a few more bandanas at some point. Summer Night actually gave them back the score as a scoring criterion. When? I don't even feel anything. Little bird Summer Night, how strong are you? Bang Zhao Leng looked at Xia Ye deeply, a little unwilling, and felt more and more that Xia Ye's strength was unfathomable, and he really didn't know if he could catch up with him. This player named Summer Night is really strong. I'm afraid there is no doubt about the champion of the sports festival this time. Yes, I really don't know what kind of demon he will grow into in the future, the next symbol of peace. Maybe the players didn't see what was going on in the game, but the audience saw it clearly. When they broke into the ice rock in Midoriya and prepared to raid Summer Night's figure disappeared again, as if invisible. When it reappeared, only a few headscarves suddenly appeared behind the contestants, and when the contestants were attracted by the obstacles in front of them and could not be distracted, they quietly tied them on their heads, and the contestants were unaware. Third place, Kagaya Squad. Fourth place, Green Valley Squad. And fifth place. Bress and Mac announced the following teams one after another, but when he reported the fifth place, he paused in surprise. Team Things. What? It's Class B. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the angry burst hero Shengji and the confused Monoma team. Ka Chan, Bang Hao didn't make the cut, and Xia Ye gave the headscarf to Class B. Why? Not only Midoriya and the others, but everyone on the scene did not expect this result. With the performance of the first round of Summer Night, they thought that Summer Night would continue to help the team of their class advance. Chapter 151. In this horse race, the bomb caused me the most trouble, because he limited my range of movement, so I had to take my playful mind and get more serious. As if sensing everyone's doubts, Xia Ye smiled slightly, and opened his mouth to explain the reason why he assigned points like this. Similarly, Kagaya Squad has also caused me some trouble, very effective props. Speaking of which, Xia Ye's eyes revealed a little resentment, and his eyes were still a little dry and painful. And although the performance of the Green Valley team and the Monoma team is not very outstanding, it is much better than the explosion that was actually angered by himself and forgot the score goal. At least I didn't feel any pressure from Bang Hao, and he even helped me take a lot of the pressure off of it. Summer Night's explanation left the scene speechless, and the audience watched the game from beginning to end. It is undeniable that Bang Hao Shengji has an excellent personality and strong ability, but he was used by Xia Ye and blocked a lot of attacks for him. Well, that's it for the second round of the horse race. So let's start a lunch break of about an hour, and then we'll see you in the afternoon game. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go to dinner. I'm going to sleep. Bress and Mac announced the end of the morning's game, and the crowd began to leave the stadium in disbelief, still discussing the highlights of the game just now. Wait, Summer Night. Just when he was about to leave the competition venue with his classmates on a summer night, he was suddenly stopped. Turning around, a large group of people from Class B surrounded them, surrounding Summer Night in the middle. Nah, they won't want to beat up Summer Night, right? Grape shrank behind his classmates, with a gloating expression on his face. Although I also want to be beaten up in Summer Night to avenge my elimination, I still think that they have a higher probability of being beaten by Summer Night Fat. Class B classmates, what do you want to do? Although the Summer Night was too much during the game, but it didn't violate the rules, please don't settle the grievances on the field in private. Iida Tenya waved his glasses from time to time, and from time to time he pointed his fingers and made various gestures, reprimanding Class B. That's right, what do you want to do? The teacher is over there, don't mess around. Similarly, The other students in Class A also stood up one after another, making a strong stand for the summer night, and even stood silently behind the classmates, looking at everyone in Class B coldly. Cut. Boring. Burst Hao Shengji snorted coldly and turned to leave. It's not that he holds a grudge against Xia Ye for eliminating him, but he doesn't think that the garbage characters in Class B in his eyes can do anything to Xia Ye. Anyway, with Xia Ye's strength, he will definitely not be able to suffer. That's it, you Class B are too much. What are you going to do with summer night? He's a good guy, he took me to the finals. There seems to be a strange person in Class A's denunciation, and both Class A and Class B look at Kakatori Bani, who was standing in front of Summer Night, with a black line. Kakatori, what do you mean by Class B? You won't forget which class you are from, right? You're not from Class A, you're from Class B. Huh, yes, I almost forgot, I'm also from Class B. Katori Bani tilted her little head, knocked her forehead like a conscious person, and spit out her cute little tongue with a cute face. That, you misunderstood, we're not here to trouble Xia Ye's classmates, we're here to apologize. At this time, the class leader of Class B, Kazuka Kento, stood up in time to explain, indicating the intention of Class B. We misunderstood Xia Ye's classmates. We originally thought that Xia Ye's classmates would maliciously eliminate other classes to win the bet. We're so sorry we were wrong. After speaking, Kazuka Kento bowed deeply and apologized. There are also many people in Class B who watched their squad leader bow, and hurriedly followed suit, and it can also be seen here that the reputation of Kazuka Boxer in Class B is not low, and he will also be a team leader hero in the future. It's not like I'm looking for trouble, that's great. Everyone in Class A couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Class B was surrounding the summer night just now, they thought that the war between Class A and Class B was about to start. Even if you say that, our bet will not be cancelled, and I look forward to you celebrating my defending title. The words of the summer night instantly made the originally relaxed atmosphere stiffen a little again, so that the students in Class A couldn't help but roll their eyes, and they couldn't help chatting happily. That's natural, our B class bet is to grab a top 3 position in your A class, right? Kazuka Kento smiled absently, and through these 2 rounds of competition, he also had a rough idea of Xia Ye's character, that kind of evil but not malicious temperament. Although Xia Ye, you are very strong, we may really not be able to grab the championship, but we can still fight for the remaining 2 positions. That's right, when the time comes, our champion summer night classmates, I'm afraid that I will wear a cheerleader uniform to the stage to receive the award, and I am also looking forward to seeing your class wearing a cheerleading uniform. The mocking face of Ningren Monoma is as usual, which really makes people wonder whether his personality is mocking or copying, and even Summer Night can't help but look a little sideways. I don't care, it's a big deal that I can change my body and go up to receive the award, it's not very embarrassing. But you'll have to ask the rest of our class if they'd like to, especially the second and third strongest candidates in our class. Xia Ye raised her eyebrows teasingly, turned her head and shouted over the crowd. You said yes, boom, do you want to wear a cheerleading women's uniform? Bang Zhao Freeze, who had already planned to turn around and leave, paused slightly, and replied coldly without looking back. You Class B don't have a chance, just prepare your own clothes honestly. After saying that, he left directly, but the coldness still remained in everyone's hearts for a long time and could not be dispersed. That's right, if you don't have clothes, you can ask us for them, and we'll prepare them for you, any style. Right, 100. Xia Ye took the words of the bombardment and frozen, and glanced around very playfully. It's still the same sentence, I hope you can let me have a good time in the afternoon game. After saying that, Xia Ye also led his classmates to leave. Alas, I'm a little confused now, why can I wear a cheerleading uniform when I lose? In the United States, the female cheerleaders are very popular, and many people may not be able to enter if they want to enter, and they don't have to wear them if they want to. At this time, a silly voice sounded unexpectedly, breaking the tense atmosphere of declaring war at the scene, making Xia Ye stumble under his feet and almost fall to the ground. God, I really don't know if it's a mistake to bring this cute product into the finals. Chapter 152. In order not to disturb the students in the school, there is a canteen on the Shangying campus that is specially designed to receive outsiders, and the scale is also very large, which is enough to receive all the guests and spectators of the annual sports festival. At the guest cafeteria, spectators who had just watched the game gathered to order a lunch made by a food hero and discuss the highlights of the sports festival with relish. Summer Night didn't go to the student cafeteria with my classmates at this time, but came here with my family for dinner. Xia Ye actually invited his classmates, but they were too embarrassed to come and disturb, so he stopped pressing. Stinky boy, this time I did a good job, I didn't embarrass me. In Shangying's guest cafeteria, Tianzhong Lai laughed, and in a good mood, he ordered a large table of good dishes and chartered a box to celebrate the summer night. Although the sports festival is not over yet, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the championship this time is basically a summer night without running. Brother, you won the championship of the Shangying Sports Festival, what gift do you plan to give me? This large table of good dishes did not attract the little greedy cat Yu Liuhua, but asked for a gift from Summer Night with great interest. Little girl, shouldn't you reward me for my brother winning the championship? It's good for you to ask me if this is a gift. Xia Ye funnily touched the little head that Liuhua came over, while Xia Ye's parents and Tian Zhongli watched with satisfaction the friendly interaction of Xia Ye's brother and sister. I don't care, brother, you have won the championship, you have to give me a gift, I want it. Liuhua's little head shook like a rattle, pulling the school uniform of the summer night and kept coquettish. Okay, okay, I really can't take you little girl, what kind of gift do you want? Summer Night pampered Liuhua's cute little nose, smiling and groaning. Liuhua is the family's group pet, so naturally he has to be petted. I want to have a combat partner. Liuhua wrinkled her nose, thought for a moment, and put forward her favorite gift. My classmate has a very powerful big dog, and it can hunt by itself, and my classmate always comes to the class to show off, so I also want a fighting partner. What? Someone dares to show off in front of my little Liuhua. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, wait for Grandpa to pick the best hound for you to come back in a few days, and envy them. Tian Zhongli immediately said that this matter was on himself. Isn't it just a dog? It really can't be done, just give up his face and go to his old friends to ask for one. No, I just like it from my brother. Liu Huitu refused his grandfather's hospitality without looking back, and still looked at the Summer Night expectantly, making Tian Zhongli feel that he had an arrow in his heart. It turned out that his status in his granddaughter's heart was lower than that of Xia Ye, and he couldn't help but sigh a little. Yes, as long as you can get your mom to agree to have a dog at home. It just so happens that I have a nice dog here, and it's very suitable for Liuhua. Summer Night used 2 intermediate item draws to draw 2 pets, and I have a bit of a headache, so I don't know what to do. He is a pet killer on a summer night, and he can't raise anything, even a cactus can be disabled. So these 2 pets, he didn't plan to raise them himself, he found a good owner for the 2 pets, naturally he has his own sister, and Liuhua's request is just a coincidence. Summer Night quietly watched Liuhua behaving cutely at Meiyu, trying to get Meiyu to agree to have a dog at home. Okay, I agree with you to have a dog at home. Miu reluctantly agreed, but there was a smile in her eyes. Oh yes, thank you for your beautiful and generous mother. Liuhua cheered, cheering and trotting back to the Summer Night, full of anticipation. Spread your hands. In Liuhua's puzzled eyes, Xia Ye took out a small red and white ball the size of a walnut and put it on her little hand, leaving her confused. What is this? Where's my dog? Liuhua thought that Xia Ye was teasing her, but her eyes soon began to be filled with fog, and tears fell one by one. Brother is a liar. Don't cry, Grandpa will help you scold him for being a bad brother. Tianzhong Liehu stared at Xia Ye, as if he wanted to eat people. Stinky boy, what about the dog you promised your sister? Quote. Xia Ye rolled his eyes, completely speechless. He shouldn't have sold this pass, and now he begged for a scolding in vain. This is called pokeball. Inside is the pet dog I promised to Liuhua. Press here first to get bigger. Xia Ye pinched the red and white pokeball in Liuhua's hand and pressed it, and the walnut-sized pokeball instantly swelled to the size of a palm, just holding it in his hand. Press this again, and you can release the elf inside. A flash of red light flashed, and a cute red puppy appeared in the box, wagging its tail around the Summer Night. Katie Dog Young. From the world of Pokemon, puppy Pokemon, female, perfectly gifted. Loyal, sensitive sense of smell, and likes to be close to people. When encountering an enemy, it will bark at it, bite it, and drive them away. Skills: biting, yelling, glaring. That's right, it's the Kati dog in the elf world that will evolve into Miss Junxia's standard wind speed dog, and it just so happens that the Kati dog is also a fire type, and it is still a good match with the little bird Liuhua. Wow, what a cute dog, I like it so much. Liuhua's eyes flashed with great love, and one flew over to hug it, holding it in his arms, for fear that Xia Ye would regret it. Is this really for me? Otherwise, didn't you say you wanted a dog? It seems that Liuhua is very satisfied with the catty dog, but it's no wonder that Pokemon is a child's dream. Even if you change the world, you can still be cute. Summer Night's mother, Meiyu, also wanted to reach out and touch this cute thing, but was avoided by Liuhua like a food, making Meiyu sigh and raise a little white-eyed wolf. It's a cutty dog, you can give her a name. Xia Ye handed the Pokeball in her hand to Liuhua again. And her strength is not bad, she will have fire abilities in the future, you should be regarded as animals with personality. Liuhua hurriedly took it, looking at the Pokeball in her hand for a while, and looking at the Katy dog in her arms for a while, happy as a silly girl. Tianzhong Lai's face on the side was a little solemn, as if he wanted to say something, but the words reached his throat, and when he glanced at Liuhua's happy appearance, he swallowed it, and stopped bringing it up. You know, now there is only one animal with personality on the surface of society, and the head of the white rat is Shangying, and the animal with personality appears again, and I don't know what waves it will cause. It's okay, Grandpa, don't worry. Quote. Xia Ye saw Tian Zhongli's worries and smiled. Although the animal with personality is a bit eye-catching, the Kati dog is still young, and it will take a long time to learn the fire ability, and there will always be a way to do it then, usually call Liuhua to keep a low profile. Of course, Liuhua, who feels like a silly music in the Summer Night, probably won't know how to write the word low-key, because Liuhua is also a troublemaker like Xia Ye. As for how Summer Night got the Katy dog, Summer Night's parents and grandfather tacitly didn't ask. They knew that Summer Night had some secrets since she was a child, and even with such a magical transformation personality, they didn't explore it too much, because Summer Night was their child after all, and they watched grow up, and this was enough. Chapter 153. Alright, the lunch break is over, and it's finally time to announce the last project. Bricant Mac's huge voice reverberated over the sports arena once again, and the crowd was largely back in their seats, looking forward to the exciting game ahead. Before that, I have good news to tell all the students who were eliminated in the previous qualifiers. Dancing Brescent Mac is still listless. Aizawa Shota next to him. Aizawa just looked at his partner who started to laugh at himself again, and couldn't help but have a headache. After all, this is a sports festival, so the school has long prepared entertainment programs that everyone can participate in. Whether it is the players who have been promoted or eliminated, all of them have returned to the stadium at this time, standing under the eyes of the audience to receive attention. And also specially invited a professional women's cheerleading team from the United States to heat up the atmosphere of the scene. A group of beautiful women in cheerleading women's uniforms walked out of the passage and danced in front of everyone and danced cheerleading, which made many people's eyes straighten and they couldn't take their eyes off it. It's a pity that I didn't deceive the girls in our class. Quote, "Hey, little grape, Shanming, what's wrong with you two? Why do you seem to have been beaten up? Who did it?" Summer Night was admiring the cheerleading beauties, but was startled by Minoru Mineta and Shanming Electric, who turned their heads in front of them, with a blue nose and swollen face, plus 2 dark circles under their eyes. I didn't know that. I thought it was 2 panda personalities. Summer Night, we are so miserable, you have to call the shots for us, we were beaten by people. Phew, they deserve it. 8,000,000 directly interrupted Minoru Mineta and Shanming Electric's crying, and denounced their bad behavior. Actually lied to us that the school arranged for all our girls to wear cheerleading uniforms. I used my personality to make all the team uniforms, and I almost fell for it, but fortunately, Kagaya saw through their tricks. 8,000,000 was surrounded by Class A girls who were gearing up, staring at Minoru Mineta and Kamime Electric hiding behind the Summer Night with fierce eyes, and they seemed to be still angry. It's scary. Minoru Mineta and Kamime couldn't help but shudder, and shrank behind the Summer Night again. Tut tut, what a pity. Phew, it's so damnable, these 2 people would do such a thing, it's like a god's punishment. Summer Night was still there, but it's a pity that Shanming and they failed, and such a good benefit is gone. But as soon as he saw that the girls seemed to move their ferocious eyes to his side, he hurriedly changed his words, and by the way, pulled out Minoru Mineta and Kaminaki, who were hiding behind him, and ignored their desperate eyes, and left by himself in the Summer Night. I can't afford to provoke it, so I slipped away. Wow, I envy them, I really want to wear a cheerleading uniform, it's so beautiful. As soon as Summer Night came to the edge of his class, he heard a cute thing sighing with envy, and turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was the stupid girl Katori Boni, surrounded by a black line of Class B students. Don't worry, Bonnie, you'll be in a cheerleading uniform soon, and there will be a lot of people wearing it with you. Summer Night smiled and looked at the students in Class B who were teasing the students in Class B, and they couldn't help but wink. Really, that's great. Katori Boni cheered, so that Class B couldn't help but start covering his face. Why did he have such a stupid thing in his class? Come on, the atmosphere is already warm. Students, let's participate in the entertainment project happily. As soon as the cheerleading beauties finished dancing, they left in a hurry, probably going to the 2nd and 3rd grade competition areas to continue performing. Brescent Mac took advantage of this to immediately pick up the commentary and introduce the next event arrangement. After the entertainment program, it will be a one-on-one practical elimination match between the 5 teams that advance to the final event, a total of 16 players. The final project is really a one-on-one knockout round, and I'm going to stand on the stage that I see on TV every year. Kirishima Rujiro had a hot face, and unconsciously clenched his fists, and the excitement in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. I remember last year it was also a knockout format, right? Despite the difference in format, the finals every year are one-on-one, and I remember last year it was supposed to be an inflatable soft sword competition. Everyone who advanced to the stage became nervous. This is the most exciting stage of the Chongqing Sports Festival, and even the Summer Night is a little expectant and serious. Alright, then the next step will be to draw lots to determine the battle group. Midnight holding an opaque lottery box, still charming. When everyone finishes dividing into groups and participating in entertainment projects, the finals will officially begin. The 16 finalists will be able to decide whether or not to participate in the entertainment program. After all, some will want to take the opportunity to take a break or save their strength. So, let's start with the top-ranked team. Saying that, at midnight he walked down with the lottery box, handed it to Xia Ye, and whispered, "Summer Night classmate, you are really restless in this sports festival, I hope you don't play the last round." Midnight teacher, I am such an honest and measured student in the Summer Night, there will be no problem. Summer Night randomly drew a lot, didn't look at it himself, and handed it directly to Midnight. I believe you are a ghost, if you were measured, you wouldn't have done such a big deal in the first 2 rounds. Midnight rolled his eyes, took Summer Night's sign and looked at it, then moved on to the next one. According to the grouping of lots, please look at the big screen. Midnight waved the whip in his hand and pointed it at the big screen in the air, and the picture changed, showing the players fighting against their opponents in groups. Group 1. Akira Fame Amaya Iida. Group 2. Kamime Electric, Shiozaki C. The third group. Often Dark stepping on the Yin, Bone Soft Creation. Group 4. Ir Lang Shongshong, 8,000,000. Group 5. Thousand Emperors Wei Yi, Mono Maningran. Group 6. Izuku Madoratani, Boom Scorched Jelly. Group 7. Frog Blowing Plum Rain, Kakatori Bani. Group 8. Birdie Summer Night, Leary Ochako. Phew, this kind of grouping is not bad, basically the top 3 will be produced in our class. Summer Night looked at the grouping on the screen, and her heart was certain and relaxed. Although Xia Ye seemed to have a winning chance on the bet, in fact, from the moment he gave the score to the players in Class B, the bet began to be a little mysterious. If all the strong players in Class A are assigned together from the beginning, they may not be guaranteed to win the bet with Class B. Now such a grouping has cleverly staggered the collision of the top combat power of Class A, and the players in Class B have no hope of winning the top 3 at all. It's not just the summer night. The people in Class A who can understand the current grouping situation have also put down their worries. Obviously they also know that their class's gambling contract this time has been stabilized, and they don't have to wear such shameful clothes. Chapter 154. Okay, then let's put the knockout aside for now, it's time for fun. In the studio, Bress and Mac cheered, let's go and have fun. Colorful fireworks continue to bloom in the sports arena, the atmosphere is rising, and the entertainment game is about to begin. The entertainment game is also a highlight. It is a little more fun than a serious game, and it is also fun to see the little heroes in the future hurriedly making a fool of themselves. First of all, the borrowing race. Students who want to participate in the competition, please come and sign up. At midnight, the teacher was surrounded by a group of students who did not make it to the finals and naturally wanted to show themselves in this entertainment competition. Of course, not everyone plans to sign up. At least most of the players who advanced to the finals did not have the heart to participate in the entertainment bureau, and they need to go back and think about the strategy of attacking their opponents to prepare for the next knockout round. Aren't you going back on a summer night? On the side of the qualifiers, Leary Mikako looked suspiciously at the summer night who was about to go to the midnight teacher to sign up, and she thought that the summer night was not interested in this kind of entertainment competition. Nonsense, I'm so likely to miss the entertainment game on summer night, this is the essence of the sports festival, understand? Xia Ye waved his hand without looking back. In his opinion, only with the entertainment competition can it be called a sports festival. How can he do it if he doesn't participate? Anyway, he has no pressure on the finals. Hey, what Summer Night said seems to make a lot of sense, so I'll participate too. Shanming Electric feels that he was moved by the Summer Night. Yes, this is the project that a sports festival should have. How can I miss it? I didn't plan to go back to the lounge, so I got up to catch up with the Summer Night, and the two of them walked towards the midnight teacher with their shoulders hooked, ready to sign up together. Idiot. Shanming doesn't think about it well. Xia Ye's strength is strong enough, he can naturally relax. Where did he get this mind to participate in the entertainment competition, and he is not afraid of being eliminated in the first game. Erlang Shongshong rolled her eyes, and was speechless at the nerve of the big Shanming Electric. The words of the ear rang incense also made the other contestants want to sign up. Yes, now is not the time to joke, the most important thing for them is the final knockout. They have worked hard for so long to stand on that stage, at least try their best to show their strength. At the same time, in the lounge, Izuku Midoriya looked at the gloomy face of Explosion Katsuji with a look of fear, and secretly regretted in his heart. Why did he come back alone first? Would he be used as a target to vent his anger? I'm going to win next time over that bastard on summer nights. Bursting how Katsumi didn't seem to want to see Midoriya Izuku now, so he threw down a sentence and slammed the door out. He was defeated, and the waste he had always looked down on was promoted, which is what really annoyed Bang Hao. As for Xia Ye's elimination of himself, although it also annoyed him, he actually knew in his heart that there was something wrong with him, but he just refused to admit it, so he wouldn't bow to that bastard in Xia Ye. Before you know it, the happy time of the entertainment game will soon be over, and in the competition field, the cement division is using its personality to control the cement to build the knockout ring. Phew, it's a real pleasure, this is a campus event. Summer Night wiped the sweat off his head, picked up a bottle of drink and poured it down. Ha ha ha, Summer Night, I'm higher than you in the entertainment competition, this can make me blow for a semester, I didn't participate in vain. Shanming Electric also held a bottle of drink, standing beside Xia Ye with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Because it's in the mood to play, the entertainment competition Summer Night doesn't have the ability to use it, and the ranking is so-so, but Summer Night didn't expect Shanming to be sporty. For the sake of you playing with me, I kindly remind you. Xia Ye put down the already empty drink bottle, burped comfortably, turned his head to look at Shanming Electric, and planned to give him a little advice and help. Don't play an open big, your opponent in the first game is quite restrained by your personality. After saying that, he turned around and went to the waiting area, and it was none of his business if Shanming listened or not. However, it seems that Shanming doesn't seem to understand, and he looks confused, so he probably doesn't understand. Hey guys, area ready. Bress and Mac's voice sounded again, and it also opened the prelude to the finals. After so many events, the most attractive thing is really this actual matchup. The only thing you can rely on is your own strength, and even if you are not a hero, you will often encounter this situation in your life, so everyone should have experienced it. Mobilize your will, your skill, your body, your wisdom and knowledge, and sprint upward. The audience's increasingly fierce applause and cheers made the contestants waiting for admission a little excited, and they will finally step into this dream stage. I was a little nervous, worried that my next performance would be unsatisfactory and not play well. The rules of the game are very simple, and they are all based on the actual rules that make the opponent fall off the field, incapacitate or say, I admit defeat, before he or she takes the initiative to win. There's no need to worry about injury, because our recovery girls are always on standby, so let's put aside the moral constraints for a while. Mr. Mike spoke at an astonishing speed like a machine gun bullet and said the rules of the game and what to pay attention to, and finally paused, relieved himself, and added again. but of course, moves that endanger the opponent's life will be judged as a serious foul and disqualified on the spot, and the hero will only go all out to arrest the enemy. When someone fouls, I'll stop it. The cement division sat on the cement chair he had just set up, and waved his hand at everyone, signaling his presence. It seems that Shangying's arrangements for the ring match are still very in place, and he is actually equipped with 2 teachers from Midnight and the cement division to supervise the referees to prevent the players from accidentally making accidents. After all, there are too many powerful players in this sports festival. In the first round, Amaya Iida of the Hero Division A class vs. Akira of the Support Division. The crowd screamed like a tidal wave, and the exciting ring match finally began, and everyone was looking forward to the performance of this group of players. Oh, I forgot to remind Iida. Forget it. He should win anyway, although winning is about the same as losing. While everyone looked at the players who entered the stadium and cheered, only Natsuya touched his chin and looked at Iida Tenya with a gloating expression, as if he was looking at a cup. Xia Ye won't admit that he deliberately didn't remind Iida Tenya, he just wanted Iida, a pure and simple child, to realize early that he shouldn't trust others casually, and he definitely didn't mean to retaliate against Iida because he always talked about his schooling. Well, that's it, that's right. Xia Ye wasn't worried at all, and was ready to watch Iida make a fool of himself with great interest. Anyway, they didn't make a bet with the support division, so it didn't matter much if Iida lost. Chapter 155. I've shown everything to everyone without reservation, and I have no regrets. Fa Mumming slowly walked out of the field on his own, wiped the sweat on his head, and looked satisfied. Behind him was Iida Tenya, who was kneeling on the ground and shedding sad tears, repeating the words, "You lied to me, I hate you," in his mouth. This scene, people who don't know still think that what happened to Iida Tenya. Akira Fame walked out of the field, and Iida advanced to the second round. Midnight finally woke up from the sluggishness, remembered his duty as a referee, and pointed to Iida Tenya, who still hadn't recovered yet, and announced the promotion. There are really a lot of problem students this year, and I can't help but sigh at Midnight. Are the girls in this support section politicians? No, she's the devil. The audience's faces were also pale. This kind of sales spirit is terrible. I really sympathize with this Iida player. This game did not live up to the expectations of the summer night, and it has completely become an inventive equipment showcase. From the opening to the more than 10 minutes when she gave up the game, Fa Ming continued to introduce her invention to the audience. And Iida Tenya, who was coaxed into wearing her products by Fa Miming, was reduced to her mannequin hanger. It's okay, Iida, at least you won. Seeing Iida Tenya, who had not yet recovered from the blow, sit in his seat without saying a word, Izuku Midoriya and the others didn't know how to comfort him at all. In such a situation, they feel that they will also leave a psychological shadow when they encounter it. Iida, the game just now was very exciting. I rarely bothered to watch the whole thing. Just when everyone was embarrassed by this atmosphere, Xia Ye in the front row turned his head and raised his eyebrows with a smile, making everyone have a bad premonition. Summer night, you. Really? After watching the game, I actually wanted to go to Fa Miki to buy some equipment, and I felt that it was better than the equipment of those big companies. Especially the enemy capture gun, BIU, will catch you at once. It's really strong and terrible. I want to customize a few more. And that, Summer Night suddenly eyebrows danced. It was so angry. I didn't expect Iida Tenya, who was serious all day long, to have today. Summer Night, don't talk about it. Iida is already very sad. The classmates were upset about Iida Tenya, and Iida was like this, and he actually fell into the well on a summer night. No, Xia Ye is right. My performance in this game was too bad. I was swayed by my emotions, and I lost my most basic judgment. At my speed, it was an unforgivable mistake to be caught in that enemy capture gun. Iida Tenya raised his head and heard the deep meaning of the Summer Night's words. Iida clenched his fists and cheered up. My performance in the next game will definitely not be so bad. With Iida Tenya's strength, it's still good, and it shouldn't be played around like this by Fa Mumming. After all, Fa Miming is just a student in the support department after all, and her equipment invention is far from that strong, so it can only be said that Iida himself is too poor. Not to mention Iida, who was reinvigorated. The players from the first round and the second group of the competition also began to appear on the field. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been waiting for a long time, and the second game will begin. Hero Division A Class Ming Electric, Battle Hero Division B Class Shiozaki Tatsu. Brescent Mac's exaggerated tone stirred up the atmosphere of the audience. This is the first battle between Class A and Class B in the ring. Which side are you more optimistic about? Wow, Shangming's opponent is a girl. Shangming should win. Kirishima didn't notice the dangerous eyes of the girls in his class around him, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Kamaime should be able to solve the other party at once. The Summer Night next to him hurriedly sat down in the distance, and the girl's eyes were so cold that he couldn't stand it. When the game is over, let's go have a meal together. If you don't mind, I can comfort you. Looking at Shanming Electric, who began to play handsome and cool in front of beautiful women on the field, Xia Ye knew that he was going to finish, and obviously forgot all about his reminder, because this game is likely to end in a blink of an eye. Sure enough, Shangming directly discharged and giggled, and then was bundled with a set of packages and taken away for Sekal. The process was perfect, making people think that this was not rehearsed to play a fake match. Oops, I was really eliminated in the first game. Erlang Shangshang touched her short hair, looking helpless. She was really a prophecy. It's normal, that Shiozaki is very strong, definitely stronger than many people in our class, and he also faintly restrains Kamina's personality. Of course, if Shanming can deal with it flexibly, he can still fight, but who told him to find his way when he sees a beautiful woman? Xia Ye shrugged his shoulders and shook his head and sighed like iron is not made of steel, and the battle between Class A and Class B in the first game was killed in seconds, which is really embarrassing. Ah, the blonde taunted the personality person and looked at the students in Class A with a sneer. Class A should be better than Class B, it's really strange. Ha 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 ha. The students in Class A looked at Nene Monoma, who was lying on the wall with his head bared and laughing, his face full of black lines. Fistvine Squad Leader, your golden retriever has crossed the line. Summer Knight just shouted, and the golden retriever disappeared, replaced by Kazuka Kento, the squad leader of Class B. I'm sorry. The game ended so quickly, maybe everyone wasn't happy, so we'll move on to the next one. The hero class often steps in the shadow, and the battle against the hero Class B is soft and soft. This is another contest between Class A and Class B. Eraserhead, which side do you like this time? The game will continue, and Bressenmac is signaling for the players in the third game to be ready to play. Chong Dark, it's up to you to earn back some face in the next game, don't delay too long, win more beautifully. Summer Knight turned her head to look at Chong Dark, who was about to play, and asked him to end the game as soon as possible. I will return with the cry of victory. Chong Dian stepped on the shade and sang a low sentence, and then went on the field. Summer Knight, do you think Chong Dark can win? Everyone in the class looked worriedly at the two people standing far away on the field. This time, the player in Class B also seems to be quite strong, and his ability seems to be to soften the ground or something. I didn't worry about Chong Dian losing at all, I was just worried that he wouldn't win beautifully. Chong Dark is usually too low-key, so you may not know his true strength. Xia Ye's eyes glanced at Bang Zhao Liang who was leaning against the wall. Let's put it this way, Chong Dark's peak strength is not weaker than Bang Zhao Liang, it's just that he has been suppressing his strength. In the dark of night, if he completely unleashes his power, even if I want to take him down, it will take a lot of effort. The words of the Summer Knight shocked everyone, and the cold bombardment couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at Chong Dark. With a little surprise in his eyes, he couldn't imagine that the usual second middle school Chong Dian was so deeply hidden. Chapter 156. Oh my god, it's a spike again. Just opened, and with just one blow, the Chong Dark player knocked the bone-soft building who hadn't reacted out of the field out of the court. It is worthy of being the third place in the entrance examination at the beginning, and the strength is amazing. Then, the ever-dark players advanced to the second round. Bressenmac shouted in surprise, but he was muttering in his heart, this commentary can't go on. The first game is just a self-prepared commentary, the second and third games are all over in an instant, and he hasn't raised any passion, so, let's hurry up to the next group of games. The hero Class A is 8,000,000, and the battle against the hero Class A is fragrant. It's a cannibalism in my own class. Hey, what are you doing on a summer night? 8,000,000 Baihei Erlang Shangshang was about to play, and suddenly saw Xia Ye also stand up together, and couldn't help but wonder, Xia Ye is he confused? Xia Ye waved his hand casually, signaling that he didn't have to care about himself, and under the gaze of his classmates, he slowly walked to the wall of the student viewing area. What about the golden retriever just now? Now you know the strength of our class. The students in Class A and Class B have black lines hanging on their heads, and this summer night is really holding a grudge, so they have to taunt it back. In the ring, 8,000,000 and Erlang Shangshang stood in the distance, waiting for the start of the game. Who do you say will win 8,000,000 or Erlang? I think it's 8,000,000, but she's a creative personality and can handle a lot of situations. Of course, how could that tomboy win? It's just a detective personality, and I was killed in seconds just now because I was cursed by her. Everyone in Class A turned their heads to see that they had been cured by the summer night, and Shanming Electric, who came to watch the game, was speechless. This can also throw the pot. No, I think Erlang has a better chance of winning. Her personality is not only scouting, but also can send out sonic attacks, and if she is full force, she can even smash rocks. Xia Ye was not very optimistic about the 8,000,000, looking at the two people waiting for the midnight announcement in the ring to analyze. And the personality of the 100 requires preparation time, and in a short period of time, you can only make some conventional cold weapons, and the ring competition is not advantageous at all. As long as Erlang keeps attacking and interrupting by his powerful tools, it will be a matter of time before Erlang wins this game. 8,000,000's personality belongs to that kind of god-level support class. If she can have a teammate to help her delay time and create opportunities, 8,000,000 can play a role no worse than anyone in the class, and even have more potential. 8,000,000 admit defeat, and the Erlang Shangshang players are promoted. And this game is roughly as Xia Ye said, 8,000,000 Bai has been attacked by the sound waves of the Erlang Shangshang, and he can't concentrate on making tools, so he can only admit defeat in the end. The next group of Class A 1000 Emperor Wei Knight will fight against Class B Wuji and Ningren, and it will be a fierce collision between Class A and Class B. Ha ha ha, let's take a good look at how my uncle Monoma beats all the players in your Class A, and finally stands on the podium. Ninto Monoma, who was originally knocked unconscious by Kazuka Fist Fuji with a knife, woke up instantly when he heard that it was time to play by himself, and taunted Class A again for a few words, and finally hurriedly ran into the ring before his squad leader stretched out his fist. Kagaya, did you fail to apply for the use of your equipment? Everyone looked at the 1000 Emperor Kagaya, who was still wearing a school uniform, and most of Keigaya's strength was in her combat equipment, and her strength had dropped very seriously without equipment. It's okay, although the school didn't approve of me using a combat uniform, it still agreed to me using a sword, and that's enough. Keigaya had a long sword pinned to his waist and stood up to comfort everyone. That golden retriever's personality is a copy of the personality, and I guess he may copy the personality of some of his classmates before he goes on the court. Xia Ye looked at Keigaya and was also a little worried, and began to help her with advice, but fortunately, he didn't copy for a long time. You can delay it first, and then attack when he has no personality of his own. Quote, don't look at the mocking face of Mono Maningran, but after all, he is a student of the hero department, and his strength is okay. If his personality is not because there are too many restrictions, it is simply a bug, and generally speaking, it is the protagonist's skill. Keigaya, who is not equipped, faces him, and this battle may be difficult to fight. Yes, I see. Thousand Emperor Wei nodded solemnly, with a deep thought on his face, and walked slowly towards the ring. I don't know what your personality is, but my personality is the strongest. Looking at the silver-haired girl in front of him, Mono Maninto shook his fingers, so you better admit defeat. Keigaya was indifferent, just vigilantly guarding against the attack of the other party, ready to dodge the opponent's attack at any time. But the strange thing is that Monoma has not made a move, just looked at Keigaya with disdain, and almost scolded. What's the situation now? It's been a while since the game started, but the players on the field are just standing still. Is there any competition going on that we can't see? Bress and Mac's doubts are also the doubts of the audience. Why are the two players in the ring standing like this without fighting? They can't understand this game anymore. It doesn't make sense. Delaying time should be bad for that golden retriever. He should be in a hurry to make a move. Summer Knight was also confused at this time, and I didn't expect this to be the case at all. Wait, isn't it? I said Boxing Vine squad leader. Did your golden retriever forget to copy his personality and play? Xia Ye looked at the students in Class B who seemed to be ugly by him, and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, it's amazing my brother, Keigaya's game is stable. Who said that as long as you can meet the players in your class, the victory or defeat is not certain? Although the students in Class B also felt that the material was probably going to lose, they did not lose the battle, and they still refuted it stiffly. Tut tut, you're too young, so your intelligence ability is still not good. Don't you even know that Keigaya is so special in our class, and your teacher didn't mention it to you? It's not just Xia Ye who smiled. Everyone in Class A is relieved, and it seems that Keigaya has won. In the ring, don't look at the people of Wujian who are now as stable as an old dog on the surface, but in fact, they are panicked in their hearts. I woke up before the game when I was knocked unconscious by Boxer Aikika just now. My brain has been foggy. I didn't even copy my personality and ran up. It's not much different from a non-personality. Monoma is now afraid that Keigaya is a remote personality, and he doesn't even need physical contact, so he can directly solve himself remotely. She's holding a sword. It's supposed to be a melee personality. As long as I touch her, I can still fight. Summer Knight said that as long as I stalled for time and waited for his copied personality to disappear, I would win. The two players on the field didn't know each other's details, so they were so nervously wary of each other. Chapter 157. What's going on? Why didn't he make a move? As time passed, Keigaya sensed that something was wrong, and a guess began to rise in her heart. Test it out and see how he reacts. Thinking about it, Keigaya took 2 cautious steps forward. Great, she's here, it's really a melee personality. A flash of joy flashed in Monoma's eyes, and he followed a few steps forward. All of this was seen by Keigaya, and the guess in his heart was confirmed. That's okay, huh, even the cold Xiandi Wei is a little crying and laughing now, and he has been on guard for a long time, but the other party is just a paper tiger. Keigaya was in a state of interest for a while, and the long sword that had been holding tightly in his hand also withdrew its scabbard, and walked towards the object step by step. Closer, I'll be able to touch her in a few steps. Wuma Ningran stared at the Thousand Emperor Keigaya who was getting closer and closer, and the joy in his eyes could no longer be hidden, and he couldn't help himself, so he jumped in front of Keigaya in 2 steps and 3 steps, and grabbed her. Keigaya pursed his lips and directly waved his hand to knock away the salty pig hand in the world. But Wuma didn't care, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. You were fooled, your personality has become my personality. I'm sorry, I don't have a personality. Keigaya directly interrupted Monoma's pretense, grabbed one of his hands with his backhand, and threw the dumbfounded Monoma out of the field with an over-the-shoulder fall. Off court, Thousand Emperors advanced to the second round. Midnight looked at the Thousand Emperor Wei who turned to leave, and then turned his head to scan at the empty eyes of the Ningran of Wujian, and sighed inexplicably, what a poor baby. Ha ha ha, Keigaya, it's not that I'm wrong in my analysis, I can only say that the other party is too stupid. I'll give you an analysis according to the normal situation. As soon as Keigaya returned to the student viewing area, he heard Xia Ye's embarrassing laughter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a naughty arc. It turns out that Xia Yejin will also make mistakes and mistakes. Summer nights are embarrassing. The next match is Group 6. Class A Midoriya Izuku fights. Class A is Scorched. Scorch, Scorch. The audience at the scene was basically cheering for the Bang, and there were few supporters of Green Valley. Although Izuku Midoriya was the first place in the first round, he has not shown any personality since he competed. On the contrary, Bombardment is the son of Andwa, and he has shown amazing strength in the horse riding race, so everyone is not very optimistic about Izuku Midoriya. But soon they were completely stunned, and the battle between Izuku Midoriya and Boom Freeze could already be said to be a battle of life and death. With a slight step under his feet, the cold air surged, and the green valley that was frozen into a continuous ice storm came over, and he came to the green valley in an instant. Midoriya flexed his fingers and flicked it, and with pure force, he blasted out a huge storm of impact, shattering the oncoming iceberg like a withering and decaying one, and perfectly blocking the attack of the scorching cold. No, it's not perfect, because Midoriya used strength. One finger was directly fractured and bruised, and 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the audience felt a pain for Midoriya. I must not lose, Olmut is still watching me. But even so, Midoriya gritted his teeth and persevered, reluctantly continuing to burst out with strength again and again, breaking through the successive freezing attacks of the scorching freeze. Green Valley, will something happen like this? There's no need to fight so hard, after all, the other party is scorched, and it's nothing if you lose. Yes, that's a scorching cold, the strongest student in our class except for the perverted demon Xia Ye. Why don't you admit defeat? Everyone in Class A looked worriedly at the two people who were fighting more and more fiercely in the ring, especially Midoriya's scarred palm, which was simply shocking. Quote exclamation mark. The strongest. The last row of Bang Hao Shengji snorted coldly, but his eyes were always on the field. Waste for a long time. Because he doesn't want to lose. Summer Knight rarely stood up and stood by the railing, and it's not so easy for Bang to really win Midoriya. This is a contest with a lasting personality. You see, the attack is already weakening. Everyone looked at it. Indeed, the scorching attack was not as sharp as it was at the beginning, and the people were not so calm, and they were a little out of breath. It seems that after a few attacks, the consumption of scorching is also very large. Perhaps because of the shadow of his childhood, Scorched Jelly has only been using his frozen personality from beginning to end, and even if the battle situation is stalemate, he still refuses to use the burning personality power of his inherited father, Andrew. The corner of his eyes swept to Andrew, who had a gloomy face in the audience, and he felt a little happy in his heart. He was no longer that person's tool. Is this what you want, and do you still feel like you're not doing anything wrong? Tian Zhongli looked at Andrew beside him and sighed. You are very similar to me when I was young. At that time I was also obsessed with the hero ranking, and even disregarded Xiao Ye's mother's own wishes and trained her strictly, hoping that she could become a hero beyond me. Now that I am old, I realize that these are all false, so why hurt the feelings of my family and myself for the sake of these ambitions? However, seeing Andrew who was still staring at the scorching cold, Tian Zhongli knew that he still hadn't listened to his own words, and his obsession was not so easy to let go. In the ring, the battle became more and more intense, and Izuku Midoriya rushed towards the scorched cold with all his strength, regardless of his bruised body. Even though his body was overwhelmed and scarred, one hand was already unconscious and unable to move, and the 5 fingers of the other hand were all bruised, Midoriya still resolutely rushed over without hesitation. Now it's not just a matter of Armut's expectations, Green Valley is also trying to wake up Scorch. The impact blasted out again, and the ice chips flew everywhere, and the powerful impact directly hit the blast Scorch, sending it flying towards the outside of the field. The ice wall rose and blocked Bang's body, although he avoided elimination, but the huge impact force still made Bang feel a pain, and he stood up trembling and struggling. Why? Why fight to this extent? Because I want to be the kind of handsome hero who can respond to others with a smile. Bang was slightly stunned, and was hit by Midoriya again and flew out. Midoriya's words continued, the one you hate to deny, isn't it also your strength? The pupils of the frozen eyes that stood firm were slightly dilated, as if they had been knocked on the door of the mental cage by Midoriya's words, and the words of the long-forgotten mother seemed to sound in their ears. Yes, as long as you want, you cannot be bound by this bloodline, and be the self you aspire to be. Boom. The heat wave suddenly rolled, and the scorching red lotus surged on the left half of the body of the scorching freeze, rolling up a wave of fire. The heat wave is coming. The heat of the flames even distorted the air, forming a blazing hurricane that blew on the faces of the audience and made it impossible to open their eyes. Chapter 158. Scorched. At the same time, a sky-high flame rose from the auditorium, attracting the attention of everyone around. By Tianzhongli's side, Andrew stood up and looked up to the sky and roared. The flames on his tall and burly body surged, and he stepped down the steps of the aisle step by step, holding his hands firmly on the railing. Have you finally accepted your strength? That's right, very good. This race will be a new starting point for you. Inherit my bloodline, keep surpassing me, and then go and fulfill my ambitions. And Bang Zhao Freeze didn't even look at him. His clothes and hair were blown by the scorching waves, and the frost covering his right body began to gradually dissipate, which is worthy of the personality from the number 2 Andrew bloodline. Even if he hasn't used it much, once it erupts, it faintly suppresses the power of freezing. You obviously want to win, and you take the initiative to help your opponent. You must not be normal. Having said that, the corners of Bang Zhao Freeze's mouth rarely raised a relaxed smile. Oh my god, that iceberg man is actually laughing. Am I dazzled? Everyone in Class A wiped their eyes in disbelief, and they couldn't even care about the tense game for the time being. It's really shocking. Since the beginning of school, Bang Zhaoling has always been that frosty face, and has never changed the second expression, and some students are already wondering if Bang is paralyzed. Maybe this is love. Summer Knight looked at the passionate staring at each other in the ring and Midoriya Izuku, and his heart began to be philosophical. Not to mention the Summer Knight of the Crooked Building. Turning back to the arena, the battle between Izuku Midoriya and Bang Scorched Freeze has reached a critical moment. I don't care what happens next. Boom! Scorched Freeze's right foot stepped down heavily, and the astonishing cold air erupted again, forming Dao Dao Han Ling icicles and rushing straight to the opposite green valley. Get as close to him as you can, use all your strength, and use all your strength to let the horse come. The crimson veins appeared all over Midoriya Izuhisa's body, and the power of OFA flowed through his body, and he jumped up high and quickly approached him with a slight flick under his feet. Midoriya, thank you, Boom! Scorched Frost muttered in a low voice, like a mosquito fly, and at the same time, his left hand slowly raised, drawing a blazing flame in the air, and his palm was aimed at the rushing green valley. In an instant, the raging red flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the raging flames instantly flooded the space in front of him, sweeping towards the green valley, as if a giant beast of flames was about to devour him. Izuku Midoriya did not flinch in the face of the overwhelming flames, but became more and more warlike. The bruised and swollen right hand clenched into a fist, resisting the heart-rending pain, and swung out his fist with a majestic and amazing momentum, and the unstoppable impact bombarded out. Midnight, if you let them fight again. The cement division leaned over and pressed his hands on the concrete floor of the ring, showing his personality, and a sturdy and tall cement wall swelled up, blocking between the scorching freeze and Midoriya Izuku. Midnight also directly tore the clothes on his arm, releasing a pink gas that can make people sleep, trying to stop the two from fighting. Summer Night also flashed and appeared on the edge of the ring, nervously guarding in order to shoot at any time. The battle between Boom and Midoriya has been completely out of line, and if they are not careful, they may have irreparable accidental casualties. In just an instant, the fist wind and the flame wave destroyed the thick concrete wall like a bamboo, and without the slightest hindrance, it continued to move forward. The moment the two amazing forces met, a dazzling light flashed and exploded, and the center was like a nuclear bomb erupting, rising a mushroom cloud, and the stirred air wave after wave hit everyone on the scene sharply, and the powerful air flow blew so that everyone couldn't open their eyes. What's going on? The enemy has invaded. The earth-shattering momentum even spread out of the sports arena, causing the professional heroes who were training on the periphery to look back in amazement and stare blankly at the mushroom cloud above the stadium. The aftermath of the ring barely cleared for a long time, and everyone couldn't wait to look at the center of the ring, where the smoke and fog filled the room, making it difficult to see what was going on. After a while, the smoke finally cleared, and everyone couldn't help but be shocked and swallowed. The entire ring was no longer what it had been, and a huge pit appeared in the center of the arena, surrounded by charred black, rubble and ice. Outside the arena, the unconscious Midoriya was caught on the ground by Summer Night, and the ring was crumbling and barely standing, and even the school uniform was half torn. Quote. Bresson Mac didn't see the referee announce the verdict for a long time, and when he looked around, he saw that Midnight had been thrown by the hurricane against the wall, and he was dizzy, and he couldn't slow down for a while, so he had to announce instead, Green. Green Valley players appeared, and they advanced to the stage with a bang and scorched freeze. Bang bang bang. In the audience, several applause gradually rang out and converged, and finally the audience applauded thunderously, cheering and cheering one after another. This is not only a round of applause for the winner, but also a round of applause for the elimination of Izuku Midoriya, who was in a coma and on the sidelines, thanking the two for giving them such a wonderful game, and admiring their spirit of hard work. In the applause, Bang Jiaoleng took a deep look at Midori Valley, who was taken by Summer Night to find the recovery girl, turned around and walked into the players' passage to leave. Inside the passage, a burly figure blocked the way, and Bang Jiaoleng didn't speak, just looked at him coldly. You're in the way, don't you say this. Andalwa hugged his arms, looking in a good mood, and the coldness on his face rarely eased. Although you are still too open and close in the control of the flames, you finally threw away that childish temper. Anderwald opened his arms and made a gesture of intending to embrace, as if to welcome the new life of the scorching cold. Now you have finally transformed into a perfect upgraded version of me. Scorched still didn't say a word, and Andwa didn't care at all. Come to my hero office after graduation, I will put you on the road to hegemony. Stretch out your right hand and wait for a response from the Bang. How could it be given up? Andwa was slightly stunned, lowered his head and looked at the scorching jelly in his left hand and continued, deep-rooted ideas can't be subverted so easily. But, at that moment, I did leave you behind. Scorched Frost slowly crossed Anderwa. Whether this is right or wrong, I still need to think about it. Without my strength, you can't defeat the birdie in the Summer Night. Anderwa's words made Bang Jiao Freeze's footsteps pause slightly, his left hand clenched tightly, and the passage was silent. Quote. I said, I still need to think about it. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 159. Let's keep everyone waiting. The ring that was destroyed in the last round has finally resumed. Let's hurry up and start the next one. Phew. The cement division wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, exhaled, and finally finished repairing. Tut tut. The personality of the cement division teacher is really convenient. In just a while, the broken ring was restored. The Summer Night when I re-entered the stadium looked at the new ring, and inexplicably sighed. I must make a lot of money if I go to open a construction company. He sent Midoriya to the infirmary and came back, and in less than 10 minutes, he just soaked instant noodles, and the construction project was completed, and personality is really a convenient ability. Hey, you're back on a Summer Night. As soon as Summer Night returned to the auditorium of his class, everyone couldn't wait to ask, and Midoriya looked like he was seriously injured, which made them very worried. Boom Scorched couldn't help but raise his head to look at Xia Ye. After all, Midoriya was injured in battle with him, and he also had some responsibility. Don't worry, that's a recovery girl. It's no big deal in Midoriya, but it's estimated that he won't be able to fight in the near future, but fortunately, he won't be able to compete anymore. Summer Knight's gaze crossed everyone, and he looked at the last row of Banghao Shengji funny, and the arrogant look of turning his head and not caring about it, but his ears moved and moved, it was so funny. Now he's having restorative surgery, and the recovery girl suggested that we don't bother him for the time being, and let's visit him after school. Actually, Olmet and Midoriya Izuhisa were chatting, and it was not easy to be disturbed, probably talking about the grievances between OFA and AFO, so Summer Knight was also kicked out, although he actually knew these secrets. Hey, is Mayu-chan fighting that stupid girl from Boney? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the game had started, so she sat down and planned to watch it. It looks like Mayu-chan is on the losing edge. Although Kakatori Bonnie was covered up because of teaming up with Summer Knight, and there was no outstanding performance in the horse riding race, this cute girl's personality is really good. Because of the team, Katori Bonnie and Natsuya have learned about each other's personalities, and Kakatori's Longhorn can not only be launched, but also flexibly manipulate several of them, which is simply a weakened version of swordsmanship. The frog-blowing plum rain can't suppress Kakatori Bonnie in the distance, but Kakatori is also good in close quarters, at least the speed is good, otherwise he wouldn't have the confidence to be a horse. Sure enough, the frog's tongue barely approached bony Kakatori, and every time it was ejected, it was blocked by a few longhorns flying up and down around Kakatori, while Mayu had been struggling to dodge the flying horns that came straight at him, and was soon forced out of the field. Frog blows the rainy season outside the field, and the corner takes Bonnie to advance. It seems that Mayu's ninja training time is still too short, but she has done a very good job. It's a pity that the Thousand Emperors Kazuya is very pity, and there are several times when the rainy season is close to Kakatori, but unfortunately it still fails. As the next game my game, and I'm finally ready to play. Summer Knight stood up and stretched, and walked towards the ring off the court, intending to enter the arena through the player's passage. He had already waited until he was impatient, but there was no way. Who told him that he was unlucky? He was the last group. Summer Knight, I'll try. A voice came from behind him, and Summer Knight stopped and turned around. It was Raihi Mikako with a nervous face. I'm so nervous, my opponent is actually the strongest Summer Knight classmate in the class, and I will be eliminated in an instant. From the beginning of the grouping, Leary Ochako has been apprehensive in her heart. What if the performance is too poor and you can't receive an invitation to professional shi? Then you can't become a hero, you can't get a hero license, and you can't help your family. Ochako just froze in place and thought wildly, her mind in a mess. Why don't you beg Summer Knight's men to be merciful? A startling thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and Leary Oka puffed up and closed her eyes. Summer Knight, I'm looking forward to fighting with you with all my might. Oh my god, what am I talking about? Am I crazy? Why is it like this? I'm so weak, I actually want Xia Ye's classmate to go all out, he must think I'm provoking him. It's just that I don't know why, but Leary Ochako's heart is relaxed as if she has let go of her burden. Yes, I'm looking forward to fighting you. But, Summer Knight looked at Leary Mikako, who was passing by dejectedly and slowly walked out of the passage, and kindly reminded her, Mikako, are you going to the wrong passage? This is my contestant passage, your passage is over there. Ah, Raihi Ochako looked up at the surprised audience around her in confusion, and it took a long time to wake up, and she ran back in a panic and hurried past the Summer Knight. It seems that Mikako really cares about this game, so I'll put a little water and beat her again. In fact, Summer Knight doesn't pay much attention to the performance of the ring match. Anyway, I'm not afraid of not being invited by the hero office. If it weren't for the system task, he would have no problem even deliberately losing to Leary Ochako. Ding, the task: respect the opponent. Since your classmates have asked you to fight with all your might, then please respect her, respect this opponent. It's time to put away your playful mentality, show your strength, and defeat your opponent with dignity. Reward: Bean 30 inches. System: you're crazy, I'll do my best. How can Mikako withstand it? I refuse this mission. Natsuya didn't care about the mission rewards at all, and although it was very rich, he couldn't really fight Leary Mikako with all his might. His current strength is far from being comparable to that of a student, and with the character card equipped, his strength is even similar to the current Olmet. Can you imagine that Olmet bombarded Ochako with all his strength? No, the host misunderstood. The meaning of the mission is to ask the host to put away the playful mentality, play seriously, and do not ask the host to go all out. Your opponent has already realized how hard to fight, and if the host still deliberately releases water, it will be an insult to her. Xia Ye was slightly stunned, and looked thoughtfully at Leary Mikako, who was constantly cheering herself up in the ring, and her eyes gradually rose with a sense of war. Yes, since Mikako has this awareness, but she releases water, is she underestimating her consciousness? That's right, I should get serious about the next game. After all, this is a one-on-one ring match. Summer Knight's mentality has changed slightly, although he still doesn't plan to go all out, but his heart has become serious, and he doesn't see this game as just a game anymore, and he really sees Mikako as his opponent in the game. So, Leary Mikako, please advise. Summer Knight stepped into the ring and stood from afar to watch his opponent. What's wrong with him on Summer Knight? How do you feel that he is so serious, even if the USJ enemy invasion incident was not so serious as Summer Knight? Everyone in Class A was stunned, looking at the rising momentum of the summer night, and they didn't know what a terrible enemy he was facing. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 160. Am I losing? Leary Yuchiko fell out of the field, covering her aching abdomen, retching. I really can't win against Xia Ye's classmates, and I was eliminated in an instant without even any performance. As soon as the game began, the runes of rabbit and cow flashed in Xia Ye's eyes one after another, and appeared directly in front of Leary Mikako, and a heavy punch hit her in the abdomen, and Mikako was knocked out of the field without any reaction. Wow, the summer night contestant really doesn't pity the jade at all, and he actually made such a heavy hand on the girl, and directly killed the Yuchazi contestant in seconds. Bracent Mac makes no secret of his disdain for Summer Night. What an ungentleman. Idiot, it's because Summer Night really treats the other party as an opponent for the competition. Aizawa Shota next to him rolled his eyes and hit Mike mercilessly. Otherwise, with the temperament of Summer Night, I will either play a good role with my opponent and then make a move, or I will let my classmates in my class spare, and the battle will definitely not end so soon. Outside the Leary Ochako field, the bird tour is promoted on a summer night. It's okay, Ochako. A hand reached out in front of Mikako's eyes, raised her head, and Xia Ye was looking at her with a smile. I'm really sorry, I shot a little heavier. It's okay, it's not Summer Night's fault, it's a game after all. Leary Mikako, who was pulled up by the Summer Night, hurriedly waved her hand. I'm already very happy to be an opponent with you. Having said that, she was still a little disappointed in her heart. She didn't expect to be able to defeat Xia Ye, at least she should have some performance, but unfortunately she was still too weak. Don't care, Sister Ochako, you can actually make your brother serious, this is already very powerful. Now even if my grandfather accompanies him to train, my brother has never been so serious. A cute voice came from the audience, and everyone looked for prestige, only to see a little girl in her seat, applauding for Ochako. It was the little bird Yu Liuhua, next to the black-faced Tianzhong Lai. What do you mean that I haven't trained seriously, am I so bad? The precise blow from my granddaughter made Tian Zhongli very injured. Huh, isn't that a hero of the flames? Brother, I remember that his son-in-law seems to be surnamed Yu Birdie. Doesn't that mean that this little bird swim summer night player is the grandson of the angry flame hero? No wonder the strength is so strong. There are professional heroes in the audience who recognize Tian Zhongli, and they instantly realize the identity of Xia Ye, and they are the bloodline of a powerful professional hero. Senior, who is the flame hero? A young professional hero curiously asks the seniors of his firm. Stinky boy, he is my idol. I still admired him at the beginning and chose to become a hero. Speaking of which, the number 2 hero Andwood debuted under him at the beginning. Unexpectedly, there are fans of Tianzhongli here. Damn, what kind of mess is that little girl in Liuhua? Summer Night, who returned to his class area with Leary Yuchiko, didn't look good. It's over, the hero office that invited me to Shi will definitely be greatly reduced. Although the prestige of the Xia Ye family office is not as good as before because of the resignation of Tianzhong Lai, it is still not comparable to most offices, and it is estimated that there are many hero offices that will be scared away, and they don't have the courage to send a real Shi invitation to Xia Ye. Hey, don't you plan to go to your own family's hero office to Shi? Xiandi Wei was a little surprised. She thought that Summer Night would be ready to Shi experience it in her own office. Yes, you don't need such a good resource in Summer Night. Shanming Electric next to Xia Ye was very puzzled, and a little regretful. Originally, I was still thinking that my performance was so poor this time. I guess there was no invitation from the office, and I want to ask you to take me to your office together. I didn't say that I must not be Shi in my own office, I just think it's not good to have a few more choices, and the more invitations from the firm can show my excellence. In fact, Xia Ye is really thinking about whether to change the hero firm. After all, the task process Shi of his own office is too familiar to him, and he may have new experience if he changes the type of office. However, the number of enemy crimes has increased dramatically recently, and the family office is so busy, and I want to help out in my own office on a summer night, which is really tangled. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today's game is going on for the time being, and tomorrow will continue the ring match of the second round of qualified players. Naturally, the sports festival cannot be held for only one day and ends, and there are also players who have advanced to the top of the competition who are overconsumed and need to recuperate and recover. Then let's go to the infirmary to visit Midoriya together. Yes, let's go see Midoriya, his injuries at that time are really worrying. Riri Ochako's proposal was approved by her classmates, and she planned to visit Izuku Midoriya in the infirmary together. Speaking of Midoriya's personality, he gets hurt every time he uses it, and it feels like the infirmary is his permanent residence. Well, go ahead, my family is calling me. Summer Night looked at the 6 flowers who waved vigorously not far away, and then excused himself. Izuhisa Midoriya was the one he sent to the infirmary, so it was no big deal, so he didn't go to join in the fun. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow on that summer night. Everyone said goodbye to Xia Ye one after another, and they couldn't wait to run to the infirmary to care for Midoriya. Summer Night, I hope you can be as serious as this time when you compete with me. Summer Night turned around and was about to leave, when a cold voice came from behind him. I want to see how big the gap between me and you is. If you don't say that I will too, after all, your strength is indeed very strong. Xia Ye didn't wave his hand back, but don't cry if you lose too badly when the time comes. Quote. Quote. Bang Jiaoleng didn't leave immediately, but stared at the summer night where he was meeting with his family and playing with the birds, and he was silent for a long time. After a long time, Bang Jiaoleng turned around, and there was a trace of inexplicable emotion in the corner of his eyes that had not faded, as if he was envious and longing. Midoriya, are you okay? How are you feeling now? Are you really okay like this? It looks so serious. In the infirmary, a group of students gathered around the white hospital bed, which was about to be mummified and unable to move, and Olmut had already left. It's nothing, it's just that the tie is more exaggerated. Midoriya seemed to want to move his body so that his classmates would not worry, but he moved slightly, and finally gave up because of the straps on his body. Your game was terrible, Midoriya. If you play like that, no professional hero will want to recruit you. Minoru Gramini couldn't stop shaking when he thought of that battle, it was terrifying. It's not good to rub salt in other people's wounds. Everyone directly pushed Minoru Minda away and comforted Midoriya one after another. It's okay, everyone is very optimistic about you. Quote, it's so noisy, you guys. The recovery girl looked at the overcrowded infirmary and couldn't help but start rushing people. Okay, the patient needs to rest, go out. Then Midoriya, you have a good rest, we will come to see you tomorrow. The crowd had no choice but to leave. Chapter 161. Okay, after a night's rest, the players who have advanced are full of energy, it seems that today will be another battle. Brescent Mac's super loud voice greeted the audience one after another. Seeing that the crowd was almost full, Brescent Mac couldn't wait to announce the start of the second round of the ring. Everyone, you've been waiting for a long time. The first game of the second round starts now. Class A Iida Amaya, against Class B Shiozaki. Class A Iida had a poor performance in the last round. Iida Tenya clenched his fists and cheered himself on, his brother was still watching him, and this time he had to win beautifully. On the contrary, the performance of the Class B assassin Shiozaki is very impressive. Well, I'm sorry I'm protesting. In the ring, Shiozaki suddenly interrupted Mr. Mike's explanation. May I ask where the word assassin comes from? I just came to this ring to win, not to kill my opponent. Hug, sorry. Shiozaki protested with a holy face, which made Mr. Mike choke for a moment and could only apologize. Speaking of which, the reason why I applied for Shongying High School was not because of evil thoughts, but because I longed to save everyone in the world. The audience seemed to see a ray of holy light descending from the sky, shining on the thorny vines of Shiozaki, and the hymn seemed to sound in their ears, as if they had seen the historical Saint Joan of Arc. I said I'm sorry, I was wrong. Thank you very much for your understanding. Brescent Mac apologized again and admitted his mistake, and for the first time, he was said to have no words, so wrong. Game on. Piston engine, burst dash. As soon as the words fell, the engine personality of Iida Tenya's legs instantly flashed with scorching fire, spraying a surging air current, and a figure roared past, avoiding the attacking vines, and came behind Shiozaki. Without waiting for Shiozaki to react, Iida directly put his hands on her shoulders, and the engine started again, pushing the opponent across the ring and pushing the opponent out of the ring. Tatsumi Shiozaki is off the court, Iida advances to the third round. The game ended in an instant, making everyone a little stunned. They didn't expect Iida Tenya, who performed very poorly in the last round, to rise up in this round and kill the opponent in seconds, and the audience was still more optimistic about Shiozaki. The game continues, and the next group of Class A often steps in the shadows and plays against Class A Ear Lang Shangshang. Outside the field, often secretly stepping on the yin to advance. It's still a spike. As soon as the scene opened, Ear Lang Shangshang was not even ready, a black shadow flashed, and she was directly swept away by the blow of the ever-dark shadow and fell to the sidelines. Sure enough, what kind of friend is there, and he's a ruthless person who can be cruel to girls. Everyone in Class A couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Xia Ye, who was still in the front row rubbing their chins and nodding, complaining, making him feel a chill in his back. What's going on? Why do you suddenly feel a burst of malice? Xia Ye shuddered, suspecting that he was being targeted by some powerful existence. Could it be the AFO boss? No matter, anyway, with my strength, it's not very weak now. If you really provoke me, just beat him into potato chips. Now let's watch the game first. Kagaya vs. Scorched Frost, big to watch. Don't think about the inexplicable big guy who lies down on the gun. Summer Knight is very interested in the next game. Due to the amazing strength of yesterday's scorching performance, Shongying School actually passed the application for the use of equipment by Thousand Emperor Kagaya, which made Xia Ye look forward to Kagaya's performance. Kagaya won't take out her knockoff machine. Xia Ye analyzed with interest which piece of equipment Kagaya had applied for, and shook his head randomly and self-denyingly. Probably not, after all, that parallel goods are just a kind of goods, and they are still big. It's a good target for bombardment, which is good at large-scale attacks. Wow, what kind of equipment is this? There was an exclamation and uproar in the audience, interrupting the Summer Knight's thoughts, and the Thousand Emperors officially appeared. Tut tut, I didn't expect Kagaya to take this thing out. This is preparing to stage the Green Goblin versus the Iceman. That's right, the equipment Kagaya applied for was the Green Goblin skateboard made from Summer Night drawings, and Kagaya also stood on a skateboard suspended in the air, full of heroism. Game on. At the feet of the Thousand Emperor Wei Knight, two gun barrels suddenly appeared at the front end of the Green Goblin skateboard, and the Dao flame light sprayed rapidly, and the barge was intertwined into a dense net and sprinkled, heading towards the scorching freeze, without the slightest mercilessness. Ding ding ding. The ice wall was erected, blocking the front of the bombardment, and the bullets collided with the ice, only to blast up a little ice chips and scatter them, without breaking through the defense of the bombardment at all. Kagaya was not surprised. This was originally just a tentative attack, and it was naturally impossible to cause trouble to it with the strength of the scorching cold. At the same time, Bombardment Scorched was not willing to be defensive, and a large number of sharp ice stones quickly spread out from the ice wall, rushing towards Kagaya like an ice beast. A few small yellow balls were thrown over, and the flames burst out, not only shattering the scorched ice, but also melting the broken ice in an instant, and the beach water stains covered the ground. Kagaya, on the other hand, no longer entangled with the boom jelly, quickly lifted off into the air and distanced, hovering over the boom, and from time to time dropping bullets or pumpkin bombs to harass him. Boom Scorched Freeze was a little embarrassed for a while. Kagaya had a very large dodge space in the air, and the distance was far enough that his iceberg frozen rock had not yet approached Kagaya, and the other party had already dodged away in time. And he has been suffering from Kagaya's firepower, and he is passive, although the other party can't break through his defenses, but on the bright side, the bombardment is already at a disadvantage. Hey, Kagaya has a fight, and he deserves to be the second place in the entrance exam, so he may be able to win if he goes on like this. Class A was amazed that the personality-less Kagaya could fight like this with Bang Jiao Jelly, which was really a shame for them as personalities. No, Kagaya can't win. At first glance, Kagaya did keep the bombardment pressing, but Kagaya's firepower was provided by her weapon, and once she ran out of ammunition, she would be helpless against the bombardment. Now it's up to Boom and Kagaya who can consume whom. Summer Night is a little regretful. This competition is too restrictive for Thousand Emperor Kagaya. Even if she passes her equipment application now, she can't carry too much ammunition. And Boom has now calmed down, no longer obsessed with attacking, conserving strength and defending with all his might, and in the end it must be Kagaya's first ammunition run out. Sure enough, the all-out defense of the bombardment was not at all something that Kagaya's firepower could break through, and in the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat because of the exhaustion of ammunition. Kagaya players admit defeat, and Bang players advance. In the next group, Class A Birdie swims Summer Night, and fights Class B Corner to take Bonnie.